You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
People, let's go to this guy right here. Let's go to this guy. Can I get a few minutes with you? All right.
I'm Kev Woolley, and I'm with DabX Canada. So the product of the year this year was the DabX Go, and it's an all-in-one dab rig. The nice thing about this one is that you can actually put in a good amount. I normally just drop a quarter or half a gram in the top and dab on it for a couple days. And
so after each dab, it's not done. You can keep on.
Just keep on going, yeah. So what happens is you see a gap around a little ring around the bottom of there. Your reclaim will flow through that, right down through that tube. You can see some dropping out the bottom there. So I'm just going to get this plugged back in, not foul anything. And then it collects in the bottom. So when that starts getting full, you just pull out the little rubber tray, throw that in your freezer for a couple of hours, crumble. It's going to come out real good and easy. At that point, it's decarboxylated. You can put it in your muffin mix. You can just put it in a capsule. I tend to re-dab it if it's some good stuff, or I just use it as a bowl topper for my bong.
That's quite a device.
Now, it goes together. It's all nice and magnetic. It's simple to use. It's got 4 temperature settings, and it's all basically dedicated towards pick it up, take your dab, put it down, forget about it until you want to dab again. And we try to make it low maintenance, very easy to use, and very portable. We call it to-go kit here. And you can just assemble that. This plugs on there good and tight so that you can leave the water in it as you're moving.
Oh, you need the water in it.
And away you go. Now,
nice.
I work in office buildings all the time. People think this is my thermos.
Yeah, I can imagine. And like all your stuff, you can put your little oil cans, whatever, down in here. Yeah.
Comes with a dab tool, 2 atomizers. Now, I cleaned the atomizer the first time on this thing after over a year. The only reason I cleaned it is because they gave me a cleaning kit for free. I didn't even need to clean it at that point.
Wow. And you used it more than once over that year.
I used it many times over the year. And in fact, I used my personal rig to dab people at shows. So there was at least 1,000 dabs on it at that point.
That one was used. Yeah.
If you want to dab, come on by. Make sure you got your sample wristband in this, and we'll give you a sample.
Ah, there you go. I got my can sal, but I don't work in it. This is my working in the cannabis industry is going around podcasts and doing podcasts. We have like 8 different broadcasters on the Pace Radio Network. There's three on the other network, and we touch on psychedelics as well as cannabis.
Fabulous. So nice to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. Let's see what else. So where can people find this device? This thing. There's no waste.
There really isn't. Anything that doesn't hit your lungs, you get a second chance at. And that's what really won me over about it.
Because the run through there is decarboxylated, and like you said, you can throw it in your food.
Yeah, I put it in brownies or a muffin mix. I tend to use it in thicker things. You don't want it something that's too fluffy, otherwise the oil kind of falls out the bottom. But like a good cookie dough, like it works really well in all of those.
Good stuff. You got a card?
I sure do. Right there, that'll put you in touch with my lovely wife. She's the brains behind the operation.
Okay. And she's not the only wife I've ran into that runs things, and the husband works there.
Oh yeah, some of those guys are smart enough to see it.
All right, website.
dabexcanada.ca or dabex.com.
All right, super. Thank you very much. Handy device.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's in stores.
I have a question for you.
Quantum One Cannabis in Vancouver, and we're actively interested in getting it in more stores, so contact us.
Alrighty. Now, what was that, Al?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone. It's the end of the week, but it's not the end of the world, so it must be time for the VAC Roundtable, and this one's number 62. We're joined by Nurse Nick Pichette, who has, of course, been in the cannabis scene for a bit, but it was also a Marine. So she is one of us, and as we are looking to continue our discussions with people whom we respect and view in a high light here in the cannabis community. We've had talks with other educated nurses and doctors, and we want to continue that discussion today. And so we'd like to thank Nurse Neek for joining us and taking the time as we get things underway. So with that, we'll go directly into our speaker view. And right off the the bat, Nurse Neek, our first question is kind of a multi-layer question, but how did you first come to cannabis? How old were you when you first heard of it? Did you use it? And what made you choose that direction?
So I first tried cannabis when I was 16. I didn't like it very much. It made me paranoid. It wasn't something that I had much pleasure in. I couldn't understand why people used it. And I grew up with it being stigmatized as a street drug. And fast forward to 43 and my second diagnosis of breast cancer, I found that I was allergic to the antiemetics, which are the medications that we use for the nausea and symptoms from pharmaceuticals. And I was also writing a blog called Breast Cancer and Me. And I started to have many people start to follow me and send me messages that I needed to try cannabis. So at the time, I was a director of nursing operations in an assisted living, and I was afraid I was going to lose my nursing license, and I was afraid that the rest of my life was going to fall apart. And I saw a picture of my son, and it was him and he was taking me to radiation. And I was extremely emaciated, and I was 111 pounds, and I was a recovering anorexic. And at my lowest weight, I was 93. And when I saw that picture, that was like the wow factor, because I was like, if I looked like this at 111 pounds, what did I look like at 93 pounds? And I reached out to Stephen Plasick. He's from New Jersey. He was like the biggest advocate, messaging me articles constantly. And at the time I was living in Rhode Island that had a medical program. This was 2013. So I went through the steps to get my medical card, and I started using cannabis medicinally. And my caregiver was actually an Army veteran. His name was Chapman Dickerson, and he came to my house with a care package, and he sat with me, and he had edibles and tinctures, and he had lemonade, and he had flour. I mean, any way you could use cannabis, he had in this care package. And he said, just try what you want, see how it makes you feel. Just do a little bit at a time, and I'm here if you need anything. And today he is the owner of Basque in Fairhaven, Massachusetts, one of the top ranked dispensaries here in Massachusetts. So I was blessed at many levels.
That's quite a journey. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next up will be Council Member Wade Laughter for our next question.
Is he muted?
Just 1 second, yes.
There we go. Now let's see if I can get back to the chat. Basically, the question, first of all, thank you for joining us this afternoon. And I'm still sorting out how to do this on my phone. And my question is, as a veteran and as a survivor of cancer treatment yourself, can you discuss how cannabis has played a part in that? And please correct me if I left out part of that question, because again, I can't seem to get my phone to cooperate here. Anyway, you get the gist of the question, I think, and you might even have a copy of it, dear. So thank you so much.
So would you like me to repeat the question?
Go ahead.
So did your military background help you confront cancer and the debilitating treatment for the same? And the answer for that is absolutely. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I chose the Marine Corps because I grew up in a very male chauvinistic household, and I wanted the branch that was supposedly the hardest boot camp. And my dad was Air Force, World War II and Korea. And so I was like, okay, he's Air Force, I'm going Marine Corps, and my brothers never served. So that was the background of why I chose the Marine Corps. And physically, boot camp, I excelled extremely because I prepared physically, but I didn't know how to prepare mentally. And by the end of my 13 weeks, I was mentally prepared, not as much as I needed to be, but at least for that time in my life, the Marine Corps broke me down emotionally and mentally, and I graduated as they picked us all back up and sent us to our duty stations. So the mindset that I had from the military and the Marine Corps was one of never giving up, never surrendering, and by all means, kill or be killed. So that's what my attitude was when I received my second diagnosis with breast cancer. And I was determined that I was going to give it my best fight and take some of those psychological and physical lessons that I was taught through boot camp on this next journey, another war, if you want to say, that I had to put myself through.
Thank you for that. And hoorah, Marine. We don't get many female Marines out there, although we do have a member who is, but not many that make their way in, the level of nursing and doctorates that you have necessarily attained. So add a girl, thank you very much for sharing your story and your trials and tribulations. I think all of us in the military can relate to that. Next up will be Councilmember Alex Popoff. Councilmember Popoff.
Thank you, Etienne, and thanks for joining us, Nick. The question I have is, you're active in bodybuilding. Was this part of your return to a healthy overall physiological condition?
So I actually was competing in bodybuilding before I joined the Marine Corps. And that's why I said I joined when I was 21. So my recruiter told me that I could be a bodybuilder in the Marine Corps, and that was not real. So, but that's okay, because that's why I said the physical training of the Marine Corps actually was easy for me because I was so conditioned. But I did use bodybuilding and cannabis to get me through my second battle with breast cancer. I actually got a personal trainer, and I made sure that during my chemotherapy, so my chemotherapy was every 2 weeks, so it was every other week. So I had a trainer that I met at the gym once a week, and the rest of the time I trained by myself. And I made sure that I definitely made sure that he knew when my off week was, because I felt better, and he knew when it was a chemo week because I didn't feel too good. But it gave me again that mindset and that determination that, like, I just had to do this, and he helped to push me through and again have the determination and the resilience that I needed along with cannabis. So I was actually advocating for cannabis and bodybuilding in 2015 and actually started a clothing line called Neekwear. And it was too soon. People didn't like accept it and understand it. And I was really advocating for cannabis over steroids in the world of bodybuilding. So
you were a little bit ahead of your time in that sense. And hey, it's part of being a trailblazer, right? Is sometimes being ahead of your time, and time and expectations of society don't always meet. However, just to kind of follow up there, because I know how roid-ridden the industry is, did you actively engage people regarding their steroid use and try to use cannabis? Because I'm also aware of, people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and others that decided to imbibe on cannabis because they didn't get the calories from drinking, which of course alcohol does, no matter which way you imbibe alcohol. So what was the reactions to people when you engaged in that? That must be challenging.
So I was still a little nervous about being like really loud about it, but I would like blog and post pictures. And to this day, I haven't called out anybody in the bodybuilding industry about, hey, you use steroids, what's wrong with me using cannabis? It's still quite hush hush. It's still something that like it's known, but it's not discussed. And for some reason, it's okay in that sport. Again, I just tried to kind of, I tried to just go forward in my own healing. And I actually connected with Marvin Washington, who's an NFL player who's in the space that I met through the Cannabis Nurses Network. And when I was competing in California in 2018, I was also marketing his CBD water and some of his products. So I would be at the gym and I would have his products and stuff like that, and Nature Nurse's products when so I could show what I was using as my dietary supplements, if you would say.
Thank you for that. Our next question will be from Councilmember Michael Krawitz.
Thanks, Etienne. It's so nice to meet you, Nurse Neek. I wanted to say, well, first of all, let me say I was able to not join the same service rank, branch as my dad, and yet somehow still stay in the Air Force. My dad was Army Air Corps, and
Yes.
I joined the Air Force.
Yes, my dad started Army Air Corps as well.
My question it really revolves around, and we found it very interesting, your background, especially being a psychiatric nurse. We have, Mary Lynn, who's, an addictions nurse, and certainly addictions is in that camp, so she can sort of translate for us sometimes. And then we had some great psychiatrists that we worked with, Dr. Mikaria comes to mind as one of our mentors. I believe you may be the first psychiatric nurse that we've actually been able to talk to. So anyway, really great to meet you, and so happy to do so. We really focused in on your tool that you said you created. The question was, please tell us about this tool and how you differentiate the tool that separates inappropriate from appropriate cannabis use.
So it's not totally complete yet. I did my dissertation for my doctorate and I just graduated in May. And that pilot study consisted of 21 questions that take into consideration the DSM-5, which is like the diagnostic Bible for psychiatric conditions. It took in consideration the Q-R, which is the gold standard that they use right now to diagnose cannabis use disorder. And what people don't understand is the Q-R, cannabis use disorder inventory, stems from the audit, which is the alcohol use disorder inventory tool. So how can you separate alcohol and cannabis using pretty much the same tool and some of the same questions to come to this diagnosis? So the first part of my dissertation and my pilot study went to healthcare providers and asked healthcare providers to review these 21 questions to see if they thought in their professional experience that the questions asked could had a total look at cannabis use and could appropriately separate cannabis use for inappropriate and appropriate use. Was it a full assessment? And we came to find out that the majority of healthcare providers felt that it was the questions came up with a full assessment of cannabis use, and they felt that it would be appropriate in separating abuse versus appropriate use. So I'm working with Olin Neuropsychiatry Center right now with Dr. Perlson. I did submit a grant application for phase 2 in which we did not get accepted for, but the IRB came back and said, if you make a few of these tweaks to this and resubmit, that we feel that you're definitely onto something that we want to move forward with. So what I'm going to do is I'm working actually as we speak on the IRB application with Dr. Perlson and Nurse Heather and a couple of other people in the committee, and we're going to be pushing that through the IRB. But the thing is I'm trying to do it with no money. I'm trying to just say, I don't need your money. I don't need a grant. I just need to push this survey through at least 250 people that use cannabis, that they've used cannabis at least once in the past year. I need 250 people to answer these questions. Then once we get the data from those questions, we're going to look at the data that comes in, look at these 21 questions, and then come up with the tool that will actually be able to separate appropriate versus inappropriate use. And that's where we're at right now.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Nate Landau. Council Member Landau.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us. My question, sorry, there's a train going by. My question is, the VA has mislabeled many military veterans as having cannabis use disorder or COD based on simply on the failed drug test. How should we approach correcting this problem? Thank you.
So this is why I did this study, because I was a night supervisor in a psychiatric hospital in Massachusetts during COVID. We were very short-staffed and I worked the floors a lot, and I was starting to see these diagnoses coming in more and more of cannabis use disorder. So during that time, there was a CEU article for credits for nurses and healthcare professionals that came out on cannabis, cannabis knowledge. Mary Lynn, it was by Eloise and somebody else. They wrote that article for ANA. I asked my director of nursing if I could put it at all the nurses stations. She said yes. I was trying to educate everyone about cannabis and cannabinoid therapeutics in the endocannabinoid system. And within less than a week, somebody anonymously emailed the director, said, you better check your night supervisor. She might be coming to work high. And she has a clique of people that like cannabis. And I had to take all of those articles out of the nurses station, but it's okay because it just lit a fire underneath me. And I said, okay, people are coming in positive for cannabis. They're getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder. The doctors don't know anything about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. The nurse practitioners don't know anything about cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. How are they getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder? Why are they getting diagnosed with cannabis use disorder? And I can't even talk to them about how they use cannabis, why they use cannabis, and when did they use cannabis last? So that's when I said, okay, I started to dig deeper in the charts and I started to have these conversations. And again, I was shut down because I don't think everybody also realizes there's also an ICD-10 code for cannabis use disorder, which is a billing code for insurance companies to get your money from your insurance. So therefore, if you're positive for THC and they diagnose you with cannabis use disorder, now they can bill your insurance company and then they can get paid for serving you. So it's this crazy didactic that's like, it was making me so angry because not everybody knows this about me, but the only reason that I went back to school to collect all these initials is because I'm a patient first. And when you're a patient, people don't listen to you. And when you have a psych history, people really don't listen to you. So because I have a psychiatric history and because I'm a patient, I wanted to try to find a loophole, and that loophole was to get my education. So I had to come in and find all this stuff from the patient's perspective and then try to figure out how I could flip this and say, okay, I'm going to do a study on cannabis use disorder and how we effectively diagnose it. But what I'm really trying to say is we're inappropriately diagnosing this. But those of you who know research, I found out the hard way, you have to make it look like you believe in cannabis use disorder to get the results that you want.
That's unfortunately been something we have realized for decades from researchers as I have come from being a veteran to a patient advocate. Because back, Nurse Nick, for me, I was before cannabis use disorder became a thing. It was known drug user in the VA system, and I was classified as that and physically removed from multiple VA facilities just for even mentioning cannabis use. So this has been an ongoing problem our veterans have been dealing with for decades. I had to literally work with people to change the laws to finally arrive at my disability rating that I just got a few weeks ago at 100%. So I think that in my opinion, what we have seen is because there's such limited knowledge around cannabis at the doctor's level, we ourselves at Berkeley Patients Group, we have actually hosted doctors, pulmonary surgeons to actually educate them on cannabis because there's no education, ongoing credits, etc., specifically, dealing with and around, medical cannabis. So we've had to educate them. However, they still want to put us veterans into boxes, and there's no box currently for a veteran using cannabis medically, in their opinion. We Asian went as far as going to a FOIA request from the United States government to get all the information, of which this week they came back and told us they have no data. And it's really funny because the other person on this call, Michael Krowitz, was the person who instated that into the VA back in 2010. So for the past 13 years, our government's telling us they're not even giving us or storing the data on top of, again, because you have cannabis, so you have to fit into this, you have cannabis use disorder. It's the same problem that we're seeing if somebody is having nausea and they state they have cannabis, people are saying that they have cannabis hypermesis, right? So that's another issue of where we have kind of two low-hanging fruit that either doctors or nurses are going off of because of their ignorance, willful ignorance, as well as just the lack of knowledge around cannabis, but at the same time, the institutional respect to give a space for, hi, I'm a patient and a veteran, I use cannabis and it works for me. Can we document this and understand why? So I don't really have a point as much as I just to bubble up the frustration that you're seeing as a nurse practitioner and we as patients have been experiencing over the decades. There's still a disconnect that we've been coming to you as doctors and nurses trying to, appeal. And thankfully there are nurses, like you, Marilyn Mathery, and others that we have hosted that are taking it to the curricula level and educating doctors and nurses at a level that they can comprehend and respect and take forward. And then we saw just this week with the nurses associations coming out and imploring that, cannabis is medicine and institutionalizing it to a level that hopefully we'll see some penetration of education.
I do just want to say is that I am not a nurse practitioner. Okay, so I can't prescribe, I can't do medical cards. I do have my doctorate in nursing, but it's in nursing leadership and I work in research. So I don't want people to get confused or think that I'm like speaking outside of my scope of practice. So I just wanted to say that. The other piece that I wanted to say is that for veterans, if you can get your hand on a DSM-5, which is the Bible for psychiatry, okay? Because something that we do not talk about, the doctors don't talk about, the psychiatrists don't talk about, and I wish I had the exact page, but within cannabis use disorder diagnosis, which is in the DSM-5, the criteria, it says, whether or not cannabis is being used for legitimate medical reasons may also affect diagnosis. When a substance is taken as indicated for a medical condition, symptoms of tolerance and withdrawal will naturally occur and should not be used as the primary criteria for determining a diagnosis of substance use disorder. Although medical use of cannabis remains controversial and equivocal, use for medical circumstances should be considered when a diagnosis is being made. And that's actually on page 511 and 512 in the DSM-5, which you can bring to your psychiatrist and have them open up to that page.
Great. Thank you for that. That will be very helpful for people and myself. Councilmember Crowell, says a follow-up. Councilmember?
Thank you so much. I so appreciate your insights and your work. Interesting. You might find this of interest. The medical cannabis the medical cannabis policy of the Veterans Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Health Administration that Etienne was talking about. That came about as a result of a question that was almost right at the heart of your work, right at the middle of what you're talking about. Because what we did was, we had all these veterans that were using cannabis under doctor's orders per state laws. It wasn't technically legal under federal law, but they were using it under doctor's orders in their treatment plan, and was being accepted under at least some legal regimen at the state level. And the question became very straightforward for we actually sent the question to the general counsel of the VA, because everyone was presenting this to us as a legal question, but the question was then forwarded over by the general counsel to the undersecretary of health. And the question was simply, if you're a veteran and you're using cannabis per your doctor's orders, having good success at relieving your symptoms as per your treatment plan under a state legal sanctioned program, should you be punished inside the VA facility? Should you be sanctioned? And the question came back really quite beautiful. The letter was actually quite beautiful from Undersecretary Petzel, who said that it should be treated like any other medicine, and certainly shouldn't be any special criteria based on the fact that it's marijuana. It should be, under that circumstance, treated like any other medication. So I don't say this very often, but I think your work is important. I really do, and thank you for it. But I have one other point I wanted to just elaborate on something you were talking about, because you just reminded me of it. And that is, when you have such a broad sweeping brush to put people in a cannabis use disorder category, to label them that way with such a broad brush, that we usually look at it from the injustice to the individual and how that screws up the person, and how it can stigmatize you and everything. And that's legitimately our focus, but it also screws up the data for everybody else. I mean, if you really want to know how many people are actually addicted to marijuana, you have no idea. There's absolutely no way to tell from the current statistics and the current data and the current experts in the field. And I would imagine, throwing so many people at the wall makes it almost impossible for someone that really does suffer, bless their soul, suffer from abuse disorder of cannabis, probably can't find help because of the fact that there's so many people in their way that have been mandated by the courts or whatever else, into drug treatment because of such just abusive labeling. So just again, thank you so much for your work. And while I'm talking so long, I'll add one more thing. Congrats to all nurses for the ANA putting the cannabis nurses in under the tent.
I thank you for that insight and some of those questions. And I do want to say, one of the things is Marcy Cooper, one of the cannabis nurses that was my preceptor during my school, sent me today, that was on a news channel. She's in Colorado, and she sent me a screenshot of her television, and I wanted to share this with everyone tonight. And this news, Good Morning America, actually. Signs of cannabis use disorder. And this was what they had plastered across the screen of the television. Using more cannabis than intended, difficulty controlling use, problems at work, school, or home, needing more to experience a high. And then the second screen that Marcy sent to me that was on Good Morning America was another full screen on the television. Heart health and cannabis study. People with cannabis use disorder have a 60% chance risk of developing cardiovascular complications. I just want to say, this is something that I'm seeing as a psychiatric nurse still working at the bedside. And I just had this conversation with the psychiatrist on the unit. I had a man the other day, this is a true live case study. He was in his early 60s. He was on the adult inpatient unit, and they were getting him ready to start ECT for his suicidality and his depression. His blood pressure was through the roof, like 180/105. He reports that he never had any blood pressure issues that he knew of. I went to his chart, I looked, and he was positive for THC. But the other thing is that he had ethanol in his urine. So I went back to talk to him and I said, look, are you using alcohol? Are you possibly withdrawing from alcohol? He said, Neek, I don't drink. I don't know why there's ethanol in my urine. I don't know. The man seemed to be legit. I'm not going to question him. My second piece was, I see that you're positive for THC. How much cannabis do you use? He said, I smoke at least 2 joints a day. I've done it for the past 40 years. What these healthcare providers, nurses, psychiatrists, and the mental health are not looking at is, if you're on an antihypertensive, a pharmaceutical, and you run out of your medicine, you can't afford it, within a few days, you're going to have rebound hypertension. Your blood pressure is going to go through the roof. Cannabis is an antihypertensive. I'm seeing it in the research center as I'm actively dosing live patients with cannabis. It's right there. Within 5 to 10 minutes, you can see the changes in their heart rate and in their blood pressure. By the time I saw this man, he had been in the hospital for 3 or 4 days. He had no cannabis. I went to his psychiatrist and I said, look, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but do you think his blood pressure changes could have anything to do with his cannabis use? He looked at me and he said, oh, you mean like cannabis withdrawal? The only thing they get with cannabis withdrawal is agitation and anxiety. I said, no, that's really not true. There's other changes that are taking place, and we have to see if they're using it appropriately or inappropriately. The psychiatrist looked at me and said, appropriate cannabis use? I don't think so. I said, no, cannabis is being used even as simply for PTSD. He goes, I need to go now. And that was the conversation that I had with the psychiatrist. But I brought it back to Dr. Perlson. I brought it back to the research lab. And I said, Dr. Perlson, look this is what I'm seeing next door at the hospital. We need to do something to help patients that are actively medically withdrawing from cannabis, not in a bad way, like you do with opiates and alcohol, you can die, but just to help them mitigate that time spent in the hospital where they're not allowing them to use their cannabis. But we need to find a way to get the education. Nurses don't, when you tell them that cannabis, oh yeah, smoking a joint, right? I thought a nurse was going to fall off the chair the other day when I told her there's patches and suppositories and inhalers and capsules, and they just think smoking a joint and that's it. So I'm trying to like glide on this fence and try to like, get as deep in as I can and find, like Dr. Perlson said, somebody that's going to be sympathetic to my cause that's in the psychiatric hospital, that I can get that segue to then bring them to Dr. Perlson, because they're going to respect Dr. Perlson because he's been doing human cannabis studies since 2014. But it's sad, it's happening. And this is why the education and the knowledge is so important. You don't need a doctorate to do this. You just need to find the information, and you need to have reliable sources of people that are going to go against the grain. And that's why I do this. Yes, Michael.
I don't think I've ever had a follow-up on a follow-up before. Another unprecedented thing today. But I wanted to tell you a quick story. When we added post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition to medical cannabis access laws across the country, we did that as a strategy, starting on the West Coast and going to the East Coast. Very successful. Virtually every modern state law now has post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition as a result of that. And we faced some big battles. Ironically, we were fighting against the American Psychiatric Association. I say ironically because I was there for Prop 215 and many other state laws. And I don't remember ever seeing the American Psychiatric Association show their head. But the minute we tried to add post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition under medical marijuana laws, boom, there's the American Psychiatric Association. Their longest battle was in Colorado, but the craziest battle was in New Mexico. One of their top guys, Dr. Ungerweiler, made a petition to remove post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition. And I think his story is very telling because he came to this panel of experts and everybody on this commission to present his story, and it was completely hypothetical. And what was up against him was 300 people in the room that were all patients, caregivers, doctors, nurses, family members, and community members. And that was literally the only person there on his side was him. And when they realized on the panel that it was completely hypothetical, they lost some patience with him. But that's kind of where we're at. It's like I found it very strange, really, that they don't see, because I read some of the materials from the association, and they were at that time really trying hard to do a focus on the patient-centered care and be more responsive to the patient's, input while creating, treatment plans. And I was like, you're not listening. You're not listening. We're right here, and we're trying to tell you, and we're tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even at this point across the country. Are they hearing us?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Psych, for me, I think from what I see, is going to be one of the hardest doors to push open. On the weekends, I also work at another hospital with a different psychiatrist. And I'll just share this story with you. I had a Vietnam vet who was having severe difficulties on the unit. I work on a Jerry psych unit on the weekends. He was flipping out. He was throwing things. He was yelling, "I want my effing weed." Like, he was getting really upset. I got closer to him. I started to talk to him. I said, "Look," I said, "let's roll a virtual joint," right? So he stopped and he goes, "What are you talking about?" I go, "Look, like, let's sit down by the TV." I brought him over to the TV, sat down. I said, "Look, let's roll a virtual joint. Let's like make believe we have a joint here." And he's like, "Well, I usually put it in a pipe." I'm like, "Well, you put it in a pipe. Like, that's fine. Let's just, let's chill out here. Let's act like you had some weed. What would you do with some weed right now?" The whole entire situation was de-escalated. There was no chemical restraint. There was no physical restraint. He calmed down. He took his pharmaceuticals and everything was okay. That was a Sunday. The doctor, the medical director, was on call that weekend. I told him what I did. He didn't say a word. 4 days later, I get a message from my nurse manager who says, "Neek, I need to talk to you. The doctor has concerns about your nursing." I said, "Why?" And she proceeded to say, "Because of what I just did to take that Vietnam combat veteran from a state that was triggered and hyper excitable, to sit down and roll a virtual joint with him with no intervention, no physical intervention." And I was chastised as he had concerns about my nursing, and proceeded to say, "We work for a Catholic organization and cannabis is not allowed in this facility." Now, I'm big on perception. I built a whole program on perception. I just want to say this. I also had a patient recently who's an old school schizophrenic. She's in her late 60s, African-American, classic schizophrenic. They had her on 60 milligrams of Zyprexa. If Mary Lynn, you probably know, Zyprexa max dose is supposed to be 30. Some things say 40. They had this woman on 60. Does she have Zyprexa use disorder? Because guess what? I don't care if they went to 70 or 80 milligrams. Her tolerance was there. It's not doing anything for her schizophrenia. But yet we push these pharmaceuticals that cause all these other problems. So then we'll put the Zyprexa and then we'll add some Cogentin because she's having these movement disorders. And then we'll add some Ativan because the movement orders are stressing her out. So let's get her on some benzos, and then it's making her nauseous. So we'll give her some olanzapine. And I'm just like, but if you mention cannabis, they question the type of nurse that you are. But I don't care, because at the end of the day, there's reasons why I do this. And the bottom line is, I suffer from chronic suicidality. There's not a day in my life that there's not like this fleeting thought of like, what if? I have a plan. If I told that to my doctor, which I don't have, but if I told it to a psychiatrist, they would PEC me to the psych ward. But I always have a plan because it just keeps me comfortable knowing that I'm in control if I really wanted to do it. But I see the injustices of the healthcare system. I see what they've done to me. I see that they've done to my peers. I see that what they do to the patients that I care for. But right now I have to pay my bills. So that's why I decided, while I'm paying my bills and my student loans, I can figure out how to disrupt the system. And if I can prove that what they're doing is wrong and what they're doing is not unjust and it's poor quality patient care, there's no facts. I've sat with the nurses, I've sat with the doctors, I've sat with the psychiatrists. They don't know anything about the endocannabinoid system. They don't know anything about cannabinoid therapeutics, and they don't want to know. So the next step is we have to find a way that they have to get the education. Why is it that they don't have to have cannabis education and endocannabinoid system education, but they have to learn about the new diabetes medication that's out, and they have to learn about the new antihypertensive that's out, and they have to learn about the new antipsychotics that we're shooting you up with once a month because that's keeping you stable. But yet they don't need to know anything about cannabis, nor do they want to. It's so disheartening. And I'll just go to my grave fighting for the rights. And the ironic part of this is that I don't even smoke cannabis. I can't. Weed makes me very paranoid. The most I can do is 2.5 milligrams. I use 2.5 milligram little cocoa at night to go to bed. I get very paranoid. So I will also fight for those who can't use cannabis, because there are negative side effects of cannabis that we do have to talk about. And there are some people that cannot use cannabis and could make them susceptible to a breakdown or something else that's going to harm them. But again, it's about the education. And the last piece I'm going to say about cannabis use disorder, and before somebody else has a question, is that I firmly believe, and I've seen it with the work that I do with perception, cannabis use disorder is not the end of the road. Cannabis use disorder with education can be a learned experience that somebody can go from inappropriate use to appropriate use if they learn how to use it, if they understand their endocannabinoid system, and if they learn what it does to their body and their psyche. And I don't totally believe in this whole cannabis use disorder and what they're trying to do to patients.
Thank you for your extremely eloquent breakdown of that, because yeah, it has so many layers, and unfortunately the willful ignorance, because that's really what it is, right? They're going to deny it because of what they've been told prior, and what they've been told prior was, when we go back and look, I have testimony from doctors back in the 1930s that the then FBN, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, came into their college, made sure that they were all there and in class, and while in class came in and had them rip out everything regarding cannabis out of their medical books and pass it forward for the FBN agent to take out of their colleges. So the Stockholm syndrome, I think, is something we're not talking about, because of the stigma of the, the big boogeyman of cannabis, because we've been told the boogeyman is cannabis, but not necessarily using their own sense and judgment to realize that they've been duped through ignorance and they're playing into that hand, unfortunately, because their peers and peer pressure here, and especially I saw Dr. Todd McArea was my original doctor, so I watched him get absolutely railroaded and, treated like, something you would scrape off the bottom of your shoe, unfortunately, because he dared not only speak about it, then publish books regarding it, calling them out from their own research, and seeing the vitriol, the hate, the abandonment by the psychiatric people as a whole was frightening to see as a layman on the outside. And I could not imagine the experience it must be for those experienced like yourself on the inside to see these types of injustices, much less as you are feeling these types of injustices. It angers me as a patient to see that my doctors or psychiatrists have to struggle with this type of willful ignorance, as opposed to that Hippocratic oath that they were supposedly sworn to keep and uphold. Thank you. And as Michael Krawitz says, your work is extremely important to our future and what we've been working to and towards. This is another level that we have reached that has to Kilimanjaro, that has to be climbed to reach that summit, because there shouldn't be anybody dealing with the stigma that you're experiencing, nor should future generations. And hopefully, due to the ANA now making it a specialty, we will see a great deal of education around this as we see others create curriculum too. So what curriculum would you recommend to a psychiatrist, a young person like yourself that's going into psychology, mirror image of you? What would you recommend them learn, research, or read up on, since currently there isn't a lot of known knowledge at that level? What would you recommend for them to absorb?
To be honest with you, Marilyn has been in this for decades, and she is much more versed to answer that question. She's been in the trenches and started the curriculum with this, and I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for her and other nurses like her. And I need to give that shout out, and I need to put that recognition out there, because I remember in 2015 at my first Patients at a Time, when I was just finished battling my second battle with cancer and found out that cannabis nursing was a specialty. It was Marilyn who I met, along with Heather and Marcy. And, I have to give the recognition where it's at. So I'd rather defer that question to Marilyn, because she has built the education and the criteria and so much out there to help other nurses and healthcare providers get what they need.
Mary Lynn, do you wish to respond at this time? Nurse Yoda.
Yeah, well, of course, I'd say Patients at a Time conferences, ACNA conferences, CNN conferences, Cannabis Nurses Network conferences. I mean, they're all putting out really good information these days. It's funny though, because same here. I'm at UVA, University of Virginia, trying to get something into the curriculum or whatever, and it's legal in Virginia. I think we got a new dean again and a new director of nursing. So I'm trying to meet with them. They wouldn't meet with me, so I wrote them together. Both of them. Can I meet with you jointly? And so I met with them about 2 months ago, maybe. Brought in all the books, brought in the Journal of Nursing Regulation that from the state boards of nursing that, as we know, is setting standards and all this stuff. Try to say this is real, and it's legal in Virginia, and patients are using it, and your staff know nothing about blah blah blah. And after about a half hour or something, they basically told me they appreciated my passion in the issue, but that's it. So then I just left it with, okay, well, I'm going down to Australia to present at their national conference on cannabis. I'll come back, I'll let you know what I learned down there when I come back. And And now I just wrote them yesterday, sending in the ANA. It's a specialty now. Do you think maybe we could get it into the curriculum? Do you think maybe we could teach the nurses? But it is so frustrating. It's the intimidation of the institutions that are just, their little thing, oh, we'll get shut down by the federal government if we allow cannabis. And it's like, no, you won't. You really won't. But yeah, there are a lot of good courses out there, and what nurses want are accredited courses, as you know, and I think that's what everybody that I named, whether it be, I shouldn't say patients out of time anymore. For me, I will pass the baton to the Academy of Cannabis Education. We'll be continuing the series that we started. And the plug early now is that we're looking for the spring in Charlottesville next year for the next one.
I do want to add that I recently was appointed the vice president of Sigma, which is an international honor society for nurses, the Rhode Island chapter. And part of what I had to do for my first task was I had to put together a fall program. And I had to go up against all the board of directors, and they all gave their thoughts on what we should do. And I said, how about if we did a presentation on cannabis? I said, we're in a medically legal state. I have multiple cannabis nurses. I can put together a panel of different specialties in nursing that all use cannabis from experts in cannabis nursing. This includes the University of Rhode Island, Salve Regina University, and Rhode Island College. All of the board members agreed 100%. They allowed me to move forward. I put together a 2 CEU presentation. I have 4 nurses from the Cannabis Nurses Network that are coming from different areas to present on this panel. And it's going to be October 19th. And not only did Sigma allow us to do it at the New England Nursing Education Center in Rhode Island, in Providence, Rhode Island, but if we're still waiting on the CEUs, if the CEUs get approved, Sigma is also allowing us to videotape it, and we are going to be able to put it on Sigma International site and have it there for a year for those nurses and nursing students and educators who want to learn more about nursing, about cannabis nursing. So I felt that that was a huge win, especially because I failed out of multiple nursing programs. And here I am sitting as a vice president in a international honor society. So again, you asked about the Marine Corps Foundation that I have. Like, it's that just, if you tell me I can't, I'm going to. So I'm really looking forward to that and seeing what that does for the shift, because I'm also right here in Providence. We have Providence College just started a nursing program. Johnson and Wales just started a nursing program. And we're also right next to Brown University and some other institutions. So I'm hoping that, as they say, as we keep trying to plant a seed wherever we can, we just need one person to let us in and then just take it from there.
Councilmember Mathry, Marilyn.
Yeah, more than call on me, and it was like, what the hell was I going to say? I think I just blanked on it. Oh, I know what I wanted to let you know, Nick. Melanie Dreyer was the president of International Sigma Theta Tau in 2004.
Oh.
No, somewhere around in the early 2000s. I'll have to let her know you're doing this. She'll love it.
Great.
All right, we will get to our next question, which will be from your friend, Councilmember Michael Green. Councilmember Green, you're recognized.
Hey, first and foremost, Nick, it is so good to see you. Sorry I missed you last week, so it goes. You're like a one-woman battalion. You're amazing. I mean, I've talked to you a number of times over the years since 2015. But what has come out this evening, I've heard the truth. I've heard the difficulty. I see your passion. Keep up the fight, lady. I mean, I would have given you a fucking medal for what you did in that psychiatric unit. Absolutely. And then before I forget, I'd be more than happy to participate in your study. And there may be other council members that might want to do that and share. I guess we would have to talk about a constable. For myself, I would love to participate in your study. I'd be more than happy to contribute. Absolutely. And just as Michael Crowwood said, thank you for your good work. It's amazing. And I'm blown away, truly. My question goes to medical cannabis. We know culturally that people have been relying on the medicinal properties of cannabis for thousands of years. We also have had pharmaceuticals, so cultural thing, folk medicine, whatever you want to call it, homeopathy. People self-medicate. But we also know in recent years there's been developments in the pharmaceutical industry. What comes to my mind is Marinol, Epidiolex, and is it Sativex, if I'm saying that correctly, which is not, I don't think, approved in the United States, but nonetheless, pharmaceutical compounds or extractions, whatever, they're medicinal. From your perspective, how do you see the future of these two different threads, maybe commingling or failing to commingle to, to work for treatment and medical access to cannabis?
Well, again, I'm kind of limited because my specialty is psychiatry.
Yes.
So in the world of psychiatry, it is a little bit difficult, but I do know that on one of the Jerry Psych units that I work at in one of the larger hospitals, because I have a few different jobs, we did have a geriatric patient that had failure to thrive. And I was able to convince the treatment team. The charge nurse was put forward to the doctor to start the patient on Marinol. So I did see that happen. And I'm actually going to work with Dr. Perlson on working on a protocol for cannabis withdrawal in the hospital, and possibly use, like Heather said, Marinol or one of these other cannabis derived medicines if they will approve it. So that way we're not using pharmaceuticals for this, or find a pharmaceutical that's very benign. Like I know with some of the addictions, and Mary Lynn, you can speak to this better than me, they use clonidine. And that, and Eloise, one of the cannabis nurses, was saying that they're using Neurontin for cannabis use disorder. Like, I can't believe they're using, which is also gabapentin. So I'm trying to be very cautious about how I do this, because once it gets into some of the psychiatrist hands, they're going to turn it into like a CEWA protocol or an alcohol or protocol or the opiate protocol, where they're going to have, like with alcohol, your Libriums, your Valiums, your Suboxones, your Methadones. Like, I'm trying to dance lightly around this so that way cannabis withdrawal doesn't turn into like this other addiction and they see, I told you so, so it's hard to say where it's going to go with all of that. I don't see a lot of it right now at all. Now on a medical floor with different populations, maybe in psych, I don't see it.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer and in being honest about what you're comfortable with addressing and not. I really admire you. I salute you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Green. Next up will be Council Member Mary Lynn Mathry. Council Member?
This is funny because the last question, do you see a future where psychiatry and cannabis merge?
I do.
Future.
I do. As a matter of fact, in the Olin Neuropsychiatry Research Center, we just finished up a study that I was the substitute investigator for Dr. Perlson, in which we were using 600 milligrams of CBD versus a placebo to see its effects as positive effects on psychosis. So we're waiting to look at that data and see what that looks like. But so far it looks very promising. And that was a small pilot study. So possibly we will get a larger population. I'm not sure what the future of that study is, but I know we're seeing promising effects with psychosis and CBD. Also too, we are finishing up right now a study with THC and memory, and we use THC or a placebo. We have 2 age groups, 18 to 35, and our other age group is 60 to 75. So that study is not done yet because there's specific age groups and it's a lot harder to get our participants, but we're dosing them. They come in for 3 visits. The second and third visit is a dosing visit. The first, we don't know which is which, although you do know what a THC or a placebo is. You can tell when somebody's smoking THC and when somebody's smoking a placebo, but they have we use a volcano. I'm administering THC with a volcano. I dose them with a volcano. Prior to that, I'm putting in an IV so I can draw blood. I draw blood at different increments, and we're looking at THC and memory. They're going in an fMRI. They're taking tasks while they're in the MRI. So we're getting brain images to see what THC is doing to their brain. When they're done in the MRI, then they go to an EEG, a 64 lead EEG. We put the cap on them. They go through tasks while they're in the EEG. And that's the data that we're collecting right now on human studies with Dr. Perlson. So we can say, and Dr. Perlson is a neuropsychiatrist. So he's internationally known for his work in schizophrenia. So we're really trying to change the envelope of what psychiatry and cannabis looks like.
Very good.
Councilmember Green had a follow-up.
Yeah, I wanted to mention in passing, because you've mentioned Dr. Perlson a number of times. He put out a beautiful book about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, perhaps now, Weed Science. I would highly recommend it to anybody in our audience. And then it occurred to me, saying that, I believe both Unique and Mary Lynn are featured in Volume 2, Encouraging Cannabis. And so thank you for that as well. And I would also recommend Encouraging Cannabis, where our friend Dr. Bridget Williams, who appeared on the show some months ago on the roundtable, was the primary mover and editor of. Just wanted to share those things. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nurse Neek, for taking the time this evening and answering many questions and enlightening people about your work and the work that you've been working to and towards. It is very important work, and please come back in the future and check in with us. We'd love to hear from one of our own, because part of VAC, we're volunteer veterans just working at the national, international, and local level. So, having educators like yourself who are trying to, take things to another level, let us know if there's anything that we can help and assist with in the future. Needless to say, I can't thank you enough for taking the time. Councilmember Mathery?
Yeah, Nick, in terms of your study, when you need, if you need veterans or something to answer that, is that something that's like online, or you don't need them locally in Massachusetts?
No, once I have the survey up and running, it's just a survey link. So I need a minimum of 250 people to take the survey. So
we can help spread the word.
Yeah,
that would be really awesome, because to really collect the appropriate data, I need a minimum of 250 participants. And as you know, it's hard to get people to take a survey. You think it's easy, but like even myself, sometimes I'm like really overwhelmed and busy, and I see a survey come through and I feel bad, but depending on how long it is, sometimes I'm like, oh, I can't do that right now. But I mean, as soon as we get it up and running, which I hope it's by the end of October, that it's at least in the hands of the IRB at Hartford Hospital. That's my goal for myself. And because I've already submitted the grant application, it shouldn't be that hard to switch it around to the IRB application, especially because I'm not asking for any money.
And that's key.
Exactly.
You wish you success and luck there, but we're also happy to lend our mailing list to, help you out. So we're here to help you. Councilmember Prowitz.
Yeah, our council member from UK reminds us that the psychiatrists that he's working with in the UK predominantly get it and are working on the evidence base, not, following whatever NIDA fact sheet or whatever it is that's leading around the American psychiatrist. So I don't know. That would be an interesting one if there's just some sort of international cooperation that might do something to help in this regard.
Pius, did you have a question specifically for Nurse Sneak since you were able to pop in from England?
But on mute.
Pius? We cannot hear you, sir. Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Sorry, I went onto a different microphone. No, I was saying not necessarily a question as such, but I was just commenting that I myself have a prescription for cannabis from my psychiatrist since they legalized it here in 2018. So rather than being like a recommendation, it's like an actual prescription. But I guess from a patient standpoint, as a nurse, I believe that nurses are the ultimate patient advocates and believe in that very strongly. What can patients learn from you in terms of safe use of cannabis, especially in patients who have psychiatric conditions? What would be your recommendations?
That's a great question. And again, I'm not a nurse practitioner. So from the patient side of things, because I am a patient, I've learned because of my sensitivity to THC that when they say go slow and dose low, I really mean that. When I say 2.5 milligrams is what I use. Some people say, oh, start low, go to use 10 milligrams. 10 milligrams, like somebody for me, is too much. Don't feel embarrassed if you're only using 2.5 milligrams, because what you can do is you can break it down and you can, so say you took 2.5 milligrams and then in like a Tylenol, right? In 4 hours, take another 2.5 milligrams if you're looking for a certain effect. I think what it is, you have to build a relationship with the medicine, with the plant. And you really need to ask yourself, what do you want it to do for you? What are the symptoms that you're trying to treat? What is it that you're looking for help for? So when I first started, it was for sleep, and it was for the anxiety and nausea of my cancer treatments. So I didn't need to smoke all day, every day, and I couldn't smoke all day and every day. I think it's individualized care, and that the one thing that I love about cannabis is that you're able to guide and lead your own journey with the plant. So you don't have to ask anybody what it is that they're taking. You yourself will be able to adjust it as needed for the effect that you're trying to get. And I think in the cannabis world, we call it the sweet spot, and everybody has a different sweet spot. But once you find that and find what works for you, it can change the direction of your life.
Absolutely. I said self-titrate for the win. And that's one of the things that is great about cannabis is everybody's level is different. On top of that, what works for me won't work for you. And that is another thing we've had to make patients very much aware of. And dosage is such the key. We're very fortunate to have medicinal access here in California, And one of the great entries is a 1 THC to 20 CBD, which is a wonderful, simple tea in a tea form, so that when, I wanted my mother to try cannabis for her later in age life, it was an easy access point for her. It was comfortable. It was familiar. She wasn't going to smoke anything. So I look forward to also, the new grounds that are broken for ingestibles and different ways of ingestibles from the transdermal patches, etc. Because, people seek the relief, but they're not seeking the high, which is something that we are aware of, medicinally, but many people, their only experience with it is getting high. So they don't understand that, what and where that is. So thank you for being an educator to help people along the way, that we can hopefully arrive there collectively in time. So again, your work is so important, and we appreciate the risk you're taking, as well as your passion there, soldier. We have great respect for one of our own climbing other ranks and establishing their own beachhead in life. And you have done so with great respect and integrity. So carry on your path, thank you. So thank you, everybody. This will wrap up. Do you have anything to promote, Nurse Neek? Anything coming up that people should be aware of? Any publications or how to get hold of you?
So you can find me in volume 2 with Mary Lynn, Encouraging Cannabis, a book that was put together by Dr. Bridget Williams. My website is getting revamped, but it's available as is right now, which is positivelyprocessingperception.com. And if you
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education, here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's September the 9th, and from the Legacy420.com news desk, welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you, Al?
Not too bad, not too bad, considering it's raining here.
Oh, well, keep it there. No rain today, and it's nice and sunny. You see, no light
Yes.
in my room.
Well, I can tell you, today is better than yesterday. Well, maybe today it's raining. Yesterday we had 70-kilometer-an-hour plus gusts of wind, and I had plants that were snapping.
I saw a picture of one of your plants snap there.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was like a third of the plant was breaking away, and
Did
I
you
was
save
able
it?
to. Yeah. I was out there just before the show, and it's still looking good and living, but it was a severe break.
So
There's no doubt
what did you
about that.
do? What did you do to save it?
Oh, I ended up getting a piece of T-bar, and I put it right down. I have tomato cages around them,
Yeah.
so I put it right down inside the tomato cage and drove it in the ground, and that way the tomato cage would hold the plant.
Makes sense. So
Yeah.
no, nothing where it came apart. You didn't put any kind of cream in there or salve or anything.
Well, I got it back in position. I got it back up to where it was supposed to be, and it's been suggested to me to put some aloe on it.
Okay.
I just got to find an aloe plant. I haven't been able to find one yet. So, in the past, I've had smaller breaks, and the plant just keeps on growing. It heals, and away it goes.
I had one break off, and I just taped it up with a
Yeah.
piece of tape, and it held it, and no problem, and it grew.
And it'll grow, and it'll keep right on growing. So they're, I think the word is resilient.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All righty, get on with the news. Right off the bat, we'll start with one from The Guardian. And the headline there says, cannabis use falls among U.S. teenagers, but rises among everyone else, according to a study.
The research, which looked at data on more than 500,000 people's cannabis habits during different time periods between 2013 and 2022, was published in this month's edition of Drug and Alcohol Dependence Reports. Also revealed that cannabis use had increased among Americans in households earning more than $75,000 a year, as well as those with a college degree. We used data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, and we really just estimated the prevalence of use, said Devon Mattingly, who's a behavioral science professor at the University of Kentucky, and he's the lead author of the study.
He goes on to say that we also examined trends in current cannabis use, which was defined as any use in the past 30 days, as well as prevalence patterns and trends in use by age, gender, race, ethnicity, educational attainment, and total annual family income. Manley said he was surprised to learn that teen cannabis use had remained stagnant during this period. He expected to see an increase.
Still, he said this data might not tell us everything. The study looked at all youth from age 12 to 17 as one category, partly because more specific data could violate the confidentiality of minors. If we were able to disintegrate or disaggregate the data a little more and look at changes between the middle to high school youth, for example, we may see an increase, said Mattingly. Of course, I think he would. Recent CDC data found that cannabis use decreased among high schoolers from 23% using it in 2013 to 17% using it in 2023. That's a big decline.
It is a big decline, and there was something similar like that here in Canada. It is possible that state-level legalization has curtailed teen cannabis use because recreation dispensaries are strictly forbidden from selling to anyone under 21 and are often required to scan IDs to make sure that they are authentic, unlike many bars and liquor stores. Jordan Gett, a postdoctoral fellow at the Rutgers Center of Alcohol and Substance Use Studies, said there could be other factors at play.
For example, the pandemic influenced substance use trends. We saw a sharp decline in cannabis use among teens during the pandemic, likely due to several factors such as time with peers and increased time with parental supervision, she explained. Teenagers seem to be using fewer illicit substances in general.
Yep. For example, she says, alcohol use and vaping have been decreased among 8th and 12th graders since 2020. So I don't think this decrease in cannabis prevalence among teens is specifically due to cannabis legalization, but is rather more reflective of a broader trend in post-pandemic substance use. While teens might be abstaining more, the study's numbers on income and educational attainment show that people with higher socioeconomic status are now more likely to use cannabis. Use among people in higher income households and those with college degrees more than doubled. Only after 4% of people with college degree used cannabis in 2023, while nearly 13% did in 2022. Among people in households earning $75,000 or more, 6% used cannabis in 2023, while in 2022, 13% did.
Wow. Getty says this is probably because legalization has also changed how people perceive cannabis. And now that cannabis is legalized product in many states, we see celebrities and professional athletes endorse cannabis products, she said. Dispensaries popping up in expensive neighborhoods and near college campuses might also attract people from high-income demographics.
Manuel says that increased access to medical cannabis might also explain some changes because higher income is collaborated with access to healthcare. And in states that have legalized medical cannabis use, you may see oftentimes that especially older adults may be using cannabis to combat pain.
Another finding that stood out to Mattingly was that cannabis use was highest among non-Hispanic, multiracial people compared with other races and ethnicities. Over 25% of people in this category, which is rarely highlighted in scientific research, used cannabis in 2022. I believe that the population density of multiracial folk in the U.S. is increasing. So naturally, as we conduct more observational research over time, we're going to see more representation of multiracial groups, he said. These folks need to be included more in research. In the past, you don't see it as often.
There you go. Teen adult use is down.
That's funny because I keep hearing about how it, every time that they legalize it somewhere, it goes through the sky. Everybody's smoking it there. All the teenagers are.
Yeah, exactly. And well, we had a story last week, the opinion piece from the guy that, it should have had a reefer madness alert on it, and it was so bad.
I wish I knew his name, but I believe it was the Ottawa Citizen.
It was the Ottawa. Well, the article was in the Ottawa Citizen, correct? Yeah.
I wish I knew that guy's name though, so I could include it in this.
Johnson was his last name. That's all I can think of. Yeah. Alrighty, on to the next story. Headline there says cannabis suspensions high in Sask Labor Weekend traffic stop, and this comes to us from CJME.com.
Saskatchewan RCMP stopped more than 4,725 vehicles in the province's roads over the Labor Day long weekend last week for safety checks. The stops on Highway 16 west of Saskatoon, on Highway 1 east of Regina, Highway 11 at Chamberlain, and Highway 54 at Lumsden saw a total of 46 people have their licenses suspended, with 28 tickets and 76 written warnings issued, and 2 people charged with impaired driving. 37 of the license suspensions were for cannabis. In Saskatchewan, there is a zero tolerance law for driving with drugs in your body, which, again, this is all on a test that's not reliable for what's in your body at that time.
Yeah. On August 30th, on Highway 16, officers stopped more than 2,500 vehicles and suspended 14 licenses for alcohol or drug use. The suspensions ranged from 3 to 120 days, the police said. 12 were for cannabis, 1 for alcohol, and 1 for cocaine. Oh. The Highway 1 checkpoint on August the 34th stopped more than 275 vehicles, and 11 people had license suspensions, 9 for cannabis and 2 for alcohol. Well, police issued 18 tickets and 55 written warnings. 1 person was charged with impaired driving. Wonder what the impaired driving charge was. Was it for alcohol or was it for cannabis?
I'm curious now. They're not going to tell us.
Yeah.
September 1st operation at Chamberlain stopped more than 1,950 vehicles. Police administered 180 mandatory alcohol screening tests and 16 oral fluid device tests for cannabis and suspended the licenses of 15 people. 13 for cannabis, and 2 for alcohol. And just so everybody knows, people that are suspended for cannabis under this are not necessarily impaired at the time.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the problem with the test they do. It does not tell you the person's impaired. It just tells you they've used it in the last month and a half. That's it.
Well, yeah. Well, they use the swab in your mouth. Is what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that test too. I failed it. So,
Yeah.
I was not smoking at the time, not even close, not within weeks. So any of those tests they do, blood or swab tests, they're not reliable to tell you if the person's using cannabis.
It just shows consumption.
Yeah, yeah. It could have been the day before. It could have been the week before. It does not show you that they used it that day, and that's why these tests are flawed. And I don't think they should be used in any legal context. I'm not saying you should drive when you smoke. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm just saying this is not a reliable way to say that someone did that.
Yeah. I agree.
Tickets were also handed out for having open alcohol in a vehicle, and 3 people were nabbed for driving unregistered vehicles. 7 written warnings were issued.
The Lumsden checkpoint also on September the 1st saw 6 tickets and 14 written warnings issued, with 1 person charged with impaired driving. 6 people had license suspension, 1 for cocaine, 1 for alcohol, 3 for cannabis, and 1 related to drugs. Including a new driver who received a 60-day suspension after an oral fluid test determined they'd consumed cannabis. According to the RCMP, Mounties charged more than 1,700 people with impaired driving in 2023, and alcohol was a factor in 1/3 of all fatal collisions.
According to SCI, an average of 34 people die every year in Saskatchewan as a result of impaired driving. SGI Regina Police Services, Saskatchewan Police Services, Corman Park Police Service, and the Saskatchewan Highway Patrol partner with the RCMP on the traffic safety initiatives. As far as I know, they were only allowed to stop vehicles randomly like this because of the alcohol consumption, and they weren't supposed to do anything else besides find out if you were drunk. Now we're talking about people with suspended licenses and stuff. That has nothing to do with you being drunk.
No, but as far as you're stopping and pulling you over, they don't need a reason anymore.
No, well, the problem was always the mass pulling people over en masse, and that was let go because drunk driving, right?
Yeah.
So when they initiated that part of it, they were only supposed to look for drunk drivers. They were not supposed to look in your back seat and find out if your child was seated properly.
You know what I mean? Against driving with cannabis in you, so they're checking for cannabis too. So and there's 0 tolerance in Saskatchewan. So
which is weird because the test is not accurate, and everybody knows it. The courts know it. The police know it.
And people still get charged and convicted.
Yeah, and lose their license on the spot, or at least get it suspended on the spot.
Alrighty, here we go. Next story. This one comes to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Colorado's first psychedelic church opens its doors.
Mystic Psychedelic Experience has inspired a Colorado Springs resident to open the state's first psychedelic church. He said he was transported to a Mexican forest where his ancestors told him to heal others with psilocybin. His name is Benji Dazaval, has now converted his home into a chapel where attendees partake in ceremonies involving magic mushrooms and DMT. It has become a full-time job for him, and he now hosts 15 or more gatherings per month.
Now, according to Dazaval, however you pronounce his name, he says, they told me they used this to heal their people and that I needed to do the same thing. Now, Colorado, they have decriminalized the use of psychedelics at the end of 2022, and now Des simply needs to make sure that participants are over 21 before they proceed.
He provides his guests with homegrown psilocybin and DMT. He has extracted himself. Designated sober individuals are present during the sessions to help Des make sure everything goes smoothly. He has named his holy house the Community of Pack Life, but hasn't specified the meaning behind the title. It opened up earlier this year and was brought into the spotlight in a piece written by the Colorado Sun earlier this week.
Yeah, PAC. That would, because it's all capitalized. That tells me it's a short form for something.
Yeah, 4 words, obviously.
Yeah. DeZavel also offers classes on how to grow your own psychedelic fungi and hosts an assortment of community events at the church. He will be leading a discussion about recovering from trauma on Saturday afternoon. Well, there they are right there in the church. Now, this would provide tax exemptions, reduce operational costs, enhance public trust, and access to grants and other partnerships that are only available to nonprofits.
Thus far, Dens has sunk about 4,000 out of his own pockets into maintaining the church. I have dedicated myself entirely to this, he explained. The psychedelics he has been providing to people are free. He also wants to raise money through grant funding and local business donations so he can provide healing retreats for veterans at no cost to them. Nice.
Yeah, he says that access to psychedelics is going to provide thousands of Coloradans with healing, both of the mind and the soul. He says he is someone who was able to overcome depression and suicidal thoughts with the help of psychedelics. Des has a background in psychology and holds a degree in that field. Well, he's got some education behind him.
Yeah. And I've read so many stories now claiming the same thing. I have no personal experience with this, but the stories tell the story basically, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Patients sharing their stories are very educational. And as you said, like, you don't have any experience with it. And just by, hearing all these stories or reading these stories about the benefits.
I mean, when I was 18, I tried it, but that wasn't for any of these reasons that people are trying them now.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. Just like, somebody who was doing LSD back in the 70s and 80s and stuff. So, all right, last story before we go to break. This one comes to us from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, Trump's former attorney general says Biden marijuana rescheduling move is grossly irresponsible, calling cannabis a gateway drug.
Former Attorney General William Barr says the Biden administration is ignoring legal standards and scientific evidence to justify its proposal to federally reschedule cannabis, even as former President Donald Trump, who appointed him, has recently embraced state-level legalization. In an op-ed for Fox News that was published on Thursday, Barr took aim at the Biden-Harris administration for pushing to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. He said the modest reform is an attempt to score political points ahead of the November election. But they brought this up before the last election.
Now, right? Barr says, pandering to progressive voters, the administration is pushing hard to reschedule cannabis by bypassing the DEA, and his law firm represented Smart, Sam, they're the people who are against cannabis. He's accused the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services of sidestepping the established standards for scheduling drugs and conjuring up a new set of criteria designed to deliver the administration's desired result, to reschedule marijuana.
Politics, not science, is driving the Biden-Harris administration push to reschedule cannabis, Barr said, who opposed Trump during the most recent primary election, but is now backing the Republican ticket heading into November. And he wrote, had it not jettisoned established standards and lessened the rigor of the scientific process, the administration could not validate rescheduling. And Barr's op-ed does not make mention of Trump's recent comments supporting cannabis legalization initiative on Florida's November ballot.
The former top federal law enforcement officer said marijuana does meet the criteria for Schedule 1 classification, in part because he feels the increased THC levels in commercially available products in state markets demonstrates its high abuse potential. He also said cannabis use carries wide-ranging negative effects on mental and physical health.
He added that in order to circumvent the inconvenient reality that cannabis has no approved medical use, the Biden-Harris HHS argued that the fact some states have passed laws allowing medical use for cannabis is sufficient to establish that it has legitimate medical use. And anybody who wants to read anything, take them about 15 minutes on the internet to find about 1,000 people that will tell you they use this medically.
That's right.
And I was laughing because it says the former top law enforcement official. I was going, that guy never enforced any law that that his boss didn't agree with.
That's right.
Sorry, I had to put that in there.
Yeah, these talking points have often been voiced by prohibitionists, including Sam and several conservative congressional lawmakers opposing the rescheduling. Barr says drug laws are meant to protect American citizens and especially American children from dangerous substances. But by politicizing the rescheduling process, the Biden administration is playing with people's lives amid the worst drug crisis in our nation has ever faced. Well, Bill, look it up. You'll find that cannabis can help you with that worst drug crisis.
Yeah, that nope, never happened. The former attorney general, who also held the post during President George H.W. Bush, that was before he went insane, also argued that while not all cannabis users go on to use harder drugs, he claimed the vast majority of people who use harder drugs started on cannabis. And I would bet you my life that the vast majority of people started eating food before they used cannabis.
Or they even had alcohol before they even had smoke.
Yeah, it just, that statement is absolutely nothing. It means nothing at all.
It's repeated often.
Wow. And it's all about your kids too. It's always about your kids, right?
Oh, yeah. Now, he also says it is grossly irresponsible to facilitate the use of a gateway drug at a time when more than 100,000 Americans are dying of drug overdoses each year. Barr also said the country would be subsidizing the marijuana industry if marijuana is moved to Schedule 3 because state licensed companies would be able to take federal tax deductions they're currently barred from under the IRS code known as 280E.
Rescheduling would give government sanction to the cannabis industry's campaign to downplay cannabis's addictive potential and health risks, allowing weed peddlers to cultivate broad-based dependence on drug and expand their pool of repeat customers, he said. We hear a lot of the current administration about the rule of law, but by ignoring legal standards and scientific evidence in its rush to loosen restrictions on cannabis, the Biden-Harris administration is riding roughshod over the rule of law and playing fast and loose with the health and safety of the American people, all for political gain. Wow.
During the Trump administration, Barr faced criticism for initiating investigations into cannabis industry mergers that were described as improper. At a Senate hearing in 2019, Barr said that while he personally opposes legalization, he would prefer for Congress to pass a bill representing the rights of states to implement their own cannabis policies rather than maintain blanket federal prohibition.
At his confirmation hearing earlier this year, he said he would not go after cannabis companies that have operated in compliance with Justice Department guidelines. That was rescinded by his predecessor, Jeff Sessions. Separately, Robert F. Kennedy, a former 2024 presidential candidate who has since been tapped to join the transition team for Trump after endorsing the GOP candidate, is drawing attention to Vice President Kamala Harris's prosecutorial record on cannabis.
Amid increased attention to Trump's position on federal and state level cannabis reform issues, JFK Jr. Shared a video of an early exchange between Harris and former Rep. Tulsi Gabbard during a 2020 Democratic presidential primary debate when the then Congresswoman criticized the then senator over cannabis-related prosecutions she oversaw as a California prosecutor and state attorney general. Recent comments from Trump have also signaled support for Florida's cannabis legalization initiative that will appear on the ballot following meetings with the GOP Florida senator and the CEO of the primary financial backer of the initiative, True Love's Kim Rivers, sources told Marijuana Moment.
In recent comments published on Tuesday, Trump said medical marijuana has been absolutely amazing for patients and that the Florida legalization initiative is going to be very good for the state after it passes, which he expects to happen. Following Trump's announcement of support for the Florida cannabis legalization ballot measure, Harris's campaign started working to remind voters that while in office, Trump took cannabis reform backwards.
In a memo from a senior campaign spokesperson, the Harris campaign accused Trump of brazen flip-flops on cannabis. The Democratic campaign says it's one of the Republican former president's several bewildering policy proposals that deserve real scrutiny. So there you go. This is going to be back and forth. I can just see that when it comes to the cannabis end of things, you know.
It's funny to listen to Barr tell us about how we're supposed to follow the law.
Yeah. Really? Maybe you should talk to his former boss about all that stuff, eh?
Yeah, and himself for listening.
Yeah, and himself. That's right. Well, Glenn, it's commercial time for us to hear from who help us inform our viewers. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. You having an awesome day there, Glenn?
I am.
Good.
I love that last story.
All right. Well, as somebody with an autoimmune condition known as Crohn's, I like this next one. This comes to us for the Marijuana Moment. Medical marijuana improves quality of life for Crohn's and ulcerative colitis patients, a study shows.
A new scientific review of research on the impacts of cannabis on inflammatory bowel diseases such as Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis finds that cannabinoid therapy help reduce disease activity and improve quality of life in patients with the chronic diseases. But didn't we just read Bill Barr said there's no medical use of it?
Correct. Yes.
This meta-analysis of clinical trials, clinical trials on it too, eh?
Yeah.
That cannabinoids are associated with improved quality of life in both CD and UC, wrote the 4-doctor University of Pennsylvania team behind the new research. Wow, that's research right in the States he could have looked up.
Right in the States, right there by university. Yeah.
Wow.
Notably, however, no reduction in inflammation was observed in patients who took cannabinoids, nor were any difference observed when analyzing patients' endoscopies. And I was disappointed by that when I read that. I was hoping that it did, but they say it doesn't. The research published in the journal Inflammatory Bowel Diseases evaluated 8 total studies, including 4 into Crohn's, 3 into ulcerative colitis, and 1 study of both diseases.
Among 5 studies of CD, statistically significant decrease in clinical disease activity following intervention was observed. An abstract of the new review says clinical disease activity in UC was not significantly lower in the pooled analysis. Improvement in quality of life was observed in both CD and UC combined, as well as individually.
In March of this year, a separate study in the Journal of Health Research and Medical Science found that cannabinoids show potential in improving disease activity and quality of life in patients with UC. Meanwhile, a study out of Australia last year found that patients with chronic health conditions, such as saw significant improvements in overall quality of life and reductions in fatigue during the first 3 months of medical cannabis use.
And patients experiencing anxiety, depression, or chronic pain also improved in those outcomes over the 3-month study. Findings of another study last year that examined cannabis neurocognitive effects suggest that prescribed medical cannabis may have minimal acute impact on cognitive function among patients with chronic health conditions. Could a relief of long-term cannabis patients who are concerned about potential neurological drawbacks of the drug?
Yet, another study last year published by the American Medical Association found that the use of medical cannabis was associated with significant improvements in quality of life for people with chronic conditions like pain and insomnia. And those effects were largely sustained over time.
And again, we just finished reading a story that said there was absolutely no medical use.
Yeah, exactly.
And it astounds me how these people do no research, know nothing.
It's just the same, repeat the same old prohibitionist lines over and over and over again.
Your kids will die and you will be a drug addict for the rest of your life. Done.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, on to the next story. And this one here, it comes to us from TribuneIndia.com. It says, Himachal calling. Panel on controlled cultivation of cannabis submits report in assembly.
Okay. Amidst apprehensions over allowing the controlled cultivation of cannabis for industrial and medicinal purposes, the report of the committee entrusted to look into various aspects of this contentious issue was finally submitted in the Vidham Sabha. Has Himachal Pradesh inches closer to finally allowing cannabis cultivation for non-narcotic use, an issue being deliberated upon for the last more than a decade. It is with utmost caution that the government will have to tread in this regard.
Revenue Minister Jaggi Negi, who headed the committee to look into all aspects of allowing the cultivation, said the state hoped to make an income of about 500 crore annually from this sector, which would gradually increase. Cannabis finds use in sectors like food, textiles, paper, construction material, furniture, cosmetics, biofuels, and healthcare products, besides in treating ailments like cancer, epilepsy, and chronic pain. The cash-strapped state is desperately looking for areas to generate the much-needed revenue, and cannabis could prove to be a ray of hope. It is under the provisions of Section 10 and 14 of the NDPS Act, 1985, along with Rule 29 of the NDPS rules, 1989, that cannabis cultivation can be undertaken for medical, scientific, and industrial purposes.
And Revenue Minister Jagat Nagy, who headed the committee to look into all. Isn't this the same one?
That part is the same.
Yeah.
Go down to the next paragraph.
The committee has finalized its report after undertaking a study tour of Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu and Kashmir in May last year to gain firsthand knowledge of various issues. Meetings were held with representatives of the Pachal Raj institutions in Chambra, Kangra, Tillu, Mandi, Simaur, and Solan, which were climatically suited for cannabis cultivation. The team which visited Madhya Pradesh was cautioned by officials to ensure the strict monitoring to prevent the diversion of cannabis for narcotic use. It has been proposed in the report of the committee that the scientists from the agriculture and horticulture universities can be roped in to ensure that seeds with less than 0.3% Delta-9 THC content were made available to the farmers who venture into this field. Difficulty in procuring such seeds with low narcotic content is a problem faced by farmers in Uttarakhand. Now, I have a question about this.
Sure.
They seem to be talking about hemp and cannabis at the same time. And they could separate those two, and the cannabis would be the very minor part of it.
Well, as I mentioned, they want the 0.3, so they're looking for the hemp and the things. And, they can buy them from other countries in order to import them to sell them to the farmers. Yeah. There is no denying that the use of cannabis for making hemp apparel, which constitutes a very high-ending clothing, can fetch very good returns, but the path is fraught with many challenges. Other beneficial uses of cannabis can be in sectors like food, textiles, paper, construction material, furniture, cosmetics, biofuels, and healthcare products. Apart from this, cannabidiol compounds have been found to be effective in treating ailments like cancer, epilepsy, and chronic pain.
No, they have medical use again?
Oh, Bill.
Wow. Sensitizing the community and creating awareness about the exact purposes and the legal aspects will in itself be a big challenge. Making available seeds with the help of scientific guidance and putting in place a strict control and regulation mechanism with a specialized staff are challenges admitted by the committee itself. Areas Himachal Pradesh, especially the Kulu Manali Valley, has gained notoriety for the cultivation and trafficking of cannabis, with the hash form here being considered amongst the best. The efforts of the police, who's the Narcotic Control Bureau, and other law enforcing agencies over the past 3 years have failed to yield the desired results, with villagers still undertaking illegal cultivation in inaccessible higher reaches for narcotic use.
In fact, Malana village in Kulu, considered to be the oldest democracy in the world, with the villagers claiming to be ancestors of Alexander, attracts hordes of youth in search of the famed Malana cream. Despite sustained fight against the illegal drug trade, especially in Kulu, Mandi, Chamba, and a few areas of Shima and Sirmar districts, the illegal drug trade continues to flourish. There we go.
People want what they want.
Yeah, exactly. And put the legal system. They put a legal system in. It is going to reduce, as we saw here in Canada. People go to stores, which does reduce the numbers that go to the illegal market.
Oh, definitely.
But they're talking about it as non-narcotic use, so non-recreational. They're just talking about business end of things, and
which 90% of what they were talking about is hemp, not THC cannabis.
Okay. All righty. Get the next story lined up, and this one comes to us from the Green Market Report. It says new study shows psilocybin effective in treating alcoholism.
Studies have consistently shown positive results for treating alcohol disorders with psychedelic drugs. Psychedelics are being considered for various mental health issues like drug-resistant depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. Now they are being studied for treating addictive behaviors like alcoholism.
2 recently published studies have shown that classic psychedelics such as LSD, psilocybin, and ayahuasca could be effective as a treatment for alcohol use disorder. Researchers at the University of Copenhagen and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism found that a single dose of psilocybin combined with the therapy was effective at reducing alcohol consumption in study participants. The first study, conducted at the Psychiatric Center of Copenhagen, Frederiksberg Hospital, University of Copenhagen, Denmark, has not been peer-reviewed, but the 10 adults included in the study reported rapid and sustained reductions in cravings for alcohol following their treatment. According to the article on Leafy, it says the open label single group study investigated single dose psilocybin therapy in 10 treatment seeking adults, which were 8 men and 2 women. Median age was 44, with severe AUD. The treatments involved 2 preparation sessions, a high dose psilocybin session, which is 25 milligrams, and 2 integration sessions.
Okay. The results demonstrated that alcohol consumption significantly decreased over the 12 weeks following psilocybin administration. Heavy drinking days were reduced by 37.5%, and drinks per day decreased by 3.4 units. The study concluded that a single 25 milligram psilocybin dose was safe and effective in reducing alcohol consumption in AUD patients. It went on to suggest that larger randomized placebo-controlled single-dose AUD trials were warranted.
Now, another study, it was conducted by researchers at the University of Southern Santa Catarina in Brazil and published in the journal Progress in Neuropharmacological, Psychopharmacological, and Biological Psychiatry. Researchers were aware that a single dose of psilocybin had been effective at curbing nicotine addictions. The researchers were also well versed in the use of LSD as well as psilocybin to treat addictive behaviors. This second study said that given that serotonergic psychedelics do not produce physical dependence or withdrawal symptoms with repeated use, they may be considered promising treatment options for managing drug use disorders.
The study found that 5-HT2A receptor activation may be effective in the pharmacotherapy of AUD. It is also determined that classic psychedelics have the potential to moderate neuroplasticity in the brain. Green Market Report has previously written that there are just 4 medications approved by the Food and Drug Administration for the treatment of AUD, which is disulfiram, acamprostate, oral naltrexone, and injectable naltrexone. One is very old, whose disulfiram was approved in 1951. Most are expensive. Injectable naltrexone costs $1,100 to $1,200 per monthly dose, and all have limited to moderate efficacy according to the study. Wow.
One of the first studies found out how psilocybin could treat alcoholism was in 2015, which was a proof of concept clinical trial that showed promising results. Another study by the Johns Hopkins University beginning in April 2021 looked at whether a single high 25 milligram oral dose of psilocybin would lead to reductions in depressive symptoms and the amount of drinking compared to placebo in patients with both major depression disorders and AUD. Even the co-founder of Alcohol Anonymous, Bill Wilson, promoted the use of LSD to treat alcoholism in the 1950s and early 1960s. He reportedly believed that LSD, by mimicking insanity, could help alcoholics achieve a central tenet of the 12-step program proposed by AA. It was a matter of finding a power greater than ourselves that could restore us to sanity, he says.
So he's saying by making yourself insane, you restore your sanity.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Now, does he suggest? And he suggests to use LSD to do that?
Me
No, isn't
personally,
that what he was suggesting? Was
yeah, he was
LSD? Yeah,
suggesting
yeah.
make yourself a little insane with LSD to make yourself sane again.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, saying release all the crap from yourself and you'll
Yeah.
be better,
That's right. Okay,
Just
so
a funny way to say it.
ever since we've had the bill bar, there's no no reason for medical
Yeah.
cannabis and all that. We've had these studies, and now let's go on to another one. And this is the last article of the day, and this comes to us from mensjournal.com, and it says marijuana users less likely to experience severe COVID infections, a study confirms.
I wonder if he believes in COVID.
I don't know.
A new study has potentially good news for cannabis users as we head into peak COVID season. People who use cannabis were found to be less likely to experience serious illness and even death. The study, which was conducted by Northwell Health in New York and published last week in the Cannabis and Cannabinoid Research Medical Journal, found that cannabis users had better outcomes and mortality compared with non-users. The researchers believe that the beneficial effects of the drug use may be attributed to its immune modulatory effects, which helps the body fight off infection and disease. Wow, a medical use.
Yeah. In coming up with the findings, the team analyzed COVID patient data from the National Inpatient Sample Database and then divided the patients into two groups based on cannabis use. A total of 322,214 patients were included in the study. This ain't no small study.
No,
with 2,603 being cannabis users. Users and non-users were then matched to adjust for factors such as age, race, gender, and other comorbidities. Cannabis users also tended to be younger and had a higher prevalence of tobacco use. Ooh. According to Forbes, 28.2% of cannabis users were found to have experienced serious infection compared to nearly double at 46.6% of non-users. The mortality rate was likewise just 2.8% for users and 5.1% for non-users, with intubation rates at 7.1% and 9.7% respectively. Cannabis users also had shorter hospital stays at 6.4 days compared to 7 days for non-users.
On initial analysis, cannabis users had significantly lower rates of severe COVID-19 infection, intubation, ARDS, acute respiratory failure, severe sepsis, and multi-organ failure, mortality, and shorter length of hospital stay, the study's authors write. After one-to-one matching, cannabis use was associated with lower rates of severe COVID-19 infection, intubation, ARDS, acute respiratory failure, severe sepsis, and multi-organ failure, mortality, and shorter length of hospital stay. This is not the first study that has linked cannabis use to COVID outcomes. In 2022, researchers at Oregon State University published a study that found certain cannabinoids, as in the naturally occurring biological compounds found in cannabis, prevented the virus from entering human cells. The cannabinoid acids, which are commonly found in hemp varietals of cannabis, had the ability to bind to the spike protein of the virus and neutralize it. Wow.
Oh. Yeah.
Neutralize it. That's basically stop it. Just stop it.
Yeah, better keep that as Schedule 1, Bill.
He probably doesn't believe in COVID.
Whether he believes it or not, the fact that it shows, in those studies what it's been able to do.
Like you said, we read 3 studies right after that, and all of them were talking about medical uses for cannabis or psychedelics.
Quality of life improvements.
And I've heard this for the couple years I've been doing this show. The same kind of studies coming out over and over again. Quality of life improves. Your mental outlook improves. It helps you with so many different things. To say there's no medical use for it is just a fool's words. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, anything else before we sign off?
Peace, everybody.
All right, from the legacy420.com news, that's the news report for today. We hope you find it educational and informative, because even we do when we read them.
Every single time.
Yeah. Thank you to legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as addies.ca, and to our viewers. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
We need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
Exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day. Welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself. Oh, you reverse sides on me. And my awesome co-host, Rep Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, June 18th, 2024 on paceradio.net. And we stream everywhere. How you doing, Cindy?
Well, I just want to state that my prediction was 100% bang on. Our guests have arrived and they are in the waiting room, waiting for us to bring them on here in a minute.
Wait, one of them was a surprise. I only said Anki in the ad.
Well, you could have just let it slip. Nobody would have picked up on it.
Oh. Does that mean I pointed it out? How you doing today on June 18th, 2024?
I am doing pretty well here on the East Coast. We have a heat wave just starting today. It's not going to be that bad today, but tomorrow we're about to get hit hard.
Nice. I like when it's warm. I really dug being in Mexico where it was warm all the time when I was there. Well, other than when it would, it'd still be a warm rain, but
yeah, well, I'll find out in September.
Yes, post lots of pictures.
Oh, I will.
Do lots of little video snippets. We can stitch them together and do a whole podcast on how cool it is down there. We're doing your facilitators program.
Yeah. I'm going to a little spot called Tepoztlan, and the retreat is called Tendava. I'm pretty excited. It'll be my first visit to Mexico.
And our friend Gareth Moxie was there. Is he still there? He was there last week.
He is there. Yeah, he's there for 2 weeks. So he's down there. He took the course that I took. He's actually the person that suggested it to me and brought it to my attention. And he was down there doing extra work. working, kind of as an apprentice to learn how they do things their way. So that's a step that I hope to take sometime in early 2025.
That's awesome.
It is. It's pretty amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, I do have a little bit of sad news, both, for us and for our guests. One of our podcast people that we had on here and interviewed, and one of our first ones, actually.
One of our first guests, yes.
Yes, J. Greg Walter, who wrote the book Woodstock and was at Woodstock, and was an amazing piano player, and we're honored that I'm honored I got to be able to call him a friend, and there we go. Yes, that's his book. And he just passed away over the weekend here, and we'd like to send our condolences to family and friends. It's going to be a big loss for a lot of people. And that man lived a wicked, beautiful, inspiring life.
He sure did.
He really did. And yeah. Love you, brother.
Yeah. I was very honored to have met him when I was out visiting you one time. And, I received my own copy of this book autographed to me in here on one of these pages. It actually says to Cindy. So,
that's awesome. Yeah,
it'll be something I keep and cherish. I'm also lucky enough to have one of his CDs, one of his last CDs, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he recorded it in Caslow, BC, at the St. Andrew's United Church.
Wow. Yeah, I chatted with him a couple of weeks ago, and he was going to come down and do some playing down here, and wanted to get lined up for a few gigs, and was prepping to work right until he decided to go home. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
We should all be so.
Yeah. Good life. So we are definitely thinking of J. Greg. Honestly, his children lost him on Father's Day, and that's definitely a hard one. So sending out all kinds of love to them. We are both part of a memorial group for Greg, which has actually been pretty amazing to see his life celebrated in so many ways by so many people.
Oh, the posts that are happening and the pictures that are happening, it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of love flowing there.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. Wow. So today we have something a little more uplifting.
Yes.
And we've had them on before. We've had them both individually. Have we had them both on together already? It's escaping me.
I don't think so. I think this is the first time we've had them on together.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
Or maybe not. I think maybe there was one other time we did have them on together.
Oh, man, that means I'm smoking too much pot. I can't remember.
We have had both of our guests on a couple of times individually. Two people that we both absolutely adore and admire, and very blessed to have in our lives. They live close to Steve, and I say every time he says that I'm going out to visit them, I'm sitting there going, wish I had one of these travel machines that could just zap me out to BC so I could go with you. Yeah.
And it was one of their birthday just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So should we bring him in?
We should. You want to introduce them?
Ladies and gentlemen, and any other name you want to call yourself, please welcome to the podcast, Anki and Miriam. Good day.
Hello. Hola.
Hi.
Wow. I'm showing up later for a hug. Still, I didn't make it out, and my apologies.
We wait you
give them each two, so there's one from me too.
Okay. 4 hugs a day. Oh, that's
How are you,
awesome.
brother and sister?
How you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome back to Canada, Miriam.
Thank
you. Oh, it was so beautiful to watch your adventures, while you were traveling in Mexico and doing everything you did. It was just the celebration that you went to when you took a few people down was absolutely beautiful. It was so gorgeous.
Yes, you must go.
Oh, I will. I will. Yeah.
You both
Yeah.
must go.
So beautiful. Was beautiful, beautiful.
I go down. I don't know if you guys heard, but I go down. The course that I'm taking has a 2-week practicum and then graduation. And we're in the retreat's called Tendava, and I'm in a little spot called Tepoztlan.
Tepoztlan.
Yeah,
Yes,
just south of Mexico. So I'm pretty
Mexico
excited. It'll
State.
be my first trip to Mexico.
And do you like it?
Well, I'll find out in September. The course is
it's
amazing.
in September.
Yeah.
Yes, you will like it. It's
Yes,
beautiful.
I'm sure I will.
I'm sure you will love it, sister. Don't forget to go to some temazcales over there.
I will try to go everywhere I can.
So
That's what I tried to
temazcal.
do while I was down there. Wow.
You were there, brother, doing temazcal?
No, actually, you know what? When I was down, it was COVID, and they had most of them closed.
Yeah, yeah.
Which was a bummer,
sadly.
because I did a lot of ceremony stuff down there, and we wanted to do them, and it was like, oh, sorry, nope, sorry, nope. So, but it gives me something to look forward to next time I'm down there.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, big medicine, brother. We highly recommend you.
Wow.
Go to Temazcalito. Talking about Temazcalito, we're gonna open this beautiful space with a little bit of Copali. Also sending Copali to Greg. A lot of love to Greg to open the space to this beautiful podcast. And we really appreciate the invitation, brother and sister. We will use some white Copali from Mexico, and we invite all the ones that are seeing this beautiful podcast to bring your intention to start your day. What is your intention for your day? And invite you to create sacred space every time. Every time that you remember, you are able to do a sacred space, to raise a prayer, to bring the vibration that is going to create the manifestation. So we send this beautiful Copali for the podcast, for Greg, and for the heart of all the ones that see, and for the heart of all the sentiment beings on this planet and all the cosmos, all the galaxy. Tlasukamati.
Gracias.
So to start, I want to do a little poem in Nahuatl that I dedicate to my love Miriam. And it's a short poem, ancient poem for all of us and for you, mi amor. Shikiye winsochi, shikiye wimpano yolo, pampanimis tlasontla, pampanimis tlasontla, shikinuchi. No yolo, sikie winsochi, sikie winpano yolo, pampani misla sontla. Pampani misla sontla, chikinu, chino yolo. Tlasukamati.
That's beautiful.
Gracias.
Con amor, mi amor.
And the meaning?
Is keep that flower Keep it in your heart. Keep it in your heart. 1 second. I almost got it. Let me tell you the correct, exact translation, brothers and sisters. So is keep that flower, keep it in your heart, because I love you with all my heart.
No.
So in Spanish it's guarda esa flor, guárdala en tu corazón, porque yo te amo con todo mi corazón.
It's
So
beautiful.
what was when you were singing it? What language is that?
Nahuatl is the ancient language from the Anahuac. The Anahuac is when we used to be one only civilization from North America to Nicaragua, Nican Anahuac. So end of the Anahuac. The Nahuatl is the base of most of the indigenous language of Mexico, except for the Comcac, the Quiquitom. That is the language of the people that Miriam is connected with in Sonora, and that she organized the camping for the people around the world to go and visit them and go and learn from the chantings, from the language, from the tribe, and from the territory. It's the same territory where the Bufo alvarius toad lives, in Sonora.
Yes. Wow.
Nice.
It was beautiful.
So what are the chances that Miriam might have a chant in the Comcac one that she might be able to bless us with in this
Yapokashimaya kalitiniti kolitaya Yapokashimaya kalitiniti kolitaya Kalima kwayong yapokenu kapitan Yapokashimaya kalitiniti kolitaya Yapokashimaya kalitiniti kolitaya Kalima kwayong yapokenu kapitan Yapokashimaya kalitiniti kolitaya Yapokashimaya kalitiniti kolitaya Kalima kwayong yapokenu kapitan.
Wow.
Wow, that was awesome.
That one is also talking about the flowers, like if all of us, we are different flowers, so just to allow to be ourselves and to blossom and to be the beautiful essence that each one of us we are.
Wow.
Thank you. That was awesome, and I'm pretty darn sure that there's a few people that are going to really enjoy being treated to that. I'm one of them, just so you know. That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Tlazocamati in Nahuatl, thank you, and in Quiquitom,
Ajatipi.
Ajatipi.
Maybe I will learn some other languages one day.
Ajatipi is easy. Ajatipi.
Ajatipi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Where do we go from here now?
I don't know. That one kind of got me a little emotional, so I'm sitting here just kind of going, whoa.
Yeah, that was a great way to start, but I have no idea where we segue to now. Let's see. How about let's bring up the Mexico Sagrado page that you have going, and which is Sacred Mexico, and you bring up things from Mexico to help the people down there in the tribes and the villages. I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, hermano. So in Sacred Mexico, basically, we have to improve that webpage. We need to do some adjustments. Sacred Mexico, our main objective is to support our indigenous people in Mexico, and now we want to transform in the future Sacred Mexico into Sacred Anahuac to be able to support our indigenous people also in North America, Central America, and South America with sharing their art, sharing their crafts, sharing the tradition, sharing what is their message, what is their needs, what is the prayer behind each piece of art that they do, because this is not only a piece of jewelry, it's a piece of sacred art. It's amulets of protections that will accompany you in your life, in your ceremony, and that carry a prayer from the wisdom keepers and the medicine keepers, that now they are sharing the message, they are sharing the medicines, they are sharing the knowledge with all of us to remember that we are one. So the main objective is to help them bring in their art around the world. Once the people see their art, we share what is the message, what is behind that art, what is the deep spirit of the art. The people get interested in to know more. So that's when Sacred Journey goes in action. We help the people to be able to go with the indigenous communities to their sacred lands to keep the support, to keep the connection, and keep this expansion. So basically, it's a connection between Sacred Mexico and Sacred Journey. Sacred Mexico with the art, the craft, the instrument, and the ceremonial items, and Sacred Journey with the retreats to the sacred lands with these sacred people, with their brothers and sisters from the First Nations of Mexico.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Wow.
And with that, we are also receiving a big amount of healing, big amount of sharing of knowledge. That's how we can keep improving also our service in ceremony, because the teachings that these brothers and sisters gave to us. So we are doing this union between the eagle, the condor, and the quetzal, becoming one again.
Okay, for people that don't know the difference in the eagle, the condor, and the
quetzal.
Quetzal?
Quetzal.
Quetzal.
Quetzal, like Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, okay.
So it's Quetzal. So it's the three sacred birds that are representing the nations of the Anahuac. Well, the parts of the Anahuac that gets divided. So basically, the eagle is North America. The Quetzal is Central America. We're talking about Mexico, part of Guatemala, and then we go to the condor that is in the Andes, that is more down south. So the prophecy says that these three birds, they are going to fly together back again when all the knowledge and all the tradition goes together again. These traditions and this knowledge get separated even before the European coming. So basically, it's part of an ancient prophecy, and it's also part of prophecies from the north and the south. They call it the Rainbow Nation. There's the four nations on the medicine wheel. That is the Black Nation, the Yellow Nation, the White Nation, and the Red Nation. That four nations receive different gifts, different knowledges. For example, the Red Nation, that is us here in America, we receive the knowledge of connection with the spirits. We receive the knowledge of connect in this astral way and bring medicine from there. The people, the white people from Europe, from the Europe continent, they receive different technologies that helps improve and advance. The yellow people, Asian people, they receive technologies of the body, yoga, acupuncture, Ayurveda, techniques for the technology of the body. The African people, the Black Nation, they receive the knowledge of the dance, the knowledge of the magic through the dance, the knowledge of the flow with Mother Earth through the rhythms, another big technology. The prophecy says that when the world becomes so little, that 4 nations will become one only nation, that is the Rainbow Nation. Same prophecy, same root of knowledge, that the knowledge that was divided is going to become one back again. And look what is happening. All mestizo people are doing this intermediate bridge between the eagle, the condor, the quetzal, between the 4 nations. We are making it because we are all one, and there's no division. There's no blood that divide us. There's no lineage that divide us. We are the Great Spirit and the Great Mother, the manifestation of the Great Spirit and the Great Mother. Great Mother is our body, all the construction of our elements, and the Great Father, the Great Spirit, is our spirit, the supra-conscious, that we are all. We are all the same body, we are all the same conscious, we are all the same spirit.
And also is to learn how to integrate all these things in ourselves, like within us. For example, how balance is our mind, our emotions, our body, our way to express it. So everything, also all the knowledge that we are having now the opportunity to go is to become within us, like to integrate within us, because everything is inside.
Yes.
So it's a very beautiful reflection just to see how is the way that we think, that we know our emotions, that we know how to hold our own space for all this process all the time, because it's a eternal dance. So sometimes we are more, and also with the elements, the water, the fire, the air, and the earth always are teaching us. Like, and we can go in a very deep way in that sense. For example, the earth, that is our body, and that is the material world. We have to work a lot now, I think, nowadays, in that element, because it has to be how we get the connection with the material, how we get, for example, the money, and in which things we are expending that energy, because it's not also the way that you receive it, it's the way that you give it as well. What we are consuming, that things are for our better good, or we are just like spending in bullshit. How we share our material body, for example, and then we can go deep in the sexuality, for example, how we look ourselves in our body, the relation with the others. So it's beautiful because we can go very deep through ceremonies to connect deep with all the elements and the different wisdoms around the world.
Wow.
Yes,
we understand.
I've been honored enough to actually experience some of that with you and through you guys. Yes.
Yeah.
It's oh, are we up at that time already?
We're pretty close, yeah.
Okay, so we'll take our break now. It's break time, so time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment, CBG or paceradio.net.
We'll be
right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? you don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call.
Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back, streaming to you live at paceradio.net and everywhere.
And everywhere. We caught them off guard.
Yeah, that's okay. Kind of caught me off guard too. There we go.
We're back.
Hey, what are the chances you might have a couple of pieces of the art that you can show some people?
On a sculpture.
I will show you this. This is a really special jaguar because it's like a reptile jaguar.
Beautiful.
Look the eyes.
Eh?
Wow.
Wow. So it's a history that they are telling in all this piece of art. Basically, let me take order.
That's beautiful, yeah.
So basically, they have a meaning from the peregrination that they do to the peyote, to the hickory, and they have different elements of their peregrination. They all have always the Nierica star that is also representing the hickory and the connection with the Great Spirit, the gift of see, but see more than your eyes let you see. We have the sun, we have the corn that is offerings, we have the blue deer. So basically, it's telling the history of their peregrination. We have here the two-head eagle that is one of the sacred spirits that they saw during the visions. We have here the corn that is the offering and is also what brings us life. Another peyote with the Nierica, the gift of sea. So basically, it's a big prayer what they are doing, and they are also representing their connection with the hikuri. The legend says that the Wixárika community, the Huichol community, were having troubles finding the food. So they were needing food to give to their population. And the elders, the Maracames, sent 3 hunters to find this food. They start seeing a deer, a blue deer in Nayarit, and they tried to hunt it. They couldn't hunt it, and they were following the deer for 3 days. In the 3rd day, when they were in Wirikuta, the deer stops. And where the deer stops, they see that they were the hickory, the cactus of the peyote, the sacred cactus of the peyote. So they take the medicine and they bring it to their people. The elders give to all the people, all the Wixárika population, and they never suffer from hunger again. They become the guardians of the peyote. In the Native American church, the legend says that it was a woman that found the hickory in the desert, and the hickory talks to her and told her to eat it. When she eat it, she saw the visions, she received the message, and she bring it to the community. That's how the Native American church says that it's the. That's what I know. What I say is only what I know, but I don't have the absolute truth. So I invite you all also to investigate and take what is good for you and don't take what is not good for you. I only said what with a humble heart what I know, but I could be wrong also.
And actually, we are very honored because next weekend on Sunday we are going to receive here a Maracame, so to share the peyote medicine. So he will tell us more about all the history of the hickory. So he's going to be here at the Ajatipi Sanctuary, and you are very welcome.
And this is a special invitation that we are doing in the podcast because we are only sending the invitation to the people that we know. But for this podcast and for the people that are listening, that's how the medicines found us. So if you are interested, you can contact Steve or Cindy, or you can contact us directly. There in Sacred Mexico webpage, there is our mail. You can contact us, and we will be happy to share this beautiful space for the Maracame come from Mexico. When I say Maracame, I refer a Huichol shaman. And when I say Huitrarica, I'm referring to the Huicholes because they like to be Huitrarica. That's the real name. That's the real way of calling Huitrarica.
And when we say hickory, we are talking about the
Peyote.
peyote. The secret name is hickory.
Hickory.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, golly gosh, don't I wish I could get to Vancouver before Sunday.
Yes.
So no worries, sister. This is the first one of many ones. We're opening this beautiful ceremonial space for other healers, other medicine practitioners. Don Ramiro is the one that is going to bring this medicine this time. We're also having on August 17 Flavio Santi that is going to bring the Shuar and Quechua tradition of the ayahuasca, liquid tobacco, and Guayusa medicine. It will be also a beautiful ceremony where we are going to open the space for him to bring all the ceremony. So the idea of the Ajatipi Sanctuary is also to open the doors to other healers, to other medicine practitioners, that they can do their practices, their ceremonies here. We have the place completely adapted, and it's a beautiful sacred space for good healing.
It is. I had the honor of being there last April when it was an absolutely beautiful spot.
Yes, it was beautiful ceremonies.
Yes.
In fact, you were the one leading that beautiful ceremony, sister, and I'm still so happy for the sessions that we had. Thank you for bringing your medicine, and thank you for bringing your magic.
Oh, my pleasure. But I only did it with support of friends, because there's no way that I could have. It was my first time, to be honest. You know, as we're sitting here talking, that was the first working with that gentleman was my first ceremony. You know, and doing all that, and it was absolutely spectacular. And I thank you for your beautiful sound healing during his ceremony. It was fantastic.
With love, sister. With love. Your chanting was also fantastic. You have a beautiful vibration over there. Medicine inside.
Thank you.
Thank you, sister. And we're looking forward to see you here soon.
Oh, I will be back.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Anki, can you grab that leopard head, the panther,
the jaguar,
the jaguar, and bring it close again? Because I don't know if people can tell, but that's actually beads. That's a fully beaded thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tiny little beads.
Now you'll see that it's the tiny little beads in there. Perfect. Thank you. Because it just, when you first look at it, it's just so beautiful and overwhelming that, you know, in the camera, they may not have realized that that's actually beaded work.
Yeah. It looks like a painting.
Yeah.
Let me show you other of their art that they do It's really amazing. They have 3 different kinds of art.
What are the earrings you're wearing?
They match your shirt.
Which ones? This one?
The earrings.
Miriam's earrings match Steve's shirt.
Ah, yes. I made these ones.
Those are beautiful.
Yeah.
Inspired, of course, in the with Radicas.
Wow.
So this is the bead art, but like the jewelry, they are the only ones to do sculptures, full sculptures, and they also do this beautiful art that is cross looming. Look these details.
Wow. Oh yeah, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
So with these kind of bags, they do their peregrination to go for the hikuri, and this is a medicine bag. So basically, they do it by hand. This is also a beautiful prayer of the Wixárika.
They took 3 months to do
that one.
That bag.
Wow.
Yes.
It's gorgeous.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful, the art that we have in the whole planet.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah. So we talked briefly when you guys first came on. Miriam was down in Mexico and she ran this beautiful retreat where she took everybody out to this beautiful weekend of medicine and music, and the pictures were something else. And you're planning on doing more of those in the future, correct?
Yes, sure. The next one is on November. Will be always on November and March. And we are planning to do both retreats will be at the desert. So one will be in Sonora, and the other one we are planning to do the pilgrim with the Wixárika people.
To Wirikuta.
So to have like these different medicines and these different communities and options that are truly very healing space, and you reconnect with the whole planet. It's so beautiful. Even every time that I am in Sonora, even if I don't take any medicine, I am just feeling all the medicine of the territory, the chants, the community. So it's a great opportunity to come with us and to share with all their vibration and way of being, like just to be there and feel their love, their joy. Is beautiful.
And tradition. You get a lot of the tradition. You get a lot of the ancestry that's been carried over, the honoring of ancestry that's been carried along, the honoring of the
And that is for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
It's all our ancestry from all of us. So when we connect with these wisdom keepers, these tradition keepers, these medicine keepers in the territory, we understand where does they bring this deep connection, where does they bring this deep wisdom that is being in the territory and not being distracted by the noise of the life that we create, of the system that we create. So it's beautiful to go there and remember with them, because they are keeping the traditional way of living, not only of do ceremony, not only of the traditional way of connect with Mother Earth. We forget to hug a tree. Yeah. We all say, oh, it's amazing to hug a tree, it's medicine, but how many of the ones that we are saying that we do it actually, and we really have a connection with nature? So that's what we are going there, to have 1 week out of this system that distracts us, to be there and remember. Then you can bring it into your daily life here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because to go there you have to snip the ties to here, and now it's like turn off the phone. You got no reason for it. Put it away. Put it in the back, and let's come down here and just enjoy the now. That's what that is about, is enjoying the now.
Yeah.
Yes, for me it's like a dose of inspiration. Like there I recharge myself, I remember, and it's like getting inspired one more time. Because sometimes I think that happened that to all of us, that we are like in cities and all of that. Sometimes we go to the daily life and start forgetting our priorities, and to take care about ourselves and the others and the everything.
Yeah, the brain starts to get distracted and go through the I need to, and we've lied to ourselves. A lot of them are I want to's, not I need to's. And a lot of them are other programs of you need to's. And we just picked them up when the reality is we don't need to. And what we actually need to do is take that time to be and to exist and to honor what this beautiful existence really is. You know, it's a miracle to be here at any time. And, you know, my reality, it's a real miracle to be there in this particular time. There's so much energy shift and flow, and some of the darkest darks are being put in our faces, and some of the brightest lights are just right there waiting for us to, you know, just embrace. So yeah, it's a pretty miraculous time we're in right now. It's funny because science is kind of coming in and meeting spirituality, and they're both kind of growing together and intermeshing rather than doing this, which is what they
that's the science. It's the knowledge from the white nation is coming back together.
Yes.
Back in one.
Yes, and it's just a matter of translating the languages so they do this instead of one language speaking and the other one not hearing and the other language speaking and that one not hearing. Now it's like, oh, they're both starting to listen and intertwine, and it makes sense of our reality more so when they intertwine nicely.
Yes, and for example, I was hearing a Taita from South America, and he said, for the science, for example, we have our DNA, and and we say that it's the same, but we call it ancestors. But it's the same. We have the memory. We have all inside of us. We can call it DNA, or we can call it ancestors. But there is the memory.
It's just semantics on words, but the fact of the matter is it's still the same thing. And, it's nice that now that exactly is happening. The languages are crossing over, and you know, myself, I come from a place of science on it, and I'm understanding or learning the aspect of, you know, because with science you can look at history. Well, if you look at history, well, then you got to look at tradition, and if you look at tradition, it comes into spiritual. And you know, we're taught spiritual means one thing, when in actuality all it really means are you living from spirit, or are you living from brain? And spirit runs heart. You know, put your heart
and
forward.
all of us, we are spiritual beings. Like sometimes there is a confusion, like, oh, he's a spiritual or she's not spiritual. All of us, we are spiritual beings in this body.
Yes, it's funny because I know people that deny spirit, and I watch them struggle. And you know, it's you're fighting yourself because you're saying, I'm not. There is no. You're fighting yourself because your spirit knows otherwise. You've created your own cognitive dissonance to keep rattling until you finally accept that your spirit having a human experience.
And yes, not because you don't see it, it's not there. It's like saying I don't have cells because I don't see the cells. All of us, we know that we have atoms and cells, and so it's the same with the spirit. We know when someone transcends that their spirit is going to other side. Where? We don't know, but you notice that in the body, it's living, the material.
Wow. I can't wait for hugs later. Wow.
So you can also check the web page for the Sacred Journey. That is sacredjourney.mx.
There is a message that came in for you.
Oh, Lisa, I love you.
Saludos, Lisa.
My angel. I always say that she's my angel.
Yeah, I have to say she's one of my angels too. You know,
right?
meeting her changed my pathway of of healing for the absolute better.
He connect us, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, she introduced the two of you, didn't she? Yeah.
She's a very, very dear friend. Yes. Thanks for hanging, Lisa.
Yes. We
I'm
love
bummed
you.
out you didn't say hi to me. You said it in Spanish. There's no English there for hi, Steve. That's funny.
And then she did get to you, Steve. There you go. That came in as you were saying that, so that one I believe was meant for you.
Oh, awesome. Oh, she can't wait to meet you, Anki.
Me too, Lisa. Can't wait to re-meet each other again. I'm sure that we know from spirit.
So what all of you guys got happening in the near future other than next Sunday?
After the next Sunday?
Other than
next Sunday? Well, we have our traditional Saturday cacao mushroom ceremony. That one we do it every 2 Saturdays. We are gonna be informing into the Sacred Mexico and in our groups. But basically the ceremony is every 15 days and we do a cacao at 2 to 2. We start the cacao, the offerings to the earth, we open the space, we do a circle of hape, we share the cacao medicine, history, tradition, uses, the ancient ceremony of the cacao and the difference between the ceremonial circle of cacao and the real ceremony of cacao that is in the cacao tal, in the place where the cacao grow. After we finish cacao ceremony, we do some healing, we do some chanting, some sharing. We finish that and we start the Teonanacatl, so sacred mushroom ceremony. That is from 7 to 1 a.m. We stay in the house. That's the plan that we have, because sometimes the ceremony goes longer until 4, 5 a.m. And then we don't have time to go to the sweat lodge because we are organizing after the ceremony on Sunday, 8 a.m. sweat lodge. So it's every 15 days. The next one is going to be after the Maracame session. And we have it every 15 days. And also for the people.
And you can join in this ceremony. You can join because there's people that only want cacao or only mushroom or the better is to do both, but there's people that maybe wants to introduce for the first time with a group, so they feel more comfortable just doing cacao and start knowing the tribe here, and for the next ones to go deeper with the mushroom. So yes, just to let you know that is like optional. We are flexible with that you can stay in one or the whole ceremony. And also, always we are open to share the bufo medicine. That is individual session, so that's why we don't have like certain dates. It depends on the people where can we arrange their ceremony, because it's very beautiful, it's private, it's individual. We put the fire as well. We do a really good container, beautiful container for the people to go very deep with the otak medicine or bufo medicine.
Wow, I've got to say I have sat with Miriam for bufo, and man, what I could tell you about what Miriam can do. I thought I was coming back after so long, and she starts chanting and says, "Oh no, you're not done. Go away." And she sends me back out. Sitting with Anki was just as powerful and amazing. Watching Anki serve Steve blew my mind. He was working with the didgeridoo, and he was taking what he needed to take from Steve, and he was throwing it on the fire. And in the fire, there was nothing to burn. There was a few embers. There was no tissues. There was no wood left. And when he threw what Steve needed to let go of in the fire, it just caught, and the flames would come out of nowhere. to show up there in November and or the next time I show up and to sit with you both.
Yes.
Yes, I can't wait.
It's
Yeah,
gonna be beautiful and powerful.
amazing. Yeah.
I just got caught up in watching the podcast. Yeah. I have to say that well, my ceremonies have been life-changing. They've led me to finding my peace in the chaos, my calm in the chaos, and have brought me just immense levels of healing and quieting of a trauma-induced brain. Really, they've the ceremonies have taught me to observe, taught me how to just be, and more than anything, how to be okay with just being.
Surrender.
Yeah.
How to surrender.
It's okay to just be. You don't have to hang on. You don't have to try all the time. Trying gets tiring.
Try not trying to try.
Yeah. Try
not trying.
Try not trying to try.
Try not trying to try. That's the key.
And also, please let me know if some of the people that is hearing this podcast and need like some integration work, because I think that also there is a lot of medicine going nowadays to all the people, and it's beautiful, but it's also beautiful that the people can have their integration process and some accompany. And sometimes the facilitator doesn't do that work. So just to let you know that I am very open to accompany the different process of the people, and you can write me and we can do some therapy. I am psychologist. So also it's beautiful to let know the people that they are not alone in their process, and they can find a professional accompany for their process.
Yes, and integration it's a very, very under talked about, but I'd say one of the most important parts of doing a lot of this psychedelic therapy is integrating it afterwards. You have to be able to get it into your regular life, hold on to those lessons, continue to learn from those lessons, and make the changes that you're learning to make. And having somebody there that can help you through it, especially somebody like Miriam, who's not only a psychologist, she also offers the medicine. So she is she knows the psychedelics as well as the psychology. I think that's a fantastic idea. Yeah.
Yes.
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
I got nothing.
It's we think like integration in ceremony is the main part of the healing, because if not only become an experience, we need to incarnate, we need to become the teachings that we receive and do it in the daily life. It's like a surgery in the spirit, in the mind. When you have a surgery in your body and you don't take care of the surgery, it can be worse. So the surgery is actually the 20% of the healing. The 80% of the healing is the care that you take after the surgery. The same in ceremony. You are doing a surgery, a spiritual surgery, and the care that you take in the integration is how good that process will be. And the way to do the integration, it's incarnate the wisdom, incarnate the teachings, and ask the support when you need it, because sometimes we think that we can integrate by ourselves. It's important also to know that we have a community that we can hold space and that we can support on.
Absolutely. Communities is again, I mean, as with integration being such a large part, communities kind of hand in hand with that. Yeah.
I'm going to throw a little weird thing on.
What's that, Steve?
I'm going to throw a little weird thing on it, because I'm currently doing physio and kinesiology to repair for a motorcycle accident I had. And I'm learning a bunch of the things that I can't do myself. And to heal, I have to integrate all of the small little exercises that they give me to do. And I have to practice them in my daily life if I want to heal. That's a physical analogy of if we have the spiritual medicine and we get, you know, the lessons and how we need to go about changing to heal ourselves, then we need to practice that every day. And it's not about hammering it down. That's the one thing that I got shit for at physio all the time, trying to hammer it down and get it done. No, it's about one step at a time, slowly integrating, slowly doing it and practicing it till it just becomes a part.
Exactly.
That's right.
To make our life a beautiful ritual.
Yes.
Since we wake up.
Yeah, because we can either wake up and be grumpy and go, I need a coffee, blah, 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 and watch the news, or we can get up and we can breathe and give blessings and say, man, I'm thankful to be alive and putting my feet on the ground today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It takes 2 minutes, but make the difference.
Yes.
Yeah. And it makes a lifetime of difference.
Mm-hmm. Some friend that is psychology as well, she recommends, for example, to not see the cell phone 2 hours after we wake up and 2 hours before we go to sleep. And that's difficult.
It is.
But it's true. We are so attached now of this thing and all the things that we can see here that maybe not 2 hours, but if we do that half an hour, it's a huge
and there's science behind it because of frequencies that happen and the blue light, what it stimulates in our brain. There's a lot of science behind why we shouldn't do that. Mm-hmm. You know, it affects how our brain works. And if you want to calm the brain, going to the phone is not what you want to do.
Yep. Yes.
You're pointing at the time. Is it that time again?
It is, but I will ask our guests to stick around to chat for a few minutes after we're done on air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's that time again. Thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host, Reverend Cindy, with Anki and with Miriam from MexicoSagrado.org and MexicanJourney.
Sacred Journey.
Sacred Journey. .org as well?
.org o
No,
.mx?
.mx of Mexico.
SacredJourney.mx.
Yes.
Awesome.
Please.
And we'll see you next week for more exciting guests, healing information, and mushy moment fun. Much love.
Much love.
Aha tipi.
Aha tipi. Remember,
you're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0000. 420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
What time is it?
It is
17.
17.
Four
And time for number
17.
7.
Time for number 7.
Number
Number
7.
And the letter L.
Ooh.
L. Sounds like
L.
L. L.
Sounds a little bit.
It does, doesn't it? Eh?
If you got a Canadian Ontario accent.
A Canadian Ontario accent.
Yeah. You know the problem with the name is everybody writes, put all your information into Al.
Been working good for me.
Okay. Oops.
Got the plate?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right, because there is 7 this time. Yeah. There's no duplication.
None.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Moisture pack.
Yeah, that's cool.
Looks like
That's got to be the first one.
boost. Well, I don't know where this one came from.
Oh, that's mine. I
Oh.
found it in. Yeah, one mine. Yeah, one. I have.
Okay.
Okay. So
But this one's interesting. It's like a little sugar pack.
Yeah. Yeah.
What did they do with? I didn't do anything with it.
Oh, that looks interesting.
Oh. Oh, my package.
Instead of trying to package one of those square ones, you got to fold them in half. There's a chance they could break.
I believe that's number 1.
Yeah.
Yepper.
Okay, it's 4:19. Anybody got a minute?
No, I'm busy.
Can't like that yet, Bob.
Like not.
You got to taste the dry taste.
I don't know.
That might not get back to Wayne by 4:20.
It's now
4:20. That's 4:20.
Happy 420.
Cheers.
I hear all the alarms going off, phones vibrating everywhere.
Yeah.
Visual appeal.
4:20.
Quality of
Now,
roll.
Deb and I will be celebrating 4:20 at this moment because
7:20.
Selection of rolling paper.
7:10.
That'll
and
work, too.
7. It has to be 7:20 because next Saturday is Deb and my birthday. Both of us.
Selection of filter.
Hmm?
Selection of filter.
Yeah. We're both born on the same day, different year. Who do you think's older?
Number 4, yeah.
Rose's birthday is on the
Number
21st.
5 is the dry taste. The inhale.
Huh?
Alright, 6.
He's pointing at me.
And then we gotta wait for the rest.
You gotta wait for them.
Gotta wait till we smoke it, yeah.
All right. I'll let them go by me now. Ladies and
No, it's
gentlemen.
funny. The first time I heard Al say it, we went, oh, my birthday's on Thursday, and I went, so funny. So he came over because it was his birthday, and I said, oh, happy birthday. And then I said, guess what?
Bogarting.
I'm stuck in the dry stuff.
No, you're only sucking in air.
I think I got a taste. But he came over and I said it was my birthday cake. It was like, no way.
I'll leave this one out.
It hopped through pretty good.
I was just looking at the roll. Filter.
Nothing was better than my 50th birthday.
Is it?
We could barely drive home.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'll
We went to 5
let's just
places that
lead
day
the way.
in Toronto.
That's
Smoking all the way.
Fit
and
right in
having
there
people
with
meet
John.
us. And,
That's good.
oh my God.
That's really good, huh?
2 would have been enough.
Yep.
My 50th, we did 5 places in Toronto.
Yeah, vapor
And we
lounge.
said we'd never do that again. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you were there. That's right.
Yeah, that was a lot. I know I stepped out of Vapor Central and went outside for the air. Yeah, I couldn't even. But we had so many.
Alright.
I was double
There you go.
dipped in.
Fire it up.
Fire
Fire
up.
up. If anybody needs another, does anybody need another look?
And I looked at my daughter and said, I need to go outside.
Then me?
for a cigarette.
No, I didn't
She's
see
like,
anybody.
Okay, I'm coming with you. She came outside. She was like, holy shit, Mom.
Are you making her?
And she couldn't believe my one friend. It was like, how was that lady? But yeah, we had a lot of friends that were our age.
Yeah, that's nice. Just look at that. That's
They're not the
perfect.
night Jewish every time.
Burning
Liking that,
good.
Bob?
That's good.
Was it a sexy looking joint?
I'll let you know if I cough.
Yeah, when I do these, I do it in stoneware. Too, I just pour the butter in and let it melt and then move it around.
Oh yeah, I gotta try that one.
Dump the bags in.
Yeah.
Got a spatula.
All right.
Flip it around. So everything looks like it's covered.
Does it taste like it smells?
6?
Yeah.
Then throw
Tastes
in
like
the
it smell?
oven for like at 200 degrees, just enough to heat up the pan.
Yeah.
And let them unheat. And
Harsh to smooth.
zip up the bag.
They're the birds.
Yeah,
It makes us feel like we're in the jungle.
Every time we light the joint, they get closer.
Yeah.
Ash color.
Hmm?
Ash
Something
color.
does, right?
Instructor.
Not pleasant to pleasant. Overall enjoyment. Would you buy it?
This is the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last one.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. How do you sort this shit out? Or somebody else does?
I'll be doing that, Bob.
Oh, you don't want me to?
Huh?
You don't want me to sort this all out, neither?
I know exactly what it is.
You sure?
Yeah. Oh, don't do that. Have we ruined our day?
Oh, that'd be awful.
So, overall, there's some good things. And,
Good shit, isn't it?
What we thought overall.
That right there.
We get done,
It's really, most of it's all good stuff. Really excellent, yeah. What I'm used to.
There's actually some whiteness. Yeah. That's the closest to
a nice clean burn.
A white ash, gray ash. Yeah.
What the fuck do I care? I'm colorblind.
Good thing there's not color coded.
Yeah, I was changing my eyes at it there. And coming up for sale. There she beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, yeah.
And so does aroma translate to taste?
Turkey quesadilla. Oh, I really like that.
Smoking
Better than
experience.
chicken, even the steak. I like
We had
the
a
turkey.
crop once.
I had leftover turkey.
Ash color was much better than some of the other ones. Was it pleasant? I don't know. Maybe with those two numbers. Yeah. Okay. This is the last thing.
All right. So when are the winners announced on this, Sal?
Okay. All the judging has to be in by the end of summer.
Yeah.
For everybody who's buying kits and to get their samples.
So there's a couple months left. People can still do it.
And then they release the.
Yeah. Then they will announce the winners.
I guess it's all digitally done, so it's not like it takes time.
Well, I believe last year they did have some type of celebration, awards presentation.
Yeah.
Maybe this year it might be, opened up a little more, or I'm not exactly how it was done. But it'll be nice if they could still have some type of presentation.
Yeah.
Which isn't a festival, but it could be something that leads to that. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hey, good morning. You're live with the Three High Guys here on the 420 Pace Network. G'day, guys. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
I didn't realize how cut off that intro was. I'll have to put a little fade on it.
A little something, something.
A little something, something.
Something.
I thought it was funny. Al said, "Good day, guys," because it's hi, guys.
I know.
I think that was like 3 or 4 meetings. We're like, we got to make sure we say hi, guys.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I change things up a little bit every once in a while, I guess, maybe.
Yeah.
I accident. So today on the program, we've got, as normal, our motivational quote by MJ. Al's got his list. I've got some recipes, as well as we got some healthy habits and some news, as well as not only just regular news, but we got some sports news and we got some event and entertainment news as well, don't we?
You sure do.
And a reminder, anybody who's out there who's listening or watching us while we're live, feel free to get involved in the conversation.
Interact with us, please, because I love these guys, but sometimes they're
How Rude.
So yeah, comment away, and we'll add you to the conversation. That's for sure.
And you could, if you wanted to, you could even go as far as calling in on Skype at Lifestyle Radio, if anybody still uses Skype.
Yeah, really. Hey, it's been a long time.
I don't remember the last time I got a Skype call, and it just sits there on.
I actually did a Skype call probably twice now in the last 4 years, 5 years. I did one a few months ago. And one time I used it because I had to call the U.S. and my phone plan doesn't cover the U.S. So I just went on to Skype. It does.
Yep.
And I just made the call via Skype.
Most people don't realize that Skype, the system that is used, the audio call system that they use on Facebook is Skype in cloaked form.
Oh yeah, eh? Really?
Right? Yep. Well, Microsoft bought Skype, and then Skype has a contract, I guess, with Facebook or whatever. But it is Skype.
Skype. All righty.
They used to make that public information, but not anymore, of course.
Not anymore. No.
The more you know.
Yeah, the less they want you to know.
I remember you used to see, when back in the day with Facebook, you used to actually see what was going on with your posts and stuff.
Right.
And they're not the numbers that you see now.
Oh. I've got a live studio audience today. I'm joined by I'm joined by Garfield and Tessa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
The Tom and Jerry.
Say hi back.
I heard one little purr.
Yeah, a purr and a little woof.
Yeah.
Tessa likes to say hi.
Does she talk to you, Al?
Yeah, we have conversations.
Rosa and I as well.
Yeah, row. And then
Rosa will actually
right.
say, I love you and thank you, and when she comes in from her walk, she's like, thank you. That kind of thing.
We often hear, come on, let's go. It's time for my walk.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's still, we're just in the middle of cooking supper. It hasn't even, usually because it's after supper walk.
We don't walk around the neighborhood very much. She's not very nice to other animals.
Right.
She loves people. She's just not around animals enough to really care. And she just instantly she'll be like turns into Cujo, within 5 feet. Yep.
Yeah. Well, there's they are, as they say, part of the family, and
you know what? They've been around each other most of as long as you've had them. You got her. How old was Tessa when you got her?
Oh, she was 2 months.
Yeah, I remember when you got
10 weeks. Yeah,
and you've also got
Garfield was a stray. He was
and you've got another cat as well, right? You've got
yeah. We have 2 cats and a dog.
Odie is the other name, right?
Odie, Garfield and Odie. There used to be a cartoon back in the like 70s or 60s or something. I can't remember 70s, anyways. Because I
watched Garfield.
Did you? And okay, so the
It wasn't that long ago. Holy.
No, they've done a couple of real life movies as well since then.
Well, there was a show way back when I was young. I don't think it was like the Garfield that maybe you.
No, it was different. Well, like Gumby, it was around the same time as Gumby.
Yeah, Gumby and Pokey. Yeah.
Which I don't know if you know this. Gumby and Pokey was a Sunday morning show that they ran either before or after Davy and Goliath, which were Christian cartoons.
Oh, I watched David and Goliath too.
So did I. Every Sunday, it was the only thing on.
Yeah, I remember watching them. For sure. But
Garfield is quiet. You be quiet, Mary Jane.
I was just thinking mine was Sesame Street, so
ours as well, and the Electric Company.
Okay. Oh my God, I forgot about the electric.
HR Puffin stuff.
Yep, Captain Kangaroo.
Yeah.
Rocket Ship 7.
Yeah,
That's got to be
Commander
Canadian.
Tom.
That's
Commander
got to
Tom.
be Canadian TV.
No,
Nope,
actually, Rocket Ship 7. The big morning shows were coming from WKRB in not WKRB, WKBW in Buffalo, New York, and we got their signal. So there was a lot of Canadian content on there, and we had Mr. Rogers at first and Mr. Dressup, and then Mr. Rogers went down to PBS in the States, and Mr. Dressup stayed here.
He lived in Grafton.
Yeah,
What's that?
He lived in the Grafton area.
That's, you know what, I had several interactions with Ernie Combs throughout my lifestyle because my parents would take us to his viewings.
Oh yeah.
And he was, back then he was very personal. There's only 30 or 40 kids there, the first few years, and then wow. Like that was the start of fandom. There were lineups just waiting to say hello to Mr. Dressup and Finnegan and Casey.
Finnegan, Casey. Oh yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I get Commander.
And what was her name on I watched the documentary about Mr. Dressup a few months ago. It came out. It is out there, and it was very, very well done. And they even had the lady that played what was her name? The Queen. I can't.
I was
remember.
like 3. I can't.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Yeah,
I think she's the only one that's still alive.
Maybe a listener knows. If you know a listener, send us a message or watch it.
Yeah.
I'm so used to radio, and can't you tell?
I'm curious as to since we're talking about like morning cartoons and things that we used to watch when we were young. You guys are talking about like a certain age range. I'm wondering what everybody, right? Like I'm wondering who else would be in my age range, or like what are the shows that other people
Ninja
watch?
Turtles and Power Rangers.
Yeah, like was it? I watched Polka Dot Dora, Sesame Street.
Yeah, well, you were at the later end of it. Yeah.
Yeah. You were watching the same stuff my son was watching.
Yeah. But then if you
Just
go even
newer-
further, you
newer.
get into like Backyardigans and
Yep.
things like Paw Patrol. Hopefully you're not watching Paw Patrol because that means
there
you're
were-
little right now.
There were so many.
grandchildren that have.
Mhm.
I Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, Tom and Jerry.
Yes.
Those are the
those,
last.
and then it went into Garfield, and then you got then you had
the cartoon
Spider-Man.
version of Batman.
Spider-Man, Batman. Yeah,
Spider-Man.
well, although Batman was
wham, kaboom.
that was done like a cartoon, but it was a live action cartoon, I guess you would call it. That's
That
our
was
Batman.
that was campy TV.
That's campy TV. Yeah, but that's our Batman. Like your generation, your Batman is Michael Keaton.
Yes and no. I like the campiness of the original television show.
Adam West and I can't remember Robin's name at the moment. It just Dick
Exactly
Ward.
because he's Robin.
Dick Ward. He's still alive, where Adam is not. Right.
Yeah.
But they made a lifetime and a career out of that, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Well, there was a big following, right? A lot of kids watch those shows, and here we are, basically almost 60 years later, reminiscing.
Well, you know what?
They were good shows.
I don't know if you guys have seen the Flash movie, but the Flash movie, there's a lot of old cartoon characters that they brought back. Not even cartoon, just old characters. Like they inserted Christopher Reeves as Superman. They brought back pretty much all the Batmans. Even George Clooney had a cameo at the end.
Yeah.
But he claims that he broke that franchise. I think if it was Val Kilmer, I didn't like Val Kilmer's Batman.
Okay,
I like
so
Michael Keaton, and Michael Keaton was in The Flash as well. They brought him back, and you know.
I feel like I'm going to empower a little bit of Timmy's wisdom here.
Well, we need some
because
Timmy
Batman-
wisdom in this.
The
Yes.
Batman, number one, Michael Keaton. Beyond any doubt, it's got to be Michael
Batman.
Keaton.
He's the
Followed
one
by
that
probably
coined-
Adam West.
Yeah.
You know, the original Batman. Okay, George Clooney didn't really do that bad of a job because the script was shit. The movie was shit. If it was a better
It was
script and
right
whatever, he would have
after
done better.
his version was right after the Michael Keaton version. I think
No, I think Val Kilmer's
was it Val Kilmer first?
But either way, Val Kilmer's got to be at the bottom. Sorry.
I like Val Kilmer. He's an amazing
He's
actor.
great,
He's
but
had
as
an amazing
Batman-
career, but he was not Batman. And
Even
I'm
Robert
not a big
Pattinson
fan.
did a better job. That vampire.
I'm not a
guy.
big fan of Christian Bale's Batman as well.
Christian Bale is just to me dark as an actor.
It was
Didn't
supposed
he
to be.
do Psycho? Yeah, I know,
It was supposed
but
to be.
I can't even handle watching the movie Haunted Mansion. It's a Disney movie with Eddie Murphy. that gives me the creeps. So there's no way I'm watching that.
Well,
Dark Knight Batman.
So
I get it.
after a while, when we do our entertainment stuff, we're going to talk about a
Correct. I was gonna jump in there and say, why don't we go to a quick 30-second break here, and we can discuss movies in an entertainment section that's coming up.
Yes. We haven't even done the morning motivational quote yet.
That's right. Exactly. That's coming up. That's coming up right after our
Motivate up there, lady.
Stoner brain.
All right. We will be right back in let's see.
32
Uno momento.
23 seconds. 23 seconds. You're watching the Three High Guys. We're live here at the
We are.
East Network. Yes, we are. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. There we go. Don't forget to tune in. Non-stop, man. Non-stop. Great. So back to back. And don't forget all the filler stuff that goes in between. We don't have any commercials, but we have information and all kinds of stuff in between.
And there's going to be more filler stuff coming up because Sherry Ann's out and about all the time. She was at TIFF this weekend, and
Nice.
Yeah. Exactly. So tune in Saturdays. Re-rolled Saturdays. Re-rolled, obviously.
Re-rolled.
All right.
Right.
Okay, so should we do the
Yes, you know what time it is, MJ? It is.
Ooh,
I know, I got to make it longer. I know. All right. So our quote for the day is actually going to lead us into a breathing exercise. So bear with me.
Just a sec. I got to roll a joint if we're doing breathing exercises.
Okay, you do that. I'm going to tell you the quote.
Okay.
Just as a mountain remains steadfast and resolute through the changing winds, let your breath anchor you in the present moment, bringing clarity and strength to your day. I'm going to teach you how to do this, okay?
Okay.
This exercise is great if you need a little boost in the morning to help your blood flow. First thing you're going to do is get comfortable. You can do this by sitting in a chair or, standing. I prefer to sit, put your feet flat on the floor, and keep your back straight. First thing you're going to do is inhale for 4 seconds. We're going to hold for 4 seconds and then exhale for 4 seconds. So we're kind of creating a little triangle, okay? So we're going to inhale, inhale, hold, and then exhale. And basically what we're doing is creating this sensation within us. You can use your arms too if you'd like. Sometimes it helps to lift your arms for the 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds.
I can't lift my arms, sorry.
And then exhale for 4 seconds.
That I can do.
You do this about 3 to 5 times, focusing on the feeling of, as you inhale, you're going to envision pulling energy up through the earth and into your body. And as you exhale, you're going to exhale all of the negativity, whether it's energy or thoughts, and you're just going to exhale it back into the ground. That will help you with your blood flow, make you feel invigorated and ready for every day.
We need some bells or something so I can go ding, 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 ding.
Al, you could raise one arm or you just raise the other one. Just
I can. This is the best I can do.
Yeah.
You remember at Camp Wabican, which is on Lake Temagami. It's still there, but it's not owned by the same people. One of the things that we like to do, this is the 60s, early 70s, was yoga. And I can't do yoga now. It just hurts too much. But the breathing thing has always been something that I took away from that. And it really does help. You can really,
So
so
it's interesting you say you used to do yoga, but now it hurts.
Yeah.
So that's exactly why you should do yoga again. And only because it will hurt less every time you do it. And eventually it won't hurt.
Not anymore. No, it'll just hurt because of my shoulder. It's just going to hurt because of the movement thing. So what I'm thinking about doing is learning how to meditate, because there's no stretching. Yoga is a very, very painful exercise.
It's difficult for those people that think it's just easy. It's not.
It's not. It's mostly concentration. And for somebody with ADHD, meditation is better, because the minute somebody else enters the room, I'm like, oh yeah, how was your day? Blah, blah, blah. And you can't do that.
That's why I can't meditate. I've tried. The only meditation that I've actually
I can only do it alone.
Is, oh yeah, of course. But the only meditation I've been successful with is it was a chanting vibrational meditation. And I think it's because, like you, I also have ADHD, and my brain wants to wander when meditating. So much so that my neighbor told me, if you have a thought that comes into your head, picture a broom just sweeping the thought away. And then you'll be able to just have nothing.
Don't go away though. They just
all I
move
see
around the room.
I see a bunch of brooms. I see this broom constantly pushing these things around my head, and I'm like, now I'm seeing a broom. Like,
this is a very calming sound.
Grinding.
What I've noticed, I think your exercise, that breathing exercise, not only could you use that for motivation, but you could also use it to relieve stress, tension, to help relax, maybe before you go to bed.
It's out with the old and in with the new. That's true, because old air can make you foggy.
Yeah. Well, if you understand vibrations, like, when you see a frog sitting on a lily pad and he's ribbiting, his vibration is moving the water. So if you can get rid of that negative vibration and pull in positive vibration, even if it's the mental combined with the physical, it's going to be positive no matter what. Like, anytime you focus on just breathing, you're clearing your mind, because as long as you're focusing, somebody told me this. If you are only concentrating on breath in, breath out, literally telling yourself breath in when you're breathing and breath out when you're breathing out, there is literally no way your body can do anything else other than think of breathing. So if you're ever stressed, don't change your breathing. Don't think, oh, I'm going to take deep breaths and exhale. That might make you pass out. Just focus on, every time you take your normal breath in, just say breath in. Every time you exhale, just say breath out. Because you're tricking your brain into just thinking about that, and then you don't think about anything else.
Don't think anything else. Yeah.
Or you can do what I
Scratch
heard
it.
some celebrity did and pretend to light a joint and pass it to somebody. Don't actually even have a joint. Just the act of fake smoking a joint.
Breathe in.
Yeah. Just the act of fake smoking a joint. And they say also this is why smoking
There you go, guys.
can make you feel relaxed
There you go.
because you're breathing.
Thanks,
That
Al.
one. Okay.
So
Oh,
if you
I
do
dropped
have a
it.
doobie, get it lit.
So
inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 4
right.
seconds, and exhale.
Exhale. Alrighty. Is it time for Al's list? Are we done? Are we done with
No,
your
let's do
motivation
recipes.
morning?
Let's do recipes. I need to work up to this list thing.
Okay. All right. On to the recipes. All right. So today in recipes, I have got something that I have picked out that I think that everybody will enjoy. And here we go. I just got to find the right one. Here it is. There it is. We got some banana cannabis ice cream. Who doesn't like ice cream?
I'm not a fan of bananas, but go ahead.
All right. All right. Well, it takes you about 20 to 30 hours to make this, and you can get about a quart of ice cream with this recipe. So you get a 1.5 quarts of ice cream, 1.5 quart ice cream freezer container. So you need a big container in order to put it in. I don't know whether you get a special ice cream one or just a container you can put it in. A large saucepan, a fine strainer, large bowl, 2 cups of cannabis almond milk. You'll have to make your cannabis almond milk ahead of time, obviously. 1 cup of coconut milk, 1/2 cup of sugar, 1 tablespoon of cornstarch, a pinch of salt, 4 bananas that are smashed up, and 1/2 cup of peanut butter if you want to add it. I think I'd add that. Would you add that, Al? Maybe cover up that banana taste. Maybe instead of bananas, Al, you could put a fruit in that you liked.
Yes, like strawberry. Substitute chocolate strawberry. Sorry, there's literally a squirrel going crazy. I don't know if you can hear it outside.
That's hilarious. You're ADHD. You're always
literally
joking
a
about, oh, look, a
squirrel.
squirrel. And there really is a squirrel.
Right there. They're squirrel sacks. Can you hear it?
No.
Literally. So yeah, I'm sitting here and I hear this and I look out and there's 2 squirrels having sex in my tree. Yep. Squirrel sex.
Don't turn your camera to it. We don't need to see that.
Oh, come on now.
Our viewers have just gone up.
It's nature. Welcome to the Squirrel Sex Show.
Now we're all visualizing squirrels. Okay, let's get on with the recipe.
That's funny. Well, you said
Now-
peanut butter. Maybe it's the nuts, the peanuts.
Ooh, peanut butter. No, bananas and peanut butter. Oh, God.
So you could throw any. The peanut butter is optional, and I would believe you could throw any fruit in there that you like.
And how long does it take to make, did you say?
They say 20 to 30 hours, but that's probably because of the freezing process.
Wow, because I can just break out my ice cream maker and I can do up an orange sherbet in about 6 hours.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yeah.
That's orange sherbet. That's not ice cream.
No, but you put the same cream in, and
Yeah.
and then you basically take a bottle of Orange Crush,
yeah,
and a can of the what do you call it?
Condensed milk.
No, it's sweetened condensed milk. It has to be sweetened.
Oh yeah.
And
So if you had an ice cream maker, you could potentially do this process quicker.
it is. Yeah. You have to
I don't even think they even say an ice cream maker. They're using a freezer, just a regular freezer.
Yeah, you take it out and then you bring it in, then you scrape it all off, and then put it back in, and it's just a lot of that.
That's old school.
Yeah, so you combine your cannabis almond milk with your coconut milk.
Yeah.
Sugar and cornstarch in a large saucepan. Whisk them thoroughly. Cook until medium heat until stirring consistently until the mixture is thickened in about 10 minutes. Remove from the heat and allow it to warm. Pour the warm almond milk mixture through a fine strainer and into a large bowl. Discard all the solids. Chill your almond milk mixture uncovered in the refrigerator for an hour, stirring occasionally. Place some plastic wrap on top of the milk mixture for about an hour. Chill for another 12 to 24 and pour the cold mixture into 1.5 quart ice cream freezer container and then throw it in the freezer.
It crystallizes on its own. You don't really even need to stir it, really.
Yeah. They say after you've had it in the freezer, that's when you would stir in your fruit of choice. Yeah, and then mix it well. They say return container to the freezer for 6 hours or until the ice cream is firm. Let stand at room temperature for 5 minutes before serving.
Unless, of course, you like it a little mushy.
Yeah.
Some people buy fresh ice cream and then let it melt a little bit before they eat it. Do you?
Frozen yogurt. I don't do ice cream. Frozen yogurt.
Yogurt makes me go.
I'm a gelato girl.
Yeah, she doesn't like sauerkraut either.
Oh no! If I have ice cream, it's got to be Kawartha Dairy, and preferably metal ribbon.
I miss one of the things I loved about the farm was I could just zip up to the corner store and get Kawartha Dairy ice cream. I can't do that here. They don't have no such thing. We got Chapman's more, and Chapman's.
Wow, really? Eh?
At least Chapman's is still ice cream.
No, there's Ben and Jerry's
and
stuff.
Frozen dessert.
I love gelato. I like anything that is sherbety. My favorite, since we're talking about ice creams, my favorite ice cream combo is orange sherbet and chocolate ice cream on a cone.
On a cone.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, run to the ice cream store and order that up.
I'm like, my two favorites are only made. They're like exclusive flavors. One of them is made only
Shut
by
up already.
Only by Kawartha Dairy. It's called Gold
I feel
Medal
like
Ribbon.
I'm at a fucking squirrel motel.
So Gold Medal Ribbon is vanilla ice cream, chocolate ice cream, and butterscotch.
Just
gold. That's the Gold Medal Ribbon.
Tiger tail. Is it tiger tail or tiger paw?
Tiger tail is orange ice cream with black licorice.
Correct.
Yes.
That's disgusting. Anyways,
it's orange sherbet, actually, I believe.
No, it's orange ice cream.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Orange cream ice cream. But the other flavor that you can only get, Kawartha Dairy also does it, but it's mostly on the east coast of Canada. It's that Moon Mist ice cream, which is banana flavored ice cream mixed with blueberry ice cream. I think it is mixed with grape or something like that. It's so delicious.
The original Kawartha Dairy, I can't remember the name of the town, but my mom's
Fenland Falls?
Huh?
Fenland Falls?
Yes. My mom's friend used to rent a cottage up there.
Yeah.
So that's where we started going to the dairy. But this was back when it was just that one place.
Yeah. Now they're in Bob Cajun.
Yep.
They're
everywhere.
Yeah. We used to always go Belleville down by UNJ. They have Reed's Dairy. You could go in there.
Still do, yeah.
Yeah, and they got the train that runs around inside the.
It looks like a big castle outside. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's always busy.
Yeah, my friend always brings her kids there when she comes to town because she says it's ridiculous. You can go in and get one of those, at the corner store when they used to have those
little cups,
little plastic cups with the peel off top with the wooden spoon. You can still get those there for under $1 each or like a pack of them.
They're just sample cups. That's all they are.
Well, for a kid that's 5 years old, you don't need to get them. It's like, here you go. And you can have 2 of them. Pick 2 flavors, And it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. So, it's a great spot.
All righty. So that's ice cream talk.
Yeah.
Al, you ready for your list, or shall we move on to the healthy habits? Because ice cream is a healthy habit.
Okay, let's go to healthy habits, and then we'll do my thing.
Okay, all right.
You know, do you know what song that is?
No.
I can't remember the name of it, but I hear the song.
I pulled that from Canva. It's just a background sound.
Yeah, but it's a cover of
Of a famous song. Good. Then that means
yeah, a cartoon song. Anyways, go on.
Okay. All right. So today
Healthy
I'd like to talk to you guys about hydration.
Hydration.
Got my water right here.
All right.
Hydration.
And it's both water. Interesting. Okay. All right. So most cannabis consumers know what I'm talking about when I say the word pasties or cottonmouth.
Oh,
I got that the other night.
Okay. So most of us
from Diamonds, actually.
Yeah, most of us have experienced this. It's one of the negative side effects of cannabis, among with red eyes, which, I mean, nobody likes that. But the best way to combat cottonmouth or pasties or dry mouth is, I guess, the medical term, is hydration. Just stay hydrated. And I mean, this is not rocket science, right? Like, we all know that water is essential. But how many of us are actually drinking the proper amount of water?
You're supposed to drink up to 8 glasses a day.
Yeah, so that's what they say, and that's very vague. So what is 8 glasses work out into in water, though? Right? Like 8 ounces of what? Or 8 glasses of what? 4 ounces? 8 ounces? Are they like...
Yeah, 8 glasses of 8 ounce of water, yes. So like this.
So they tell you... Yeah, they tell you to like avoid that whole problem, because if you don't have an 8 ounce glass, whatever, they say 2 liters of water.
Just
everybody knows
water.
a 2 liter of pop,
water.
right?
2
you know,
liters,
it's that big bottle of 2 liter. That, yeah, exactly. When you look at it like that, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
I know the jug.
That is literally just depending. It's a base depending on your activity level.
I drank about 10 of these full of water and probably 5 or 6 tea.
And I got a 2 liter jug of water in the fridge, so I'll keep track. I'll look into this.
Good. Good. So tea is actually a diuretic. It's just
Yes,
like
it is.
coffee.
Yes.
So if you spend all day drinking just tea,
It's not good for you.
there is water in the tea. I had this discussion with my kids. So
I know. I've had this conversation with my doctor.
But you'll still dehydrate, okay? But drinking water isn't just about dehydration. When your body is hydrated, you're more likely to see an improvement in your mood and overall well-being. So water itself, just drinking water, can also maintain high energy levels, support digestion, help your skin look healthy, and may even help boost brain function.
Oh, yeah.
Water is my favorite.
Flush your system.
Water is my favorite beverage, and it is always cold coming directly out of the lake. So I'm drinking Lake
You're
Ontario
lucky.
water, and it's fucking yummy.
It's cold and it's clean.
It's
and
cold. It's
crisp.
clean. Although since I've been here, we've had at least one. We had 2 last year, but we've had one boil water advisory this year, and it does happen, and it's usually during runoff.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
But our water comes directly out of. I mean, it's filtered and stuff,
It's
but it
through the
comes right out of
municipality.
Lake Ontario or Lake Superior. What's that, Al?
It's treated through the municipality.
Yeah, it's treated. You can tell when but not that much. You can tell when they've doused it with the bleach, because you can smell it, right?
With the chlorine.
Yeah. So,
yeah. Well, it's interesting to me when I said that you're both drinking water, because I run into a lot of situations where if you ask somebody, especially with alcohol, if somebody says, "Do you drink?" and I'm like, "No, I don't drink alcohol."
I learned Yeah, you
And
have
they're
to
like
drink
really
water, you'll
shocked.
get a hangover.
Well, no, people are really shocked if you don't drink alcohol. But yet, if you turn to them and say, "Well, I don't drink water either," they would say, "Yeah, I don't drink water." Like, I don't drink water either. Like the majority of people don't drink enough water.
I love water.
I see that.
It's funny because I hate water. I don't like the flavor of it, but I don't like juice. I have this thing where in the winter my water can't be cold because
Cold
it hurts my
ice
teeth.
water is my thing.
But in the summer it has to be, like you're saying, cold ice water. I have this very strange relationship with water, and to the point where I am extremely dehydrated. So I don't know if you guys have been catching on, but all of these health tips are based on things that I need to work on. Getting more sleep, being more prepared, things like this. I'm like, so I'm trying to help you guys as also trying to help myself. So
Now-
if you also find water boring, I have a tip.
Now, would they consider a beverage, whether it's a tea, coffee, pop, or anything else that says water is the main ingredient in it? Would they consider that as drinking water, or
No, because as I said before, if tea or coffee, that's a diuretic. So you're actually counteracting
Right.
the positivity. But like,
Yes.
this is what
I know. I was just saying.
what I was going to suggest.
Pop is liquid candy.
So in this water bottle, there is this, see, juice. Exactly. You said liquid candy, juice as well. I just want to touch on that too. So the reason why I'm going to suggest adding something like this water bottle was like $30 from Amazon. I think it's Essence. It comes with and this insert built in. In here is raspberries and mint. So you can flavor your water with herbs like lavender or mint, or put fruit in it like raspberries, cucumber, anything like that.
Oh, so you can infuse it. Okay.
Yeah, so you basically just add a little bit of flavoring to it. You can purchase those like Mio squirt things, Crystal Light.
Yeah, those
stuff
usually
like
have.
that. You're adding
that's got
sugar.
aspartame in it. Usually.
Yeah, correct.
You're adding a sweetener.
But
and
adding
it's
a
not-
natural thing, like my understanding, cucumber water is good for you.
Yes.
So
Yes,
if you
and-
add cucumbers to that, that's all natural, right?
Yep. And you
I
can
don't
do
like
that very simply. Is that, like I said, this water bottle was $30. It's about the same as you would buy at Walmart without the insert. And I put stickers on it to make it my own.
Oh, yeah.
Seed stickers on it. So this is my attempt to drink more water and stay hydrated. And interestingly enough, if you want to know how dehydrated you are, get yourself in front of a black light.
Pinch your skin.
No, get yourself in front of a black light. One of those purple lights.
Yeah.
Take a look at your skin. Yeah. If you see discoloration in your skin under a black light, the coloring of the skin will tell you what's wrong, whether it's a mineral deficiency or if you're dehydrated or whatnot. I will tell you that if I went to a Halloween party where there was all black light, I wouldn't need a costume because I would look dead. I had black circles all around my eyes.
Yeah.
The skin is almost like a pale blue, and that's what they say is dehydrated, when the eyes are all black. But you can't see it. Well, maybe.
It's stopped. The squirrels have stopped having sex. Thank God. It took
Woo-hoo.
that long.
Focus on the list now. So yeah, black light.
Yeah.
Not your best friend.
Black lights. I never. Wasn't aware of
My
that.
black lights are wonderful. UV lights as well. I have a UV system in my furnace, so after the air is heated up, as it goes up the column to come up here, it goes through a UV light, like they use in the hospitals. When you walk in the door now,
You mean as like a sanitation thing?
It kills any airborne bacteria, mold spores, things. It sterilizes the air as it goes through.
Yeah. Wow.
So I have a question going back to your original cottonmouth theory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Al would know this. Why does that happen? Why do you get cottonmouth from some strains, but not others. He doesn't know.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm
I
asking in
never
general.
related it to strains.
It's just wheat, because sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, that could depend on a bunch of other factors.
How
too.
hydrated you are.
Yeah.
If you drank enough water today.
Personally, I would say it would depend on what cannabinoids were in the plant and what levels, if you're talking about specific strains.
We'll have to ask our pharmacist this question.
Yeah. I do know there was somebody at one of those cannabis events that had mints that they were giving to people, and they said it was supposed to induce your saliva glands.
Well, anything that you suck on as a mint, a candy, or anything like that, or gum even, will
Supposed to, yes.
stimulate your saliva. Yeah, excuse me.
This one was stimulated by a plant. There was if you Googled the plant, it actually said that
probably spearmint.
It stimulates saliva production.
Probably
to the
spearmint,
point
because
where
that's something that would.
Well, he gave me a mint, and I put it in my mouth, and I had a dry mouth. Like I literally just came in from smoking a joint, and I put it in my mouth, and not even a minute later, I had to he was talking to me, and I was standing there, and I was like,
this
and
conversation
spitting in my hand, and was like, what the hell? Like it was almost like I could feel my saliva glands pouring into my mouth. I was like, okay, I don't like this.
Mouth
He's
sweat.
like, he's like, I gave you the strongest one. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
But it did come in different
those
They come in
strips
different
that you can get. You take them and you put them on the roof of your
Yeah,
mouth.
the Listerine ones.
Well, you put them on your tongue, right? But if they get stuck to the top of your mouth, man, you're in trouble.
I don't know. I don't like those anyways.
But I'm thirsty. Let's move on.
All right. Let's talking about moving on. Here we go.
It's certainly high on the list.
Thank you, Bing. Bing, 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 bing. Okay, my list today is because I've got ADHD, I usually focus on things about ADHD, how ADHD makes you a better teacher. And I know this firsthand. So there's I think there's 5 different things here that people with ADHD, I don't know. I find people that with ADHD, even though there's a lack of concentration, the communication is better. So because you improv very well, right? What is it? Right brain, left brain thinking, whichever one it is, creativity, your sense of humor. I deal with stress with humor. And it's gotten me into trouble with the cops because of it, because you're like, you get pulled over and you're like, hey, yeah,
yeah.
Sir, are you high? No. A lot of people deal with that. It's not just ADHD, but I find planning under pressure, yes. When you've got ADHD, menial tasks become very difficult to do sometimes. But when you have to do it, what's that?
Shorter tasks are better.
Shorter tasks. Yep. Creativeness, that's that whole right brain thing. And I'd say that's it can work both ways, unfortunately, but yes.
The first 2 lines there of number 4, I drift off when I'm talked at for too long myself, and I don't want my learners to check out because I'm bored them. But as far as that drift off,
yeah,
big time.
That happens a lot to a lot of people.
All the time.
Yep.
Sorry, were you saying something? Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Squirrel.
I drifted off there for a moment.
Most people with ADHD are very empathetic. And a lot of people don't like empathetic people. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just because Are you okay? You know, like I have a
feel-
bad habit if I'm with somebody and they seem off, of asking them if they're okay. You know, you become very attuned to your surroundings. You literally see and hear everything that's going on, and then you throw a dripping tap into it. You know, it's hard to concentrate. I tell you. Yeah. What were we doing? What were we talking about?
ADHD.
I was just gonna say that I think that empathy is hard for a lot of people. They're more sympathetic than empathetic, which is completely different. To have sympathy for someone,
Empathy is
understand what they're going through. And
yes.
I think the reason why people with ADHD are more empathetic is because they have so many other things that they have to deal with in their lives that they look at other people and know that, oh, they might have a bunch of things too.
Yeah, I can pinpoint somebody with ADHD, autism, things like that. I mean, I was diagnosed very, very, very young age, at the age of 5, and I was literally a test study at the Clark Institute and Hinks Clinic for hyperactivity disorder, which they call that. Al's stripping.
Yeah.
You know, this makes it very hard to concentrate on my segment, Al, when you're
sorry.
That's funny.
We know you like that. Al's a nudist, so he just forgets.
Pants down, waist down, Al. We need some.
Yeah, see,
we did enough events at Freedom Farm there, or Freedom. What was it? Freedom Acres, Freedom Farm,
Freedom Fields.
That I know that because I had to keep telling Al.
MJ was there. She knows what it was like.
Oh, that's right. You were there, weren't you? But you didn't go nude, did you?
No.
I did not.
So
there were too many rules. The Al told me I had to bring like a towel to sit on and shit, and I was like, I'm not coming. If I can't leave my sweat marks all over the place, I'm out.
My mom was a bra burning lady back then, and we used to go to Quarry out near Hamilton, which you've probably been to, Al. And this place, I mean, there were people that would come and just stay for the summer in a bus with their chimpanzee, and we'd swim and swim and swim and swim and swim. But my mom took it one step further, and we went to nudist camps all through Europe when we did our European vacation in a orange VW camper.
Yeah, I don't know. How old were you? I don't know how I feel about
14
children
15.
Or minors being at
but you see, there's a mindset that's totally different.
in Europe, yeah, absolutely.
No. Just nudists in general. It's not a sexual thing at all. Doesn't matter what age you are. In fact, that's one of the rules, is you don't make it a sexual thing in public. You want to do that, go off to the bush, go to your cabin, whatever. You don't do that in public. So there's no sexual anything. Yeah. One of the things that you do have to deal with when you're in a lifestyle camp setting in Europe, though, in the 70s, is the promiscuousness of people back then. So it was basically the kids had full run of the place during the day, but after dark, there were areas where the kids were not allowed. And that's how they dealt with it.
Yeah. Well, I know at Freedom Fields it was no public space. Keep it to your site. No
it's a totally different mindset.
There's a difference between being a nudist resort and being a sex resort. There are clubs in Toronto where you can go and be naked, and then there are clubs where you can go and have sex. You can't have sex at this club because it's not that kind of club, just like it's not that kind of resort. But I still don't feel comfortable if there's like 4-year-olds or whatever running around on the beach while I'm walking around naked.
Yeah, but in that setting, it's they're running around naked too, and also
that's even worse. I don't want to see I don't care. I'm not looking, but still, like
women
look in her eyes. You look in their eye.
Yeah, you got to close your eyes. Put blinders on. Women in Ontario are allowed to go to the beach and wander in public unless it's posted topless. And there are public beaches, one being still down on
Not
the
even a
Toronto
beach,
Island.
You just walk down the road and be topless.
You can go to a swim park in Ottawa if you want.
Yeah,
be
I can drive topless.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Did you know that? I just recently learned that I can drive.
Women are allowed to be topless in Ontario.
Yes, but you shouldn't be behind the wheel. You know how many accidents you could possibly cause?
Well, you know what? When they made that, when they made that bylaw come true,
you made it sound like it was a dream.
Well,
hey, I
true.
do know of somebody who was in the passenger seat and was topless.
The girls down on the old lake shore, the girls down on the old lakeshore strip started using their breasts to call in customers as they drove by. So they quickly amended that bylaw to there may not be any solicitation involved at all, because the girls would stand on Queen Street. Hello, boys. Come on. These are my titties, you know.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, let's move on. Let's move on. That's right, because you know what time it is? It is.
I'm disappointed. I thought it was the sports shorts. I was getting ready to say.
No, that comes after the headlines, man.
All right.
Okay, all right.
I love the difference in all of our music.
It's that motivation, right?
It's time
today on our TED Talk.
Yeah, I'm being blinded by the sun here, but here we go. I've got the story, the headline story we're going to use, and just got it all lined up, and here we go. Headline says Trump says he supports cannabis rescheduling and banking access.
And I just want to remind people we generally are not talking about politics, but this is something that needs to be brought up. Okay.
Yeah, when a presidential candidate discusses legalization of cannabis, no matter what side of the thing that they're on, it needs to be discussed. Sure.
Yes.
Yep.
And remind me when you're done, because we'll talk about Kamala Harris and what's going on there with this.
I was just wondering what her stance is on cannabis.
Well, this is what I was going to say after, but I guess I can say while Al's getting us to the point where we want to be. Kamala Harris has not said anything.
Yes.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, let's stick to this story first before we change the topic.
That's why we don't have an article for her saying it. We just have
it was the only one this is the only one that came up. I could have grabbed one that had both of them in it, and
we should have, because there was one there.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like I said, what her stance was on this, and if she hasn't made a stance yet, then there was no article.
And that there are people criticizing that she has not made a stance, but he's just said this the other day. So let's go back to the article.
Oh, okay. I'm on my way to go find an article that's got both views on it.
Oh, okay.
Because
sorry.
I do have one. I just got to get there. But continue.
Yeah, basically we're not for or against either or. I personally don't have any comment or statement.
Well, I have some comments. I'm just not having that conversation.
Well, I'm just saying I have no comment on who should win or whatever. I am interested, though, in the politics of it all, because I like the way I love the debate. Like, honestly, I'm a politics nerd. I'll be watching the debate tonight. But as for picking sides, I generally don't do that. I want all the information. Is what I want.
Trump has just announced this, like within the last 24, 48 hours, I think. And with the debates coming up, I think that's when we're going to hear, because, the first question out of the fucking gate for her is going to be blah, 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 blah. Right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. All right.
It would
You
be
can
nice.
tell
It would
us.
be nice.
I won't watch something like that, so you can tell us about that next week.
Well, it would be really nice
Okay.
to see movement
Um,
in the states with the cannabis, legalization and was it
Right.
regulation change or?
Okay, go ahead, Al,
Mhm.
because there's, and then we'll talk about
As
what's
it
happening
says
in
here,
California.
Trump and Harris both agree that marijuana should be legal.
But
yeah, okay. Now, the truth is, both presidential candidates have changed their position on the issue over the years, reflecting a sea change of public opinion. It does not necessarily mean that either, if elected, would invest any effort into addressing it, which is true. Back in 1990, Trump was a famous billionaire. It says he called the war on drugs a joke and recommended legalization instead. We're losing badly on the war on drugs. You have to legalize drugs to win that war. In an interview after that speech, he said that he hoped people will start to realize that this is the only answer. There is no other answer. As a Republican candidate 25 years later, he implausibly claimed his 1990 remarks did not count as an endorsement of legalization. So he said all that, and then he turns around and says that does not endorse legalization.
yeah.
Now he also says that back then that he in the 2016 campaign that he said to leave it up to the states, and that's what I think he's going to do now. Despite allowing the states to make their own decisions, his Attorney General Jeff Sessions rescinded the Justice Department's memo that encouraged federal prosecutors to leave state licensed cannabis suppliers alone. So why would you cancel that? That was implemented. That was the Cole memo that was issued during the Obama years. Now, as president, he also proposed eliminating an annual renewed spending rider that bars the Justice Department from interfering with state medical marijuana programs.
Isn't that what's already going on?
Not state-wise, not as far as the feds going in and raiding them. Not that I'm aware
okay,
of.
so yeah, because they don't really like Canada federally, they don't really recognize.
Now he says that someone should not be a criminal in Florida for possessing cannabis.
Why just Florida?
Getting busted, ruin lives, and waste taxpayers' dollars. So, as they say, it's fair to say cannabis legalization has evolved, but the same is true with Harris. Harris has been criticized for aggressively prosecuting weed-related crimes when she was California's Attorney General and San Francisco District Attorney, particularly giving the racial disparities in punishment nationwide. She opposed California legalization in 2010. She was the San Francisco District Attorney. She laughed at a question about legalization in 2014 when she was running for Attorney General, she was running against a Republican who favored it. And she declined as the California's general attorney to take a position on the 2016 initiative. 2 years later, after becoming a senator, she took the plunge, saying, "We need to decriminalize marijuana nationwide." Later that year, she co-sponsored a bill that would have repealed the federal ban, and she introduced a similar bill in 2019.
Sounds like something changed her mind when she had that year. She had no comment on it.
Yeah, like she changed her mind around
the other way.
Yeah. Now, there are 38 states that have legal medical cannabis. 24 of them, according to the most legalized medical marijuana, and 24 of them, accounting for most of the U.S. population, is allowed recreational use. 70% Americans, including 87% Democrats and 70% of independents and 55% of Republicans, think cannabis should be legal. I wonder if it'll come up tonight on the debate.
I would think it would, and you know, I mean, let's be frank, shall we? Okay, cannabis is probably the other than Trump, the most widely talked about subject in the world now.
Yeah.
There's enough information out there that have brought medical cannabis to light. And then there's just as much information about recreational cannabis. But cannabis is here to stay. And
Correct.
although
Harris has come out recently, they just had a 420 celebration back in April where she got
was she there?
Yeah. Where there's a couple rappers were there, and she talked then about the legalizing of cannabis, and people shouldn't be going to jail for it.
Well, you know, whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, as we all know, just because somebody promises it doesn't mean that's going to happen. All it takes is because there's 3 levels of government, it may require an executive order in order to change that. Because, you know, let's say there's a Republican House, the Democrats remain in the White House and the Senate, and it's doubtful that even though that it would pass in the Republican-led House, no matter how much a president, promises it. And the same thing could go the other way around. Trump could get in there, and the Democrats may just say, "Fuck you! We're not going to pass that if when we're controlling the Senate." And
there's also something going on with Newsom, who is, I guess, the California governor. And he wants to remove anything hemp THC related and ban it, which would basically take out the cannabis market in California.
The Delta 8, the hemp products, not cannabis itself.
Well, no, I realize that, but Delta 8 and Delta 9 now are the two big deals, and people are investing money in products and making products and growing products, and you know, and they're going to take out a whole market within the market, right?
He's not the only one. There's other states that have banned Delta 8 products as well.
Yeah.
Well,
And we have our own problems up here. Never mind the states.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like that. Like, for example, Florida, if you want to get cannabis from Florida, it's medical only.
Yeah.
And you have to be a resident. So if you like partially live down there for the year, you can get cannabis medically, but you still can't get a high THC because they only have CBD.
Yeah, and they had a medical law that wouldn't allow patients to smoke at one time.
Yeah,
and
that's right. I remember that. Yeah,
like Northern Ontario says, we have our problems here, and that's another one that I was just telling my friend, because she's like, "Oh, we're gonna go to Quebec for the weekend," and I'm like, "Oh, you know, you can't smoke outside there," and she's like, "What?" I'm like,
"It's private."
Yeah, and she's like, "Well, that's dumb because all the hotels are no smoking." I'm like, "Yep."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't forget the edible choice is very limited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not just Quebec. New Brunswick, I think, is the same, and I think Nova Scotia has smoking areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one airport I flew into in Nova Scotia, it literally, I have a photo of it. It said no, it's a smoking area, and it says no cannabis smoking, just cigarettes only. And I stood there and I smoked my joint because as a medical patient, legally, I'm allowed to consume my cannabis where you can consume a cigarette.
Okay, so Al, do you remember when they were when the Smoke Free Ontario Act kind of came in place, and they decided that where you can smoke a cigarette, you can smoke cannabis. So then all of a sudden, a few hospitals put up signs, smoking area signs for cannabis. and they were made to take them down almost immediately. Because basically they put designated smoking areas for cannabis and tobacco or something like that. I remember seeing a sign and there was a story about it.
Most signs I see now have
No smoking, no
no
vaping.
smoking,
Right.
and it shows all three symbols. It shows
Yes.
the cannabis, the cigarette, and the vape.
Yeah.
Or outside, like you're saying, it's a smoking area, and it has all three.
Like before legalization, that's what we did. Like for example, if we're at an event in Toronto for treating yourself, we would go outside to the smoking area where people went out and smoked,
which was on the patio.
Or like there was even one event where you could go to the ramp, the exit ramp, and people would go up there and smoke the cigarettes. So we went up there and smoked doobies, and then they came to us and said, "Oh, you can't smoke joints in there."
I don't know how Marco was able to talk the Metro Convention Center into allowing vaping in that lounge room they had set up where the volcanoes were, because people were smoking. People were smoking pot in there as well, and you could smell the whole convention center. You could smell it, and he got away with that for, I would think, the first 3.
Well, they had the vapor lounge for every event, but yeah, things did change from one to
the first one was all open, fucking just go.
There was and there was vaporizers, different companies like Bolts and Stickle.
Yep.
And others.
They had a whole bank of
Damper
volcanoes
was
where you
there.
could go and try
Triple
whatever
air.
spray. You couldn't get any pot there, but you could
no,
bring
correct.
your own and vape your own and stuff.
It was
like
actually
that.
it was a brilliant idea.
That was the first time I met Sam Malachi, and that was the first time that I had met him in person, and he was walking around the room just throwing butts. Here, try this, try this.
Yeah, no, it's and a lot of people went out on the back balcony that first year. So year 2, they wouldn't allow us out on the back balcony because it was a fire escape, and then they forced everybody out in the road, out front.
So we made a place for us right out front. What I didn't like is,
they wouldn't after the first year, due to fire codes and stuff, they wouldn't allow the torches.
Is that what it was? Because of the torches?
Yeah, open flames, eh?
Yeah. Well, now when you go to the Metro Convention Center, which is downtown Toronto, at any cannabis event, you'll find that the majority of the people who actually consume cannabis are standing out front where they allow smoking. And what I don't like, though, is during a Blue Jay game when it lets out, the kids actually have to walk through the smoke and are like this. A lot of people walk through this. I don't like that.
There was an article that we covered on the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, and it would have been a good one to bring up today because I'll bring it up next week because it will have you guys just fucking shaking your heads. But yeah, he brought that up. People leaving sports games in Toronto and having to walk through clouds of smoke, and my co-host
and there are clouds,
said something. And I said, "Oh, I've experienced that. I've been standing out there and people were going by."
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the only other option when you go down there is to go across the street to the little parkette.
Yeah, but it's not safe to cross that road.
No, it's not. But we've kind of turned that into a monument for Tracy
Curley.
So,
is there a way? Is there a way to get from the?
Yes, you can go. You can go down and under. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of restaurants and stuff under there, like McDonald's.
Yeah, but I've always crossed the street and then gone down.
You can go down to the bottom floor of the on the elevator, I believe, and go through a path. I believe there's a path.
I'll have to look into that.
Well, I'm not sure how many more cannabis events are going to be there, because I think the only one that was continually there would be Lyft.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's going on with Lyft right now.
Lyft is no more as far as right now goes.
Well, if you go to their website, it that's not what it looks like. It looks like they're gearing up for something. And I really hope they are, because I miss those people.
Okay, well, talking about events.
Well, there.
Okay.
All right. Do we have our events paper?
Yes. Okay, just give me. I just got to make sure I got the right one.
Come on, he's a pothead.
I was dancing to the tunes.
I know. I like that one too.
Yeah. You know, the new intro, right? So here we go.
Yep. All right. Not sure if you guys can see that, but
no, let's make it big, Al. Here, I'll do it.
You got it, Al. Go ahead.
Big. All right. Okay. So today and tomorrow in Toronto, the Killers are going to be playing at the Budweiser stage. Yeah.
I like the name, Bud. The Bud stage.
The Bud stage.
Last time I was there, they told me if I wanted to smoke a joint, I could go outside that gate and smoke it.
Yeah,
and
you can when you come into the concert after you've given your tickets, the bathroom there and the start of the concession stands, there is a smoking area that's very publicly posted that you can smoke in that area, and a lot of people vape and smoke pot and then go back into the stands. I've even come out during the concert, had a couple of puffs, and went back in.
All right.
Yeah. But if you light up in the concert venue, no, you'll be asked to leave. No. Anyways, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Jane.
All right. Let's see. Thursday of this week, Divvy, the company Divvy, is having their harvest party in Port Perry, Ontario.
Oh.
I want to say, it's so funny. I hate to call out a company, but I'm going to call you out, Divvy. I don't know who's running your social media page, but announcing a harvest party is all great. But if you don't tell us what's going on at the harvest party, and you only tell us date, time, and location, it kind of makes it difficult for me to plan for my day.
Usually it's the location that's not public.
Oh yeah, no, it's so interesting because I've searched and I've searched and I've searched, and the response I got back from the person on their social media page was, "What more do you need to know?"
You know what, Mary Jane? That's happened to me 3 times this summer alone, where I've gotten invites to go to an event, and they did that. This is when it is, this is what time it is, and this is where it is, but we're not telling you what it is.
Well, like I've gone to a farm. It's at a farm. So I've gone to a farm before.
It's September. What are you harvesting in September?
You know what I mean? Like, is it? Well, are we harvesting, or are we just going there to look at the plants? And do they have like activities?
Oh, it's an actual harvest party. It could be.
It's just a harvest party. But I'm like,
vegetable gardens are being harvested.
It's kind of like I just would like a little bit more information, especially considering I have a million outfits to choose from. I would just like to know how, like I said, I just want to plan my day if I'm coming. It's a long way to go to not know what you're doing. It's in Port Perry.
Well,
right?
it makes sense. You gotta, I understand where you're coming from. But
So
hey,
I would-
even still, it didn't stop you from promoting their event.
No, it did not, because I'm sure there are some people, and it sounds to me like this is not their first harvest party. So
Mhm.
it's I feel like it's my ignorance as well, and not knowing what they've done previously. So I'm sure other people in the cannabis space is like, oh,
You're
Divvy's
supposed
having
to
another
check.
harvest party.
You're supposed to check on these things, young lady.
I did, didn't I?
All right.
You just hear me? I got a response from the person that said, "What
know.
more do you need to know?"
Yeah, correct.
Like kind of like what's going on at the event. Like,
Should I bring my pumpkins?
well, I will tell you, the last one we went to, I ended up getting drenched, soaked, because they put us on a tractor and took us around the field, and I just wasn't prepared. So I'm just saying, it would be nice if I knew what was going on.
Do I need an umbrella?
You know, just a little bit of clarity. Just a little bit of clarity. Okay. Moving on. All right. So Saturday and Sunday of this weekend, the 14th and 15th, there's this thing here in Ontario called Doors Open Ontario.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you've heard of it. It's been
No.
happening all summer. This weekend, I put the cities down below. On Saturday, the cities that are going to be hosting are Barrie, Carleton Place, Simcoe County, and Peterborough. And then on Sunday, the two spots are Simcoe County and Kawartha Lakes.
And what goes on there?
So what you can expect to find from Doors Open Ontario, and you can go check out their website to find out specifically which buildings and museums and stuff like that. But every city has museums, historic buildings, activities, things that you normally have to pay for, where Doors Open Ontario gives people in the community an opportunity. They're opening their doors. You can go in, check it out. It's all free of charge in those specific cities.
Peterborough has the Canoe Museum.
Yes, and you know what? That might be one of the locations that's on there.
One. It's a new one.
Oh, did they build a new one?
Yeah, it's a new location. It's over by the lift lofts.
Oh, that is amazing.
Apparently
The
it's a little
new
smaller.
museum was awesome. It's awesome. So hopefully it's on the list. You could get in there and check it out.
You know, a lot of museums are doing that. You can go to the ROM, I believe it's on Thursdays, and it's free.
Oh yeah, the lineup is
and most people don't know that, but they used to do that at Ontario.
I think it's the last Thursday of the month. That's okay. I think it's the last Thursday of the month.
Is it only one? See, I grew up. I was a ROM kid. Every Saturday you'd find me golfing in the morning and then at the ROM for the rest of the day, and we were always allowed to go anytime because we were ROM kids. But then as an adult, I went with David a few times on Thursdays. It was either Tuesdays or Thursdays. I can't remember which.
Yeah. Well, they do. The ROM still does discounts. Like I can't remember if it's like cheaper price after a certain time of the day or whatnot. But yeah. And then of course, don't want to forget. This is next week, Friday to Sunday, the 20th to the 22nd. Spannabis 21 is happening in Spain.
21 years, but it's not
21. Yeah. And this here is a floor map of the upcoming Spannabis. That green section towards the bottom of the screen there, that is the section dedicated entirely to CBD. So
nice.
the first time that they're actually dedicating a space specifically for CBD.
But I'm wondering why.
Why what?
Exactly.
I personally think when you go to these events, the most frustrating thing for me that makes my day difficult is that they jumble everybody together.
Okay, in that aspects, I get you.
You know what I mean? Like they literally jumble everybody together. And I just wish that like when we would go to LIFT, you would go from, you know, one spot that maybe was a nutrient for, you know, the average person, not your massive corporate, you know, client. But then you move to the next company and that's exactly what it is. It's security systems for like, you know, they're talking about how they run the security cameras at the airport in Toronto. And it's like, why can't you just group everybody that has like stuff in the same area? So that way, if somebody is a retailer and they want to go find their people, they just go to that area.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe it's like IKEA. You know, IKEA, they even though they group everything together, you still have to walk through the whole store. So maybe the event spaces are saying if we jumble everybody up, then these people have to check every single row. I don't know.
Oh, wait. Squirrels are having sex again.
Again? You need to put a live cam out that window.
There is one.
No, MJ.
Put it on OnlyFans.
Oh, now we got that vision in our heads again.
Squirrel cam.
All right, so are we done with the Spannabis?
Yeah, we're done with the events. Should we move on to entertainment?
Okay, yes.
I know last week I talked a little bit about an upcoming movie that I was going to see. I pre-purchased tickets, was super excited. The theater was packed, like
Did they have the creatures and running around and Beetlejuice running around and stuff like that? Because I saw a lot of videos in theaters down in the States where they had the characters there.
No.
People dressed up as the characters.
No, people were so stoked about this movie though that Cineplex had sent out or had received these special like items for the movie, and they were sold out.
Wow.
Like within minutes, like they were gone.
Yeah, no
gone.
doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
So you went and
we
saw
went to
it.
go see Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
If you have seen the original Beetlejuice, it is so amazing for the nostalgia, not just for the story. Like my daughter, she had seen the original Beetlejuice, but like years and years and years ago.
I watched it
Quite remember.
last weekend. I watched it.
Yeah, we did the same. We watched the movie, the first Beetlejuice, like 3-4 days before we went to go see the second one, just as like a refresher. And my God, I was like grinning ear to ear when the movie began. Like Michael Keaton's name came up on the credits. I was like, oh, like Beetlejuice, and then oh my God, I was in heaven. But I don't want to give too many. I don't want to give spoilers.
I saw it yesterday morning at like 3 a.m. when I finally found it somewhere to watch it.
I seen you post Beetlejuice.
And, I don't want to ruin it, but all I'm going to say really is if you are a fan of the original Beetlejuice, you will enjoy this because it's Beetlejuice. It wasn't
the
anything.
Humor is the same.
It wasn't anything over the top where you were belly rolling laughter. There were a few tongue-in-cheek pokes and stuff like that.
It was smart.
And
it was
they
funny.
handled I can't remember his name, and I don't even want to say his name, but
There's
father
one person that didn't make it. Yeah,
the
he didn't
father
make it.
was not in the movie because of what happened a few years ago now.
No, the actor was not in the movie.
The actor was not in the movie, but the father was. Yes, that's how. Yeah.
They did a very good job at implementing that and figuring out a way to still keep the story.
I read something about it before I saw the movie, so I
didn't. I seen the article, and this is what I'm like. I'm very careful. I seen the article and I sent it to myself.
Yeah, I don't like spoilers.
And I was like,
I'm
I'll read that. Yeah, I'll read that later. And I read it after, and I was like, okay, so that explains why they did what they did.
That's the only thing I saw that in People Magazine or Variety or something. So it's very, very, very out there. Many years ago, the gentleman that played the dad, and I can't remember his name, was implemented in some naughty things that he was charged with, and the producers, the movies, decided to come up with a way that he did not have to bring that back into the franchise, basically. Right.
Well, and I mean, it doesn't take away from the movie.
No, you know what? It made the movie because it was very humorous.
So what I really enjoyed was,
don't get any
if
spoilers.
you like Al said, if you like the original, you'll like this one because it's the classic style animation.
It was Beetlejuice. It wasn't something else. It was Beetlejuice.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep. And the one thing I really enjoyed about it was, so I don't know if you know this, but Winona Ryder, when she started Stranger Things, said to the producers, I will only do this show if and only if Beetlejuice comes back. I'm taking time off to go do that.
Well, yeah, well that makes sense, right?
Yeah, which makes me wonder if that's why Stranger Things was on such a hiatus.
So and now Wednesday, the second season of Wednesday's coming up. Now I believe they're just wrapping up production of that.
She's an amazing actress too.
I'm just catching the second season of Outlast.
Okay.
Where people are.
You know what? I saw that, Al. I started watching it.
Yeah. Did you?
I like Alone. I watched
there was.
Is that the one in Alaska?
The one in Alaska.
My friend's watching that too.
Yeah.
She's like, don't watch it before bed. She spent
Well,
all night dreaming she was out
I think
trying
there's
to
2
survive.
seasons now.
Yeah, there's Alone and there's Outlast. There's two different
Yeah.
shows.
Yes.
And I think they both go to Alaska.
I can't remember where Outlast.
I know
I've only
Outlast.
watched 5 or 10 minutes because something else, squirrel. But yeah, it's a good one. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm still
I
binging
am-
Frasier.
It only has one rule. Fuck, people are stealing sleeping bags from each other and all.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know. And
Yeah.
and I've started watching.
Oh, fuck. And then, they're sleeping in below freezing temperatures.
Yes, they're up near the Yukon, I think, or something. Right,
you're up there.
Yeah, I've started watching The Godfather of Harlem, which is Forrest Whitaker, Vincent D'Onofrio's in it, Eduardo, I can't remember his name. He's been in a few really big shows. He was in Breaking Bad. Was it Breaking Bad? Yeah, I think it was Breaking Bad. Anyways, it's a good one.
Good one. Alrighty, are we done? Entertainment.
We are.
We are. That means we're gonna move on to
Sports.
Sports. That's right. I've got two stories. One is cannabis related, and the other one is history related because it was just it's like it's new history. So we're going to go into the cannabis related one first. It says 9 ways marijuana affects your athletic performance. Okay, here we go. It says that benefit 1, it reduces inflammation.
Makes sense.
All right. Number 2.
CBC is good for that.
Yeah. Number 2, ease soreness and pain.
Again, inflammation. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Treat muscle spasms.
Again,
those are
inflammation.
Nasty. Well, yes and no. That's when the muscle.
Yeah. Yeah, treating muscle spasms associated with MS, Parkinson's. Yeah. Okay.
Get over
improve sleep.
Come here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
CBN is good for that.
It sure is. Yeah. Improve mental acuity.
Acuity?
Yes.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
THCV is good for that.
Cannabis has helped. It says here, Mike. Cannabis has helped my mental game and focus incredibly. Early in the practice, cannabis helped to reduce anxiety and keep me calm and focused on one task.
I would help with meditation too, Al.
Risk number 1, damaged lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find that weird, but it's supposed to be very good for lungs.
There's
are you putting tobacco with it?
Yeah.
No.
Poppers, yeah. There's been several studies. Dr. Tashkin, Donald Tashkin, he's done some positive stories when it comes to cannabis. I know that I recently had a lung X-ray, and I've been basically consuming daily since I became a patient 21 years ago, and everything was clean. So
yeah,
fine. So that was good. But that's me.
Wait a minute. You've been consuming for 21 years?
Yeah, I've been patient. I've been a patient for 21 years, so it's been steady for 21 years every day.
But you've
I've been consuming since I was 13. So
okay, I was gonna say there's no way I've consumed longer than you. That just blew my mind. Like that's
since I was 13. So that'd be what almost 50 years. 50 years, yes.
Yeah.
I was 19, but the first time I smoked a joint was in a hash bar in Amsterdam.
No, okay, yeah. Now they say it impairs motor skills. I'm sure there's pros and cons on that.
There's nothing wrong with my driving.
They say it helps with your anxiety while you're driving. But I understand. I don't really like the idea.
Smoke and drive.
Is seeing a newbie that's goes out and smokes a big fucking infused gagger, and then jumps behind the wheel.
So yeah, that's tolerance. I feel like consumption does not equal intoxication.
Correct. Yeah.
And if I were to have a sip of a beer, I would be too drunk to drive. But that's like a person that drinks beer all the time could drink a beer and be fine to drive.
I will not drive with any amount of alcohol. Like if I've had a couple of beers at a barbecue or something like that, I'll sit around for a few hours before I'll drive again. I will not go out for a glass of wine and then jump in the car and go home or anything.
Yeah, but to smoke a joint, you'd be fine because you're used to it. That's what Al's saying. Like a newbie could smoke even just the smallest bit of that big fat joint and be too wrecked to drive. So it's about intoxication, not so much.
Yeah, whereas the tests now show consumption. They don't show that. The saliva test shows that, okay, you've consumed cannabis, but it doesn't tell you where the intoxication level is.
You know,
and you know, it could have been 4 or 5 hours and it would still show up on the swab.
One of our listeners was pulled over recently on the trip going up through Manitoba. And they instantly give you a breathalyzer there when you get pulled over.
Went down. Yes, Saskatchewan. We did a report yesterday in the news.
Maybe it was Saskatchewan. It could have been Saskatchewan.
A few thousand people that they pulled over on the long weekend. Yeah, it was huge. It was huge.
Well, I don't know any of the details. I just saw a post that I was pulled over and they gave me a breathalyzer.
Yeah. They have zero tolerance for cannabis.
In Saskatchewan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Risk number 3, they said increased likelihood of chronic depression. Risk 4, increased heart attack risk. There you go. But
wait.
Interesting.
Oh, that's a risk. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Because it
raises your blood, your heart rate, right?
Yeah, and it says 9 ways that it can affect your athletic performance. It doesn't say improve, or anything. It just says effects, right? So it has the positives and the negatives.
Well, it doesn't have lower blood pressure, or does it?
Yeah, it doesn't mention that. No, it didn't.
Interesting, because that's another side effect of.
Oh, it does. Oh, I know that. Yeah, I've experienced that.
My neighbor actually got off his blood pressure medication once he started taking oil regularly.
Yeah, because it lowers your blood pressure. I was told that from a doctor. The doctor.
Yeah, my doctor, when I went in and got my blood pressure done, the doctor was like, "You're like on the low side, but not on the concerning low side." I said, "Well, what does that mean?" He's like, "Well, it means that your body is just working at a lower pace, so it should last longer." I said,
"Yeah,
which good to me."
Low blood pressure would affect your performance as an athlete.
Yeah, and it affects your body temperature too. You always feel colder.
I find that dabs raise my body temperature. My head gets very warm after I've had a dab.
I feel like that's just a dab rush.
Yes,
I think we all get that.
You know,
it dissipates.
What do they call it? Oh shit! There's a word for it.
You want like hot sweats, cold sweats? Like that's what it feels like. All of a sudden, I get really freaking hot. Strip all my clothes off. Yeah,
dab sweat. They call it. Yeah.
What?
We were talking about that on the show. I don't think you were there, and I asked Marcel and Lenny what causes that, and neither of them really knew. And they said it equates to the chemicals that are in it, like the amount of the.
I think it would be how high the THC is. Just
that's what I mean.
That high of a hit at once just raises the THC in your body. I don't know.
I've just started noticing this because I was using I had diamonds in my shatterizer and I was just like, wow.
Oh yeah, no, it's almost equated to the sensation of greening out. But
Yeah,
it's
well,
only
and for a
short-lived.
novice, that's what you would think it is.
Yeah.
Into the sweats and the
Well, thank God it doesn't last long though. Like, and it generally only happens from a dab if somebody or you take too much of a
I
dab.
get the same thing of like right now. I'm a little panicky right now, and it happens just because I just finished smoking a joint. Sometimes I get a little panicky. I'm smoking some ICC, so yeah. But
Just
then
remember, you're just high.
I've got to roll one.
I'm drinking water.
I'm drinking
That's
water.
what
too.
anytime I tell everyone, look, it's just
I'm gonna
cannabis.
eat before I
just
go.
Tell yourself
We're
I'm
still-
just high.
I've got myself a grinder here. This was passed to me when I was at an event. Benny's World 420.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah, it works good, man.
You know what?
I got another sports story here. It's a not
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the history one.
not cannabis story. It is a history breaking story. I believe that you guys will agree.
We need to do a break.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly of the women's PWHL, the Professional Women's Hockey Leagues. This is their uniforms. And this article says good, bad, and ugly. So some people like them, some people don't.
There's only 3 teams so far.
No. They just got 3 in this picture. But they also named the teams. Last year during the season, they were only named by their cities: Toronto, New York, Minnesota.
Now they have their names. Okay.
Now they've picked names. And let's see. Some people. This is some of the people say that the Toronto sweater looks like Swedish royalty, which would be this blue and gold one here. There's the one here in the bottom right hand corner. It looks like the Calgary Flames logo.
That sure does.
Yeah, and the Montreal logo, the Victoria, this one here, at the top. They say that was the one that was seen as the best logo in the league. And there it is there. You can see it there. Because last year they just had the team's names on them.
Yeah. The town or the city. I mean.
Cities. You can see there's one there called the Sirens, which is the New York Sirens. Boston Fleet, which is the top right.
Do we have a Canadian team?
Yeah, Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto and Montreal.
Toronto, and what are their names?
Okay, Montreal is the Viort right there. Viort.
Okay, that's Montreal. Okay.
The Toronto team. I'm sorry.
Yeah, why is the logo blue and yellow for Toronto?
There it is right there. Okay.
That's Toronto, but it's the Toronto what?
Toronto Scriptrees. Scriptrees. SCEPTRES.
Scepters.
Scepters?
Oh,
Yeah.
scepter. Okay.
That's why it's got that thing on the top. They're trying to make it look like it's a scepter.
Oh, okay. Oh, look like you can't read. How often do you ever see that word?
Yeah, that's weird.
Toronto Scepters. Okay, I see what that is there.
Now you will never forget that now, Al.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, there's the Sirens, and then let me see if there's any more logos. So you can see there last year, Toronto just had Toronto on it, right?
So what this is the NHL version of women's hockey.
Correct, exactly. These are paid players. They set records constantly throughout the year for attendance records. They started in smaller venues, like let's say 2,500, and they ended up going to all the bigger arenas.
So they play at
they could get 10,000 and 15,000 people in to watch.
Do they play at the Scotia?
That's in Ottawa. They played in.
No, the Scotia is in Toronto, buddy. That's the Scotia.
Oh, you're talking about where the Leafs play?
Yeah, do they play there as well?
No, they play in where the Leafs practice. I believe was where it is now.
I had heard at one time. Well, so they play at Maple Leaf Gardens then.
Yeah, I believe that's what it is. Correct. Yeah.
Which is now Ryerson University, but
Correct.
the actual venue that was Maple Leaf Gardens is
Correct.
still there.
Yeah, so they are playing in a Legend building, and so that was the release of
that's where the Leafs did. That was their practice rink upstairs,
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah.
And now the main rink where we used to go to concerts and to see Leaf games is now, I believe, the fitness facility.
I remember it was Loblaws at one time. They had a spot painted.
Maybe
on
it's
and it said this is center ice.
You're right. Yes, it might be.
Yeah.
But they have a huge fitness facility there in that building.
Yeah,
and it's Ryerson. It's run by Ryerson University as well. It's not Ryerson anymore, is it? What's wrong, Mary Jane?
Oh, I'm just looking at a massive spider. I'm just making sure it doesn't go anywhere so I can kill it when we're done.
Oh, well, it didn't do anything to hurt you. You're scared of it.
It's in the house. It's gonna die. It took all of me just to sit here because I was like, oh, and I was ready to just jump up and go and kill it right away. And I was like, oh yeah, you're podcasting. Stay still.
All righty. Well, that is our sports news. We got to see the sweaters and stuff that's been released. So that would be new stuff, obviously. History in the making. Would we like to run an interview?
Can, sure.
All right, because we're getting down to the end of the show. We just haven't ran any commercials because we're doing so much talking. We've just been
sure. How long is the interview? Do I have time?
Oh, this interview that I've loaded up here for us is 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Okay, that's fine. And then I've got to drive to Marathon.
All righty. Here we go.
How are you? Can I ask you a question just so you know I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Yeah, exactly. Good answer. Thank you.
Perfect reason. Want to be able to smoke doobs in other countries.
Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. And that's
Exactly.
May 3rd next year.
Like, for example,
Same.
you guys were talking earlier about the U.S. election and where cannabis stands and the whole thing. If the U.S. legalizes cannabis, will we be able to cross the border with our cannabis?
Nope, never.
I doubt it.
You know what? I'm okay with that because right on the other side of the border or at
There's
the
a store.
airport, there should be stores,
Yeah.
and all it's going to do is make more money for tourism because
And cause
I'll
trouble
be able
for
to
you.
come.
And if you try, like you can fly Nova Scotia to Vancouver with your cannabis.
Yeah.
But if you try and go across the border, be it by any means, you are going to get zipped for transporting across the border, and it's a hefty fine and probably charges. So don't do it. Don't do it. I know a few people who've done silly things like that. I can do it. I can do it. No, you can't. Not now.
I wouldn't even take my car across the border. Put it that way. If I had to drive across the border, I would rent a car.
If I had to drive across the border, I would have my car detailed before I went near it. I'm always ask Dean when we go up to Thunder Bay. I'm like, okay, stay right. Don't because if you go and get into
One
that
wrong
line,
turn. Yep.
you are committed. And then whatever happens after that, and I've watched that Border Patrol show, and wow, man, they are not nice.
You
to
could
people who
accidentally
do that.
drive into a border crossing and then get busted.
Exactly.
for it.
You get there and you're like, I need to turn around. And
I
they're like,
didn't
well, you
mean to
have
go this way. I meant to
turn
take a
around.
right instead of a left. And it just Buffalo. It happens. That happens in Buffalo.
Cornwall,
Yeah.
Sarnia,
To Saint Marie.
Windsor. You got to be careful in all of those. Windsor.
We can't. But there are some, like to her point about traveling to other countries. There are some countries where you can go and get access to cannabis.
Well, you can.
So if you just go to the States, for example, you get access to cannabis.
In most states, you can have access to it. In most provinces, you can get access to it. So what's the point? Why risk it? Go try something different. Right? I at this point, I am hesitant to even get on a plane and fly.
I think if I was a
don't know why.
snowbird, but what if you were a snowbird and you were heading south for 6 months?
I would suggest if you
with
use
you,
cannabis. I would suggest that if you use cannabis, you do not choose Florida as your destination.
I actually know snowbirds that use cannabis, go to Florida, and they have their own hookups.
Oh yeah,
just like we.
Yeah.
It's not so hard. It's never been hard to get, even since I've been around. So got any weed? Yeah, sure, man. What do you want?
Yeah, exactly. All righty. Well, there's the interview of the day. Got everything else covered. We've done every segment. Anything else you'd like to mention, talk about, bring up, discuss?
Time to go have lunch.
Time to have lunch. That's right. I got to finish my doob and get into lunch. I got to take the dog for a walk. She's been sitting at the gate for a while.
I'm going to take Rosa with me.
Yeah.
She hasn't been. I have not been out of this town since the last time I went out of this town, which was so long I don't remember when.
Yeah, I know what you mean because I'm out in the country too, right? And
you don't really have to go out. You go shop. I go shopping. I go into town. Everything's right here.
I tried to get
the dump is 10 minutes up the road. The next town is 10 minutes up the road. Marathon is the next city, if you want to call it a city, that has anything like shopping and Timmy's and an A&W, places that I like to go to once every 6 months or so. No McDonald's though.
No McDonald's. All righty. Okay. All right. Other than that, I guess we'll see everybody next week. Same time, same place.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
I like how you didn't say see you next Tuesday.
No.
What? Wait. Back up.
We can discuss that off air.
See you next week.
See you next week. Bye.
I'm lost.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
We got a couple minutes. All right. I'm caught here. All right.
We should be hugging right now.
Exactly. Okay. All right. I know who I'm talking to, but our viewers don't. So the band's back. And I won't be here, my producer, but our listeners, our viewers. Yeah, we'll just wait till they go by. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. All right, let's try this again. Yes, yes. All right. Tell us exactly who you are and your company.
Landon McDowell. I'm one of the owners of Alias LED. We're in Sudbury, Ontario. It's our first time having a booth at such an event like this. This has been wild. I can't even believe the people that have showed up here from all sorts of companies, all sorts of influencers. It's just been an amazing time. It's something that I probably will never, ever miss again. Just been absolutely awesome.
Great, great. Now, Alias, the name. Where'd you get the name from?
It's actually an ancient Roman name for the Sunshine family. So we incorporated that as a good way of introducing ourselves to the world. Different name, make people ask questions like that. So it's been good. It's been good. It's caught on.
I said you're based here in Ontario, Northern Ontario, right? And your product is like, I let everybody know that I have Alias lights in my garden. Oh yeah, I got the 630, the 630 Matrix.
Awesome. I'm glad you're happy with it. Awesome.
Well, I can tell you, I wasn't an LED fan until I did a side-by-side comparison because I was helping another patient grow, and they bought your lights, and we did a side-by-side. And as your sign says, winner in that competition, you won. Yeah, third year in a row.
Third year in a row. Yeah. Yeah.
That shows the quality of the product.
Well, we've passed the hump where we've made it past the warranty. So, lights that came out back in the day when we met you are now, even if they're off warranty, we're still around to take care of anybody's help and needs and stuff, which is important. You got to just make it over that hump.
And I haven't had a problem. I haven't had a single problem with you. with your light.
Well, we like to hear that. It's electronics. They do fail once in a while. Nothing's perfect, but it's nice when everybody's having a good time and their growing is consistent and there's no issues.
Now, some people look at that and say, well, they might think they don't see much red when they, thinking of, on the HPS, the red spectrum. Now, I don't know which model this is.
This is something brand new. This is a tunable fixture, so we can adjust your basic deep red 660, your 730 far red, and your white spectrum. So basically, we have a clone, a vegetative, and a flowering spectrum built into one using a master controller. It's all touchscreen. It's pretty common in the industry.
You consider one of the, I know you had the model, there's a red. This is the red right here. Oh.
It has an efficiency of 3.495, so it's one of the highest out there for a white, still working environment spectrum. So it's not hard on the eyes. It's still 4,300 Kelvin, which is rare because most people with the red spectrum, it gets redder and redder, but that's still working environment.
Now, I also see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and that's 1,000. Wow, always. Now, I see you've got something. I saw this online on your website. This light right here, it looks like, just like a big fluorescent, like a big...
This is basically was invented for the vegetation world. So we started putting into vegetable gardens, lettuce mainly, all that kind of stuff. So it's a 60 watt, waterproof basically tube that goes above the plants, close to water and all that kind of stuff. Mostly a lot of people in the cannabis industry use these for what they call the under canopy lighting. So it's starting to light the underneath. I have, no proof myself on this, but that's what they're buying it from me for. And get light down low. So we do offer multiples of spectrums. Growers are welcome to pick a spectrum that they find that would work best for them. And then we'll customize the lights accordingly. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You got some gifts things over here, mugs, thermos, and hoodie. Some of that stuff looks familiar.
Yeah. Giveaways, Al?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, it was good. And, like I said, they're working. I'll never have to buy another light. I know that.
If you do, you know where to come.
Oh yeah, exactly. If I want to upgrade, but as far as like it's it was that comparison. It was huge. It was enough to make me go this route.
Hook me
You're
up,
right.
Al.
You're right.
Hook me
We
up.
see even further. We have something we haven't really disclosed to anybody yet, but we have something brand new that's going to revolutionize growing. We're probably ahead of anybody's curve right now, so we're not scared to hold on to it for the time being. But you'll know when it comes. We'll make sure to give you a call.
Yeah.
We'll get things.
That was good. Okay, where can people find you?
You can find us at aliasled.com. You can reach me at Landon at aliasled.com is my email. And call us, talk to us, Instagram. You got it.
You got her. There you go. Thank you, Super Landon. Thank you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 ramble loggers later.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net.
That wasn't intentional. Holy, this is actually some really decent legal cannabis that I've got. It kind of kicks me right in the butt.
It sounds like it.
Well, I will say this is the second doobie of the day because I did smoke one with my husband when I got home from work. But
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
actually,
Well,
I actually got the container this time. This stuff is called Galaruna Glue orangutan, something like that. Glue orangutan? Yeah, maybe that's it.
Oh, I can't read it.
Yeah, it's a hybrid, but it's a cross
Oh.
between OG Kush and GG4 and Afghani.
Oh, well, it's got some good lineage there.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it looks like it was doing its job for you.
Oh no, it's nice. Like I said, I was just like didn't plan on starting the show with a but I guess kind of how appropriate.
Well, yeah. Well, usually you've got you're rolling a joint or whatever when we get started, and
Yeah, but
it looks like you just got it lit.
It wasn't a chokeable. Wasn't planning on
Yeah.
choking myself like that, but yeah. Woo.
Right. So what's new and exciting? You got an interesting guest tonight. Been around for a long time.
Yeah. Actually, I posted that I met her 13 years ago.
13 years ago. Wow.
Ottawa. Yeah, it was 13 years ago that we were in Ottawa.
Wow, it has been a long, it's been a while, eh?
Right.
Geez, I guess we're just getting older, eh? That's the worst thing
I keep
about it.
thinking it's longer than that though too, but I think it was longer than 13 years ago. It was 13 years ago that it was in my memories, but it was 2012, so that's more like
That's 12 years ago.
2012. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Taven was a baby, and he's 14. So yeah, it was 13 years ago.
Well, he'd still be a baby. Well, he wasn't a baby. He's toddler, I guess, at 2,
Yeah,
right?
but yeah.
Yeah, by then he's telling you what to do.
By then he was pointing fingers. But I actually posted a picture of us we were in the green room on Parliament Hill, and we had done a press conference, and Allison was one of the speakers, along with Russell Barth and Adam Greenblatt and Christine Lowe, and we were all there. And
All
Sam
there, eh?
also there too. So there was a bunch of us that, all rolled in there. Debbie Stoltz Giffen. I can't even name everybody because Caleb was there, Caleb Hubble, like Pipes, Gary Pallister, which, just has been, his birthday the other day and he's no longer with us. So there's so many people, right?
And usually before we get started with our guests, we talk about some of the stuff that we've done over the last week. And I'm not going to discuss what I did over the weekend because I'm going to do it with our guest.
Because you guys were together.
We were together. That's right.
I brought that on my show. I did. I mentioned that on Monday, and I actually brought the pictures up on my page, shared the screens, and showed some pictures. You weren't there. You weren't in the pictures because you were must be taking pictures.
I was taking pictures, but I am in some pictures. I'm in a picture. I used one of a picture of me that was compliments of Gary Lynch. He took a picture of me out there with Allison.
Excellent.
So instead of just talking about it, let's just bring her in, right? So let's introduce our guest. I said Allison. She's been in the cannabis community for decades. She was there when the medical cannabis program in Canada first got started. Now she's fighting for access to magic mushrooms or psilocybin, however you want to say it. And been going to the Global Marijuana March since the beginning, 25 years ago. Welcome, Allison Murden, to the Pace Radio Show. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Hi, Al. Hi, Tamara. I'm having a bit of a silly day, but hey, I'm happy that I'm here.
Good.
How are you guys?
Not doing too bad. It's just we're patient. So we have our ups and downs, and we have our good days, and we have our bad days.
Hey, 100%, honey, 100%. It's good to see you guys. You both look great.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's good to see, as I mentioned, that we got to see each other over the weekend down there in the big smoke downtown doing the Global Marijuana March. It was good to see you down there.
You know what? I still can't believe it was 25 years ago that 5 of us started that. Stephen Bacon, Neve Tapiero, Dom Kramer, myself, and Gary Lynch walked the streets of Toronto, and I had a big sign 25 years ago saying legalize cannabis globally, and we screamed. And I'll tell you, the following year they said there were over, I've heard 20,000, but I've also heard 50,000 people who joined us. So all I know is that people want change all around the world, my friends.
Oh, yes. And, today I went through because we broadcasted the march. And during the actual march, I went up to people and I asked the question why they were marching. I asked Tamara that during one of the broadcasts that we did. And then I took that little clip and used that as a promotional thing. So I've gone through it and took out those little parts and created a video, and I'm hoping to be able to post it tomorrow. I was trying to get it done today, but unfortunately it didn't get finished. So I'm going to get it done tomorrow, hopefully, and get it posted. And a lot of the people that I talked to, I'm going to say at least probably 90% of them, one of the first things they say that come out of the mouth is the fact that it's got to be legal globally.
As we've been saying, I did my first interview, one of my first interviews with Matt Myrna on View Magazine over 25 years ago, talking about exactly that. We need to get out there. We need to have a voice. And as a clump, we're heard.
Yeah. These rallies and protests, they're all part of getting the cannabis legalization. There's the medical end of things that been fighting towards the government. I sort of look at it as an octopus, different coming at it from different ways with all different arms in order to be able to end prohibition. And the protests are all part of it, and they're important. They allow the people who to get out there and voice their opinion.
You know what? Again, and it makes it so that every single person can see themselves represented because they're all walks of life of us who come out to fight these things.
That's right.
Again, I remember 25 years ago, Alan, tomorrow too, there was nobody in this area who was in a wheelchair who was in the marches. I didn't even think about it when I went out and started the marches until I realized when people were gathering together to go in the march, I was like, all wheelchairs up front. Oh, wait, I'm the only one. But yeah, but it's so good to see now because I want people to know, oh, I don't have good health. I just push myself to do things because I know it's better for me. I want to be pushed outside my comfort zone. I want to do something that I haven't done before that again, I want to make sure that I'm heard doing. So whether or not, again, way off topic, I was saying to Gary the other day that one of the protests and festivals we were at, I was dancing in my electric wheelchair and I was just zipping around in circles like I've always done. I just automatically did that when I got one 30 years ago. So all of a sudden this man comes at me and he goes, my God, I've been watching you for 15 minutes. He said, my brother and his wife told me they were going to take dancing lessons and they're both in wheelchairs and I couldn't figure out how until I watched you for the last 15 minutes. And I said, that's what we're here for, my friend, to represent.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere.
And you know, the marches, you know, making it legal globally, that includes the medical end. And
you better believe it.
Yeah, access, right?
Well, the
Yes,
problem is, we've always wanted like drug reform, right? And right now we're going to battle with decriminalization of hard drugs and how the project has become harmful in British Columbia. And but let's be clear and honest here. There are not meth heads blowing smoke in nurses' faces and sitting in waiting rooms in Vancouver smoking meth. That's not happening. That's a lot of right-wing rhetoric. But again, the project needs to be revamped. It does.
It does.
Again, they took away safe consumption sites. So when you take away something that they need to go hand in hand,
where are they going to go?
Project, where do you expect them to go? So again, you know, drug reform, again, we wanted to see all drugs decriminalized. Now we're seeing that the pilot project that Toronto might be trying to get might be canceled because of what's going on here.
Yeah.
Wow, that's new again today.
There was actually, I think I saw.
So when Vancouver asked for exemption, the federal government had to say, no, it has to come from the province. So that's when Vancouver went to EB or to the ND, to our government here in the province and asked them for the federal government for exemption. And that's how Vancouver got their exemption. It was because of the way the arms of jurisdiction go. So in Ontario, the same thing's happening. Toronto would like to do the same pilot project where they could decriminalize small amounts, but it has to go to the province. And Ford is as
that's the problem.
Oh,
that's
I'm
the
not
problem
even
right there.
Oh my
gosh.
We're having issues here in British Columbia because the usage out here because there's no safe access either. Let's be clear, there's nobody handing out drugs for free here. If you're getting any safe access, you have to have a prescription from a doctor. And doctors aren't hanging out cannabis prescriptions, never mind prescriptions for meth and crack. Okay? So it's hard enough to get a prescription for cannabis, never mind meth and crack. So again, there's no safe access. People are still dying of toxic drug poisoning. Why it's so bad and the project is going shit south because there's no safe access and no safe consumption sites. So they didn't do the project properly. It was done haphazardly with decriminalizing without the programs to go hand in hand that are needed. And now it's fallen apart. And now here we are backpedaling and the federal government's having to change legislations and it's a mess. It's a bloody mess.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Honestly, I was really looking forward to the news being positive. You know, I've been following this whole thing. And again, today, I just heard today that it broke on the news that it wasn't going to be wasn't going to go forward in British Columbia. And that's really upsetting for me because I've been fighting for this for over 30 years.
We've had decriminalization for quite a long time. But for 2
Did they
years,
did they not just ask the federal government only to remove the public use of it? But if you got caught with if you got caught with the substance, you're still covered under decrim. You're just not. They don't want you using it in the park.
no public
Yeah,
park.
no public
But you
use.
know what? What if you're
Where you gonna go when
houseless?
you're
Where are you
homeless?
gonna go?
Where you gonna go when
Exactly.
you're homeless? I
Where are
know.
you gonna
Problem
go?
is the house-
That's
it's
it's
the
so
houseless that are
unfair.
public consuming, right? And it's
Yeah.
exactly what it is. It's the public, it's the houseless that are consuming in public because there's nowhere for them to go,
Yeah, and
right?
that's
They
where
can't
like it's
consume
out
at home.
Exactly.
They're not
So
allowed
it's a
to use
vicious
it.
circle.
Exactly. But there
Yeah.
also there's no safe consumption sites for them to go to be safe to use, and it's
But this is why I've been fighting for over 30 years for
Yeah.
full legalization of every single substance out there. Because the harder the substance, the more deadly it is, the more it has to be legalized and regulated. And somebody has to take control of it. People, this is like the Wild West. This
That's the
is
thing.
ridiculous.
Okay, so cannabis has now been regulated, and we've got licensed producers and microcrafters producing it. The problem is, who are we going to get legally to produce crack cocaine, heroin, meth, and all these street drugs? Who's going to produce that legally? So the government or whoever has to figure out who's going to bring.
Yeah, they
cocaine
sure
into
do.
Canada, like who's going to bring the legal heroin into Canada, and then they have to get.
It's already here. I've had it. I've had heroin prescribed. I have it on prescription in every hospital that I go to. I have heroin on prescription, ketamine on prescription. I can't even remember all the things that I've fought for it that I've. And these are the things that have to be made available to everybody in need. No more putting up walls in front of us.
The stigmatization of people using in parks.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Because addicts,
Exactly.
addicts, when they're that far into the disease, it's unfortunate. They do not see the world around them as being anything but their own, right? They get into a tunnel vision, right?
Most
and they
definitely.
Don't care. They don't care if they
They're
leave
caught up.
Park,
Most
right?
definitely.
They don't care about their own hygiene. So unfortunately, when they're that far into the disease, there's no reasoning, no logic, right? So that's the unfortunate problem with this disease.
But again, all the more reason to legalize and regulate and get these problems
I agree.
taken care of. That's exactly why I fight what I fight tomorrow. This is so
you've
upsetting.
You've been doing it for a decade, because I know when you're a host here on the program, you talked about that. You talked about it all
I've
the
been
time.
doing it from the beginning for over 30 years. I wanted to legalize and regulate all drugs.
Like I'm all for it too. Like I want to see all. I'm all
Yeah.
for it.
This
Because
is
like I
why
said,
tomorrow.
for law reform, right? I wanted to see the laws changed. I wanted to see addiction become a medical issue rather than
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Where we're at. Same with cannabis. Cannabis is a medical issue, not a justice issue. People shouldn't have been
Exactly.
right?
It's not a criminal justice issue. It does not belong in a court of law at all.
And people with addiction disease do not belong in jails.
No.
That's absolutely not a place for them. But again, we go back to the cannabis taxation, and they're using that for cannabis addiction. When
I've heard.
Let's build treatment centers with that money. I'm totally down for that. But let's put some real addicts into it, right? Let's use the disease word and use
And
the disease
get them there without arresting them.
No kidding. Without involving the law.
They're not breaking the law. It's not illegal to consume drugs in Canada.
Exactly.
It's illegal for you to possess them, and now it's decriminalized for cannabis. It's legalized, and for hard drugs in British Columbia, it's decriminalized. So we've gotten to the point where we've got legalization of cannabis, we've got decriminalization of small amounts of hard drugs. Now we have to.
We're getting there.
To go hand in hand to get that disease under control, so we can have functioning addicts like they do, lawyers and doctors and people that use, and they can still be productive, citizens, right? Like that. It happens.
Can I just change the subject for 1 second?
Yeah, I know.
Because also, well, it's okay. That was very cool, Tamara. I really appreciated that. But what I was going to say is, I also, as a patient, as you both know, I'm fighting for psilocybin as medicine, and there is some news coming down the pike. So as far as things go, we're not as desperate maybe as we were a year ago. So
I can, because I do the news twice a week, I see what's going on. With Theracell. I can't pronounce the
Theracell. Yeah. Theracell.
and their court challenges and stuff
I'm
like
with
that.
Theracell.
Oh yeah,
I'm with
okay.
Theracell.
And you know, I'm really glad to see because it's a big fight, and you know, you've got a company that's doing all this research and stuff that's going to court backing using this challenge. Whereas back with Terry Parker, what company was standing beside Terry Parker?
Yes. But plus, too, I want you to know that I have a separate lawsuit going through a human rights lawyer named Nicholas Pope. And Nicholas took me on last year. Oh, well, when my lawyers had approached him because we were at a dead end, we couldn't go any further. The government had already denied me access to psilocybin as medicine and told me that there were other avenues I could go down. And I was to myself like, no, I've tried everything. So we found this lawyer, Nicholas Pope, in Ottawa. And Nicholas just recently on May 7th fought a case for a fellow similar to me in so much that he fights cluster headache, which is one of the things that I also fight. I have something called bilateral trigeminal neuralgia, which is driving me insane right now, as well as cluster headache. But cluster headache and both trigeminal neuralgia and cluster headache are the worst worst pains known to medicine. And in your face and head, but also there's no cure for either one of them. So what I did over 30 years ago was I branched out on my own because doctors weren't listening to me then, and I found psilocybin 30 years ago gave me relief. What I didn't know was up until 2017 when I increased my dosage to 5 grams at one time, which I'm told by a lot of media that I did interviews with then is the hero's dose, which I didn't even know. Anyway, I now take 10 times the hero's dose throughout the day in a 24-hour period to alleviate this absolutely silly pain to have in my face and head all the time. But that's what my lawsuit's about. And because I am such a large amount, Al and Tamara, that's why the government is denying me access. They do not want psilocybin legalized at all for any reason, although they've done it for a number of people in Canada. But those people have been really, really small amounts. And now that I'm coming out with this huge amount, the government, again, is going to fight me every step of the way. So I just want you to be aware that after May 7th, we'll be able to get into the details of my case a little more, and I'll be able to talk a little more. Well, as soon as a ruling comes out, because again, my lawyer was in court with another client on May 7th. So as soon as that ruling comes out, we'll move ahead with mine. Yep.
Yeah, yesterday.
So,
yeah.
I know.
Now, just a quick comment. The legal route that you talk about and applying and all that is the SAP, the Special Access Program.
Yes,
I think
it
it's
is.
probably worded right, SAP, because it's so slow. It's just drip, and no.
Although I must say that once your application for SAP is accepted, you are supposed to have an answer within 24 hours.
Oh, then why are
So-
some people waiting? Like the one fellow, he waited over 500 days, and he was
That's
actually
like
already in
me.
the program. Yeah,
But
you
that's
said
like
that.
me. Again, it's because they take that long to wait and tell us, and then they deny us. And then, but until you're accepted, that's the thing. It depends on the issue at hand and the person involved and the circumstances. So that's why Theracell is fighting for those of us who are taking longer to get answers.
Yeah,
That's
now
not fair.
your grammage that you're asking for, as you mentioned, 50
Yes.
grams.
Yes.
I'm sure. I think probably in an earlier discussion we might have had, you probably learned something from the Terry Parker case, being that they legalized him to be able to access it, but there was no source.
You're right. You're right. Darn right. So what I'm doing actually involves getting a source from the government, and I
Mhm.
can't really say a lot about it right now, but I will soon. Again, because it's illegal. It's the only legal supplier right now for the government of Canada, a company called Filament, who
Okay, yeah,
actually is
yeah.
now doing maximum and sorry, maxi or macro doses, pardon me, of cannabis in a pill.
Yeah, I think
So
I've
in pill
reported
form.
they've been doing
Or
some
cannabis,
exporting.
I'm sorry, psilocybin.
Yeah.
Psilocybin in pill. So that would be better than me swallowing 5 grams of mushrooms every few hours, which I don't really mind because it does work, but it sort
Yeah.
of fills me up. I don't have much room for anything else to eat.
Yeah, it was, some people can get frustrated with, just taking a pill version of things, but sometimes there is,
This is
cannabis.
natural, though. This is 100% natural because I fought
Great.
again in my lawsuit. I do not want anything more
Yeah,
synthetic in
yeah,
my
yeah.
life.
And you're like, it's just like cannabis can be
Nope.
swallowed in a
Yep.
pill as well, right?
Yep,
Being
but only
natural.
natural. The only pill I swallow with cannabis is cannabis oil in a capsule.
There you
So
go.
that's what I'm doing. Hopefully with psilocybin is that I'm going to swallow whole psilocybin in a
Yeah,
capsule as well. So
yeah, yeah.
again, it's natural. That's what I'm fighting
Yeah,
for.
yeah,
So
exactly.
If it works, right? If it works,
you better believe it. Yep. And I found actually cluster headache again is so bless you, sweetheart. It's so excruciatingly painful that people like me who have a 24 hours a day get a little fed up at times, right? So
Yeah.
again, that's why I went down the road of trying pretty much everything. I have been through raw opium, heroin, cocaine, all through my doctors, those three, all
Okay.
doctor prescribed or doctor authorized. And then
Hmm.
I went the route of cannabis and psilocybin as far as natural things go. But again, before that, many of you know I had 32 pills at 2,000 milligrams of morphine every day of my life, plus heroin and cocaine for years through doctors. So I don't want
Yes.
any of that anymore. I want to have
No.
natural things. And I'm on now, I think it's 6 different pills. Yay! Rather than 32. So I'm getting
Yes.
younger. I'm getting younger and reducing my pills as I go.
right?
There you go.
That's
Exactly.
that's
And the
the
thing
most
is,
positive
like,
way to think about it, right?
Right.
whatever you're doing is working. 30, all these years dealing with this condition, like basically, watching you, especially, during this interview, and you doing that, and you're squinting of your eyes and your face. That's
Right.
like to us like a light going off, indicating to us that you're dealing with pain.
Whoppa.
Right?
Darn. I was hoping you
Yeah.
guys couldn't pick up on it. Just kidding.
I mean, it's hard to,
I can't
again,
hide
like
it.
you just keep pushing through, right? And we all,
Yeah.
and that's what we all do. That.
Hey, I have a little joke that I've had all my life since I've been diagnosed with
Okay.
MS that I don't really have MS. I am a mess. MESS. It's a lot easier to explain.
It is. That's totally. Yeah, it is. Totally.
Sure is. Sure is. Yeah. No, it's been obviously all these years. It's been a nonstop battle for you, trying to get access, whether it was to cannabis or whether
Yeah.
to under the Section 56. People might be wondering, well, how did she get access to legal cocaine or the legal heroin and stuff?
Yes.
And that's the Section 56. And I think there was just an
Was
announcement.
decades ago.
What
I'm
was that?
sorry, Al. I said it was decades ago. I'm not sure now it's the same.
Yeah, there was it was in the news lately. There's been some change to the Section 56.
Big change, big change. It's
Yeah.
no longer as accessible to patients like myself as it was decades ago because I think I've Probably done a little too much trouble, caused a little too much trouble over the years. Oh,
Well, not just you, but I mean, there's been, like several other people that we just cited. Like, like we'll go, well, there's a section 56 under, on the charter. And people pick up on that information when you start spreading education, it just
You
kind
bet.
of
Again, Al and Tamara, the Special Access Program or the SAP program is still pretty good for people who want access to these different substances. It used to be that, again, people like me went through the Section 56 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to make sure that we not only had possession being allowed, but consumption and a source, like Al said. So we had all these things that we were dealing with back then with cannabis. Well, now we're doing the same with all these other substances. And again, that's been my fight for over 30 years as a retired law enforcement officer. So again, medically, I would like for it to continue as we are and get it done.
Yeah, I agree.
Needs to be done. Something needs to be done. It would be a big change to those who are on the street that are addicted, where they could get safe access without the stigma and all that
respect.
Yeah, exactly. With respect to them,
Well, there's dignity. Like there's stuff. Again, with a disease, it's a substance abuse disease.
Yeah.
It's a disease. It's not like people don't understand that. It's a health issue. It's not a justice issue, and we need to treat it as such.
I will say quickly again that I absolutely love Neil Magnuson and Glenn Wells for what they're doing in BC because of the fact that they are actually acknowledging people who have substance abuse issues. They're actually giving them free cannabis, and that to me is just unbelievably heroic. That's unbelievable that they're going out of their way to help people they don't even know. Neil Magnuson, again, my heart. I've known him for, again, well over 25 years. And boy, oh boy, do I love that man from head to toe.
And he's battling cancer.
I know. I talked to him. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Neil, if you're out there, honey, we love you.
Yeah. And mention Chris Backer, too, who's out in Nova Scotia.
Yes, and Chris, for sure.
Yeah.
There's one here in Ontario as well, someplace.
So many.
There's a few. There's a couple more in Vancouver in this area.
I love it. I love it.
And I think that's a base program that should be. It's keeping up with the donations. I think it's really hard for people to.
It's helping.
Access the donations too, right? Because to give it away, unless you know somebody who's growing that has extra that can donate, right? That's been a barrier for a lot of people too, right?
Yeah.
You bet.
All righty. Time for us to take a break. When we get back, we'll continue our talk with our guest, Allison Merlin. This is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and on our YouTube channel as well. See you in about 3 minutes. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, welcome back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we are live with our guest, Allison Murden. Well, ladies, before the break, we're talking about access to, basically all drugs and decriminalization in general. So when it comes to decriminalization, one of the things usually with them is the fact that, with cannabis, with decriminalization, there would be no source. There would be no law or reduced laws against it. How would they deal with that in this end of things with the psilocybin and the other drugs? Would they rely on a pharmaceutical source, or would companies, start producing? What do you think?
From what I understand, I know as a medical patient, Filament is the go-to company for medicine for people with licenses or special access program licenses through Health Canada.
Okay.
So they're actually the link through Health Canada. So legally, I'm not sure what they'd use as a source, but I do know that there are other places across Canada who've been growing, who definitely want to make sure that they can get in on this, game early.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
again, I would imagine I think opening it up the way they did like cannabis is probably not what they're going to do right away. Yeah. I remember Paul Lewin my lawyer saying years ago that just because they might legalize psilocybin or magic mushrooms doesn't mean they're ready to ram a big mushroom truck through the door, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So
I think they probably would have. I think they probably learned from the experience of the cannabis end of things. And I can see where they would want to.
There's also big mushroom producers that are growing like Money's mushrooms and mushrooms on like an agricultural basis where it's going to the grocery stores.
Yes.
Mushrooms again are an agricultural based thing.
Farmers. Right? Exactly. Yeah. Open it up.
And I looked, cannabis is no longer on the CDSA. It's already been removed off the CDSA.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
I was not aware
when the Cannabis Act was so cannabis can't be removed. It already has been. Because I did some research, doing some for my show. So if psilocybin then is taken off the CDSA the same way and regulated the same way as cannabis, and becomes an agricultural issue,
it does,
right? So again, cannabis too, in the long run, has been taken off the CDSA, is not being taken into effect as a drug per se anymore. Psilocybin needs to be looked at the same way. It's still a plant.
psilocybin is less harmful than cannabis and
Well,
less
that
addictive.
Not even,
So people have to do their
but
homework.
again, like
well,
if
the
the
big,
producers
the big
already
thing
in the
about the,
agriculture business, why couldn't they just put a row of magic mushrooms in with the money's mushrooms? You know
yeah,
what I'm
the
saying?
big thing about cannabis is the smoking. The smoking,
Yeah, it's not
smoking.
smoking a mushroom.
Yes.
You can't
You're not
smoke.
Oh,
smoking.
can I just say quickly that a lot of people, Al, think that my throat is from smoking cannabis? It's so not. I had
No.
emergency throat surgery a couple of years ago, and I couldn't talk at all after that. So now it's just coming back. So I'm excited that my voice sounds like this. Anyway, but smoking, you bet. Smoking is not at all a good probably thing to do, but smoking is the fastest route of administration when
Correct.
you
Yeah,
consume
it is.
cannabis.
Yeah, and you know,
I've
you
been
just don't
smoking
smoke
cigarettes and
mushrooms.
cannabis for 35 years, and
Yeah.
I don't, I don't know. I think it's just people have misconceptions of a lot of things.
Well,
Most definitely.
you gotta think that you take a cannabis plant and you grow in your yard, you got this plant material there. You take a cigarette and you empty out that cigarette and you look at it on the table and you know that that thing has been through process. It's got
Yeah,
other
little
stuff
different.
cracked. It's got all kinds of things
But
added to
tobacco in
it.
a natural form is still just a plant.
Right.
You
That's
know what?
why.
I used to smoke tobacco decades ago. I quit in 1999 because I was smoking so much cannabis that I didn't want to. Well, actually, I couldn't smoke both because I was smoking so much cannabis. So I ended up quitting smoking tobacco. But I probably won't say much about it other than that because I am a former smoker, tobacco smoker. But I
Yeah.
do know that for me, it was probably one of the better things that I did was
Well, I
when I
think
quit.
what I was mentioning today too, that a lot of people said they quit smoking back in like the 60s and the 70s cold turkey. Well, that's because the cigarettes didn't have formaldehyde and carbon monoxide and all the things that they pump into the cigarettes now. So it was easier to quit that many years ago because it wasn't toxic, poison, addicting like they are now, right? And that's why they pumped all this crap into them so they could make us addicted
Well,
to them.
people are
Funny,
worried
I
about
actually
cannabis.
I went
Yeah.
on a medication because I wanted to quit smoking so badly. There was a medication called Zyban that was
Yep.
in Canada
Yeah.
at the time. And little did I know it was taken off the market probably within 6 months of me going on it. But I quit. After 30 days, I never wanted tobacco again.
Yeah.
Yeah, again.
So,
It's
but I
really-
knew the side effects weren't good. So I was glad I got off it.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of the broadcast where we talked a bit about the Global Marijuana March. And the fact that you were at the first march there. You were, one of the first 5 people.
We
that
brought
went
it together to Toronto.
Right. And, over the years, you've seen it escalate to being huge. Remember the days of the stages and the bands and the vendors?
There's still vendors, but they're coming back fast. There are a few sprouting up now, but boy, there were more this year than there were last year.
Yo, yeah, I said the same thing. I
yeah,
said
very
exactly the
cool.
same thing. We all agreed.
We're back.
Yeah, we had a meeting afterwards, and we all agreed that, there was more vendors this year.
You bet.
And I don't know if you noticed. I don't know whether you talked to the people from Pad H. Were there Parents Against Driving High? They were.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. They were there. Talking about what they do, the education that they offer, and one of the things that they do with, they raise money and stuff, and they push responsible use of cannabis. Okay, they're not against cannabis use. They push responsible use of it. Of course, they advocate for people not to drive high, which is that's what their thing is. As far as what they're doing. And but what they also do is they go to events such as the Global Marijuana March, or they went to shows in Toronto. They've gone to events in Toronto, and they offer free rides home.
Wow.
For people who feel that they're too high.
Terrific.
And they'll give them a ride home. Yeah.
Wow. Right on.
Yeah.
Right
So,
on.
Yeah. I've talked to them a few times, and
Aren't people incredible?
yeah, yeah, they're not
Wow.
out. The thing is, that some people might look at them as being a group that, I use this as an example. In Quebec, when legalized cannabis came in, they used promotional stuff, and it said
Right.
cannabis won't do this, but, and what they did is it had everybody with stretched necks.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, and they had somebody with ears like horse ears or donkey ears on it. It was ridiculous, right? Yeah, they don't use anything like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there are so many, like, even some of the commercials they got on TV, from Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Don't drink and be high, and they got this joint bouncing around and with a beer can, and it's kind of like,
Don't treat people
yeah.
like they're children.
Yeah.
Treat people
Yeah.
with respect.
Yeah, there's
And
no
actually,
big-
if you tell us the truth, it's amazing how far that'll go.
right? Like, what's wrong with just saying, hey, like, we know the repercussions of drinking and under the influence, right?
Yep.
Like, what do we have to add the doobie to it?
Yep. Exactly.
I on the way home from the march on Saturday, there was all request Saturday night on our local radio station.
Right.
So the somebody had called in and they had talked about being stoned, and they were all type speaking, right? And so I called in, and obviously, like, these little segments when people call in, they're recorded, and then they play them when they get to them. And so I called in and I said, "Hey, I just coming home from the Global Marijuana March." And I thought he might ask me, "Well, why would you be marching for legalizing cannabis when cannabis is legal in Canada?" But he didn't ask me that. He asked me, where did I stop for my munchies on the way home?
That's because nobody's informed. They just don't have the brain power to actually
Or
ask.
maybe they do know. Maybe they just didn't need an answer.
Well, it sounds like the guy was like totally ill
No,
informed. Because I did
yeah.
the first global marijuana march ever in Lethbridge, Alberta, too, in 2008. Right, we were
Yeah.
the first ones. We showed up in the front.
Good
steps.
for you.
There
Good
was
for
a
you.
We ended up being 50, and then the next year it was, quite 200, I think.
Excellent.
Right,
That's how you
I
do
did one
it.
here when I first moved here too. We did a couple here too. So, but we only had like 6 or 10 people here.
Right
But
on.
again,
Hey.
people just don't do things like that here. It's like,
You know what? The power of one, sweetheart. The power of one.
right?
Yeah,
We've
oh,
always
yeah,
said one person with a sign in the middle of the road
yeah,
can make a
I've
difference.
done it. I've
yeah.
done
Well,
it,
you know,
honey.
yeah,
Many times.
exactly. Justin Louses, he did the
Yeah, Justin, you bet.
yeah, sessions
You
in the
did a
street.
session. I was just gonna say that.
Right? We did that
Right
Stop
on.
Harper protest in Lethbridge with 3 of us.
Right on. See,
Yeah.
that's beautiful.
Right? Like, there's so many of us that have no, like, we're not in Toronto, we're not in Vancouver, right? There's so many pockets of activists across this country that make a
You
difference,
bet.
and they're just 4 or 5 of them doing something. Right?
You bet.
Yeah, no,
You bet.
you said there was you, Neve, Stephen, was
Dominic
there?
Kramer.
Okay, no, it was that first march.
Yeah, Dominic Kramer, and then myself and Gary.
Oh,
And
okay,
the
all right.
5 of us marched the streets of
I was
Toronto.
I was thinking Terry was there because I was going to say there
Oh,
was,
no.
no,
I didn't know Terry then. I didn't know Jim Wakeford then either, which goes way back, a blast from the
Yeah.
past.
yeah,
So I actually, Terry and I were talking. This is a little kind of off topic in one respect, but a cute story for you guys. Terry and I were talking at the march on Saturday, and we were talking about way back when, 100 years ago, when all these people, specifically that big march, when all the people came, and we were
yeah,
all sitting around the base of the statue in the middle of Queen's Park. And Jim Wakeford, before there was a statue there, it was just a big hill that went up, just like a big triangle almost, or upside down triangle. Anyway, and then, or a triangle, I should say. It ended up built. Jim was sitting at the top of this hill, and I have no idea how I got the energy, but I marched up that hill. I have no idea to this day how. And I said to Jim, "Hi, Jim Wakeford." Jim had been in the paper. He was an AIDS patient who was fighting the cannabis laws, but he got caught. So he was now under arrest for growing cannabis. And so Jim was out again at the march to show people that he wasn't going to give up. So I marched up this hill and I went up to him and I said, "Jim Wakeford," I said, "my name is Allison Murden." I said, "And don't you worry." I said, "You'll never have to be alone again." And he looks at me and he goes, "Kid," he goes, "this will be the loneliest road you ever go down." And I said, "Jim, that's why I invited all my friends." And we never looked back.
Right.
So I told him then.
It kind of picks up across the country, right? And there are people everywhere across this country that
Yes,
believe that this should have been legal, and that's why it is legal. Now, like I said, there are pockets of it that's not great, and we don't like. But as me and Al were going through the recommendations, the crime rates are down 95.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right on.
People aren't getting arrested. That 60,000, just that.
And
first
you know what?
year.
They're not going to jail for 14 years. If you get caught selling to a minor, there's a $1,000 fine. There's fines attached. You have to be like growing like way over to go to jail for 14 years. They're not putting people in jail for 14 years either. There are fines attached. If kids are caught, minors are caught too, it's a fine. It's not like we
Something that they hold as a threat over everybody's head.
And I got all of this off.
Can you believe this, Al?
Page. This all came off the Government of Canada's Justice page. It's all there. I read it on Google. It's not like it was some internet fucking blah blah on TikTok.
You know what, Tamara?
I
am so happy, sweetheart. I'm sorry to cut you off because Al and I 100 years ago didn't have these options, right? They weren't available for us then. If you were caught with cannabis, you were in trouble.
I know, I did. I did.
Yeah.
I did 6 months house arrest for $4
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, I know
what a difference.
That's why
honey.
I keep watching and wanting to know what's going on because I don't want to
Yes.
ever. I've got a child in my house that needs it for sleep, right?
Yep. You
and
bet.
there's no doctor that's going to sign him. So do I have to be concerned about my own ability to be able to be his mom? You know, like
You
so
bet.
I've got to check on these things, right?
Yeah.
You know, again, good for you for keeping abreast of it, hon, because we all have to know. That's excellent.
But again,
Good.
it wasn't a TikTok. It was actually the Government of Canada's Justice page.
No, I believe you 100%, sweetie. I just said to Al, my God, I can't believe things have changed that much.
Right.
And we've all been fighting a long time, but yay.
Now, I guess we still got 9 minutes. I got a minute or two before I'll play that. Where was I gonna go now?
I could go marijuana march.
Go marijuana march, yes. There it is. Yeah. In the old day, like you mentioned earlier, the group this year there was more people in the march. There was more vendors in the march, and as usual, when the march got started, as soon as the light went green at the intersection, Allison puts her foot in it, and that wheelchair, the wheels are smoking, and she's going up the road, right? And everybody's going, "Oh, there she goes! There she goes!"
You know, honestly, I don't even think about it every year, Al. I just do it. It's just automatic for me to be in the road. I'm not on the sidewalk.
Well, you know, for years you were. For years there was that many people that we had to be on the road, right? There's no way we fit in the song. Now, I did delete this earlier because I thought I was done running the promos for the Globe Marijuana Month. But I'm gonna run this one. And this will go back. This explains some of what we were talking about. You'll see it's a bit of one of those memories, right? It'll probably end up being one of those taste memories in the end. So here we go. But there you go. You can see in the pictures how full the street was with the amount of people that were attending the march. Right?
There were a lot of us. A lot of us. Honey, we can do it again too.
Yes, I agree. And the committee this year looked at it as it's a start of a rebuild because of the fact that we went through the COVID, and that cannabis legalization is some people think, well, why do you need to protest when cannabis is legal? Well, it's not legal globally. People are still being hung in Singapore and other countries.
They sure are, my friend. And that's the big problem, Al, is that people don't realize. I remember last year we were marching for the Global Marijuana March, and that's exactly what people were saying to us. Why are you marching? It's legal in Canada. And every single time somebody said that, my answer was just like you, but it's not legal globally.
Yeah.
And I've again been fighting that since I was young too, because I always felt it was never just Canada that should have access to cannabis. It just so happened that Canada, we won first as far as having the right to consume it legally. But ultimately, again, anywhere in the world you decide to go, especially if you go on holiday tomorrow or you, Al, somewhere, you want to be able to consume cannabis without fearing the face of arrest.
And that's exactly what one of the persons who I interviewed said, that they want to be able to go to other countries to be able to use cannabis if they traveled there. I haven't got a clue who she was.
Right?
I never asked her name.
Funny, yeah.
Problem. Like we have to worry about even like domestically. If we didn't have a license, you were called cannabis.
Betcha. You betcha.
Again, like if you're a patient and you can't go to a country where you can legally access your medicine because you can't take it with you because it's not. It would be.
You can't even federally go to the U.S.
Right.
You can't even cross the border with cannabis on you.
Yeah.
And that's another reason I'm fighting this.
That would be a charge, right? You get charged.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
There might be. Well, as you know, they're rescheduling. I'm sure you're aware. They're looking at rescheduling in the U.S., which doesn't legalize. It doesn't legalize it, but we had a report on the news on Monday that there has been. It's called the COA Act, and I just can't remember what the actual words are. And it's for legalizing cannabis. And Cory Booker and some other senators have put this forward to legalize cannabis.
Right.
And as we know, for the last several years, there's been the Safe and the Safer Banking Act. So really right now in legislation on the U.S. end of things, there is something to legalize it and to deal with the banking. Now, whether it ever passes or anywhere, who knows, but it's there.
Al,
they have to do something.
Yeah, I was just going to say they have to do something. 2005, I was in Boston for a conference for LEAP. And it was a police conference, and I went down to Boston and I took my mom, and I almost couldn't get back into Canada because they had claimed that I was on the terrorism list and that I was a terrorist from the American embassy. The orders came down to not let me back in their country and not allow me into Canada, but arrest me right then and there. And it was only because of the activism that I was doing in 2005. That was it. And it ended up, like I said, because of that, we ended up, as soon as I came back into Canada in 2005, I already knew that it had to be legal in the U.S. in order for me to go there. But now I knew then, they told me never to come back, and I wasn't going to attempt it. But also, again, I knew that even more so that cannabis had to be legalized federally so that people would not, like me, run into these problems.
Yeah.
I would never even attempt to go across the line because of my charges. I wouldn't even attempt.
Well, just
exactly.
People have been turned away at the border.
That's so sad.
Not because they use cannabis or been charged in the past, but because they wrote articles about cannabis.
It's like me with my activism, though. I didn't do anything. I was never, I'm a corrections officer. I didn't do anything to break the law, except, again, activism.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, and that's enough for them to deny somebody entry. Now, being denied entry in your
Apparently
own
so.
country, yeah, it's like it's like,
But that's
are you really a
cannabis.
threat? Am I, because somebody's had a record? Like I know a person with got arrested with three joints. Friggin', well, I'm gonna say almost 40 years ago, and they still have we still have problems going across the board.
Shocking, literally. But you know what? That's again why we fight, though, Al, all of us, because this is not acceptable.
Yet they can export cannabis from our big producers to Germany, to Israel, to Australia.
$250 million worth, I think.
Oh, I know. I've seen,
Because the big producers do not want to pay Canada's excise taxes.
No.
So they're sending it elsewhere.
Yeah, and the other elsewhere is buying it, right?
Yep. Edibles are all coming out of Cranbrook, BC from Dykar. It's all hitting the German market.
Wow.
And the Israeli market. And I heard that right from the guy that owns it.
Wow.
Now are they I'm assuming if they're being produced here, are they still limited to 10 milligrams? Or can they make the higher milligrams?
That's our fight, though, Al.
But in Germany's medical cannabis industry, is it restricted to only like 2%? Maybe it's only 0.3% THC content.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
not
how
sure
the
what
European market
I
is.
would have no idea. That would be all into the European market.
Yeah.
If there was more than 10 milligrams they were allowed, then yeah, they'd be producing more than that.
we could be able to produce it. Our laws wouldn't prevent them from producing it because they're not selling it in our market.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There goes my puppy. All right. Top of the hour. You hold that thought.
I will.
Okay. All righty. Off we go. We'll be right back. And everybody's gonna check out our sponsors and find out who supports us here on the Pace Radio Network. You're listening, or as we do now, we're watching Pace Radio Show here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Welcome back, and thanks for watching the Pace Radio Show with our guest, Alistair Murden. Let's see. We got 20 minutes here, 25 minutes. We've been talking about your access to psilocybin, and we've been talking about the Global Marijuana March. What else you've been doing? We haven't talked about that. Like, you going to any concerts or, events?
Oh, always live music. Always live music. 'Tis the season, my friends.
Right. It is.
Actually, we hang out with some local musicians who some of you may know, the Killing Time Band guys. And they're doing live music here in the city of Burlington starting June 5th. Different bands are taking part in something called Live at the Apollo. And the Apollo is Apollo Road here in Burlington. And they have it in the driveway of a home. And 300 to 400 people come from the neighborhoods around and pull up lawn chairs and grass and sit on the boulevard and on their own yards, on their own lawns. And everybody dances and listens to music.
That sounds cool.
So, yeah, we had that for, I think, an hour and a half every second Friday night. So it's something to do. I go and spin up a cut a mean pavement in my wheelchair. So I do a lot of dancing there. And I'm actually just really pleased how many people are dancing along with us. Because, as you know, music gets you going.
Yeah, exactly. You keep going, and it brings people together.
You betcha. You betcha. And that's, again, other than marches and protests, we don't have that much planned for this year as far as protesting and marches. Because, again, I'm waiting for hopefully something to happen with my lawsuit, and then we can plan a protest. My lawyers always told me I couldn't help anybody unless I was legal first, and I never thought about that years ago.
Yeah,
That was the best advice Michelle Rainey ever gave me.
She told you that?
Because if you are legal, you can be louder. That was the best advice she ever gave me.
Most definitely. Yeah, in that respect. Yes, most definitely. I find with me it's more that I need to be legal for psilocybin in order to be heard more. Because that gets global attention. Because everybody right now is following us to find out what's happening with this issue. So, and I'm pretty loud all around the world. So I'm not afraid to tell everybody whether or not I'm having a good or bad day and exactly why. So, again.
Well, they need to see the reality of the difference, what pain is and when it's not. Right?
But I think people also need to know that you're right, though, sweetheart. But a lot of people will never understand what I deal with. And that's okay. Because we all have our crosses to bear, whether they be mental, physical, or emotional. We're all carrying something, and we all need medicine of some sort. So, again, what I'm trying to do is just teach the world that all of these substances can be used as good medicine. Again, because I've had things like heroin and cocaine given to me medically by doctors when I was young, I know exactly what those substances are like. And I don't necessarily want them for me, but I do know if other people choose them medically, why they are. So it makes a lot more sense to me. Again, I went back in school, Al, and took a lot of these things in school just to make sure that I understood exactly why in college, when I was there, what was going on with me medically with all the pills and all these other substances. Sorry, Al, go ahead.
Oh no, it's my fault. I'm like that. I just want to get it. Some people can have a long answer, right?
Right.
And then by the time they get done the answer, you forget that you wanted to say something about something that's at the beginning, right?
So true. I'm so sorry, darling.
No problem. That's why I sometimes try to jump in there, because
I understand.
yeah, because now that's happened.
These substances, though, honestly, again, I want people to know, I know Pace Radio is about cannabis, and
Yeah.
cannabis, again, is really good medicine for
Yeah,
everybody.
and
So,
we also have some shows that broadcast on the psychedelic end of things.
yes, I've
Right,
seen.
right now our Sunday broadcast is taking a bit of a break. Ashley, our host, she's down in Humboldt County in California.
Oh,
I'm sure
right.
everybody's heard of that place. And so she's down there right now, and not with very good internet. And she's working on that, and she'll be back. And then on Tuesday, we've got 2 broadcasts on the psychedelic end. That's the Mushy Moments. And Cindy has renamed her broadcast, and she's added psychedelics to her show at 6 o'clock, and it's now called Your Evening Medicine Show. That's what it's called now. And she'll be talking. Yeah, so she'll be talking about psychedelics as well. I know during our news show, which is called the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News broadcast, LSD lately has, there's been studies coming out on it to help people with sleep, and I believe pain as well. Like, it's just like, that was like stuff that 40 years ago for me, right? And now to see all these things coming out, right? On the benefits of it is pretty wild to see all this stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny because, again, a couple of years ago, I went through a really big bout with LSD, and I was taking 4 and 5 tabs a day trying to get relief from this pain. So, but again, for me, it's something where I don't want to keep taking all those things. I wasn't getting any residual effects from them at all, like nothing. I was just getting relief from the pain. But I didn't want to have to keep taking 4 and 5 tabs a day, to try and feel better, when I knew as at that time that psilocybin or magic mushrooms, I could drink a tea, and if I drank it fast, I'd have no pain for a little bit, and then I could eat the mushrooms right after and keep the pain away for a couple hours. So that was the difference between LSD and psilocybin for me. Again, it's all about choice. Right?
Yeah,
we're not telling anybody to do anything,
and it might work for you. It might not work for everybody the way it works for you either, because we're all individuals. Same with cannabis, right?
Exactly.
And that's the way, we have to keep, recommending, but also telling you that don't be offended if it doesn't work for you, because it might. Right.
Yeah.
There are things.
I've talked to people who said cannabis didn't work for them.
I've talked to people who've said they've been allergic to it as well.
Yeah.
So
I've got people like myself. I don't do well with psilocybin. It makes me sick. I don't react well to it. And I've tried microdosing. I've tried several different. It's just not for me. And I advocate for it though. Like I always mention it, need help with getting access to it. I'm a full advocate for it. It just doesn't.
It's the world's best antidepressant to begin with, people.
See, I don't need antidepressants, right? Like I've never taken
right? It is all over the news on the end of being antidepressant.
But again, like I said, if you don't need antidepressants, like I don't need to take it. I don't
You're like
take
me,
antidepressants, right? I don't need.
Yeah, you're like me.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah,
but you know what? For people who do, though, and even for people again like me who are in pain, it's hard to be in this much pain and not be depressed. They tell me. I remember when I was a teenager, doctors used to say, "Oh my gosh, let me give you something for depression. You must be so depressed." I was like, "No, I just would smoke and I'd be okay."
Yeah, like I just
smoke cannabis.
Yeah, like alcohol is a depressant.
Yes.
And that's one of the worst things I'm sure that someone who's dealing with depression can do is to drink because of it being a depressant.
You betcha. Yeah.
Oh, do you see who's over my shoulder?
No, my darling. I only see
You,
a. Oh,
you would know her.
yes, I sure do. That beautiful soul, Michelle Rainey.
She's on every broadcast with me.
Wow.
She
God
sits there. I just
rest
thought,
her
I also
soul.
would know who she is.
Can I tell you a little story?
Sure.
Michelle contacted me decades ago when she first came out in the cannabis movement, and she actually we connected, and she was such a sweetheart that soon after that I was going to a cannabis conference with Raphael Mechalom and Ethan Russo in Cornwall, Ontario. It was the first one in Canada in 1999. And I needed money to go, and I had written Mark Emery, and I had phoned, and I'd said, please, I need money to go. Somebody help me. So Michelle, next thing you know, there was an envelope in my door, coming through my door from, I guess, Mark Emery originally, but it was 10 $100 bills, and it had Michelle Rainey's red lipstick marks all over the envelope.
No.
And I wish I would have kept that envelope. I don't know what happened to it. But I just love Michelle.
I think I still have her business card in my.
She said she became an activist because of the work I was doing in Ontario. So God bless her soul. So,
I know the first time I saw her speak, and that was at a cannabis awareness forum put on by Treating Yourself magazine. And I saw her up there speaking about Crohn's disease. And I thought to myself, I can do that. Like, who would ever thought that people would sit around and listen to somebody having problems taking a crap? Like, really?
Yes.
You know, like.
But we are interested in that. That's a really cool
Other
thing.
people that have the same afflictions that we have, those
You
stories
bet.
matters. Like, there's MS support groups and all kinds of support
You
groups for people that, if they want to gather with other people that have afflictions. We tried getting one together for, like, we've got another girl here in town, she's got MS, like cannabis users, like support group for
Yes.
Nobody wanted to do that. We're like, maybe it was because during COVID and stuff.
You know what, though? I will tell you one thing about MS. When I was young and I got diagnosed with MS in my late 20s, the doctor said to me, do not ever go to an MS group or an MS meeting or whatever. And I was like, why not? And they said, because you're way too happy. Everybody there is really depressed.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, thanks for the heads up.
I mean, you get diagnosed, but what are you supposed to do?
Exactly. Well, I wasn't. But see, that's the thing, though. When I got diagnosed, I became proactive and I became an activist. So I don't know what everybody else does, but that's what I thought you were to do, right? I thought you were to get out there and fight. So that's just what I knew. So I didn't know to turtle and, end up folding up. And, I did like I didn't know any of that. So.
And you haven't stopped.
No, I haven't.
You haven't stopped. No, exactly.
No, I have purpose, my friends. I have purpose. Purposeless, I call it.
Well, when something works and works for you or helps you, and others are demonizing it, like people in authority positions. People tend to speak up, right? So.
That's why we do. You're so right.
I think it makes me sick when I hear the opposition party leader stand in, Parliament and, make
Pierre
such
Poilievre.
the worst accusations about people with addiction issues. Like, just.
But it's the conservatives again. And can I say that literally this has been a problem with Tamara for decades with the conservatives with these issues.
I absolutely know that. And then when we were there with Harper and, him wanting to take our grows away and where we got the hours ruling and, with the kitty litter and all that stuff that we had to go through. And that was humiliation for patients. I think
you know what?
Waiting for
Don't take it like that. Don't take it like that, because I was not humiliated at all tomorrow. All it did was give me strength to say, you, my friends, need to get educated.
Oh.
That's all it did for me. Again, it fueled me, right?
I just have, I totally fought back. But again, how much humiliation do they want to put on sick people? That's what I mean. Like, it's not that we were humiliated, but again, they don't look at us as we're people with disabilities, people with afflictions, people with diseases. They don't look at us like we're people.
Yeah.
different.
I remember Debbie Salskiffen. I love you, Debbie. Debbie had said years ago that why in the world she couldn't understand why the government was making us jump through these hoops.
Right.
And I remember thinking when we were in Hitsig Atoll years ago together at the lawsuit, Alan Young approached me and I went out. I thought Alan wanted it to just be me and him in the lawsuit. And I was like, wait a second, this isn't about MS at all. It was about cannabis at the time. And they wanted one particular illness to fight in court. And I said, no, that's not right. So I brought in 8 people. I phoned Alan after I phoned and contacted all 8 people, including Debbie. And I said, hey, you guys, come in a lawsuit with me. And they said, does the lawyer know? And I said, not yet, but he will. So all of a sudden 8 of us go to court. I think it was 7 that I brought in, and then there was an 8th person who came in after. But bottom line, we ended up doing Hitsig Atoll, which was Hitsig, I guess, versus Canada now. And that, my friends, is still in Wikipedia because we made a big introduction then to the world to tell everybody that it was all different illnesses, like you, Tamara, and like you, Al, and like me. It wasn't just about one of us, right?
Well, that's exactly what happened with the B1. Nobody didn't have cancer, MS, or some other form of severe arthritis, I think, could get even
exactly
cannabis, right? And then, because of Michelle, I'm fighting for, the Crohn's disease affliction, which opened up the B2 section
yes.
of the, licensing application, which was 38 fucking pages, to be fair.
I know.
Right? 30. Now it's 11. So to be fair, the ACMPR is 11 pages, comparably to the MMAR.
And I still can't get into the ACMPR
and
tomorrow.
38 of those pages were repetitively of your fucking address and phone number over and over. And make sure you sign the bottom of every fucking page.
Yeah.
Like
you know what?
You can have your application sent back for. If you didn't sign your name to the bottom of every fucking 38 pages, they return it back and say it was incomplete. How many of you?
Again, I can't even get into the regular program in Canada now for cannabis because my limits are too high. I don't want any pills. Well, I take pills, but I don't want as many pills as they want me to take. I would rather have cannabis, and they're saying, no, your limit is too high. You're not welcome
they
in
took
this
mine
program.
back. They told me it was due to affordability. So when I went and got an MMAR, or whatever, through this
grow your own
Namaste dot whatever it was.
Oh.
They wouldn't give me a grow license, right? It was all through the LP. And they wouldn't give me full licensing of 20 grams. They only give me 15 because how was I going to afford it?
Wow.
This was the registered nurse.
Whose business is it of theirs?
It was this cannabis 420, whatever. That you had to
get.
They knocked mine back to 15 because they told me that it was, affordability and they didn't want,
Wow.
Yeah.
Not fair. I've had family and friends who've helped me all my life. That is not fair.
Right? It's another business how I afford it. And then my family doctor then signed me here in Cranbrook, and then we went back for our renewals. They said, sorry, or she said, sorry, you can get 30 grams at the store every day. Why would I sign you up for any?
What?
Our GP wouldn't have licenses.
Are you kidding me?
No. So
this is why we have to fight these things that are going on with this cannabis program in Canada, the Cannabis Act. None of this is acceptable for any patient.
Well, it's not the Cannabis Act. It's the College of Physicians still, Allison. It's still the College.
Oh, it is. Sorry, controlling this. You're right. I apologize.
But it's really got nothing to do with the Cannabis Act.
That's true.
Got nothing to do with it. My doctor just said, you can go into a store and pick up 30 grams. Why would I prescribe you 20?
Yeah, no, that's true. I can see. Right? It's the College of Physicians.
And that's why there's no point in me renewing this for you. She didn't understand the whole.
That's ridiculous.
Right?
You have to.
Yeah, if you can't, how are you going to be able to afford to grow? They ask the question: how can you afford to grow that much grammage? How can you afford to go to the store and buy it?
Right.
Exactly.
You couldn't afford to go through
more.
Like your 4 plants are not going to grow you 30 grams of cannabis a day.
Not even close.
30 grams of cannabis a day at a store, but you're not allowed to grow enough plants to be able to supply yourself 30 grams of cannabis a day because there's no way 4 plants are going to ever do that.
And
In order
that's
to
why
be able
I'm
to access
saying.
like an ounce a day, you're going to need to grow 200 plants, if not.
But you know what? As a patient, there's a different program tomorrow. Because you can get as many plants as your doctor says. You're not limited to 4.
Oh, I know that if I had.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, medical.
So yeah, I don't want people
I
to
got the doctor that's
misunderstand.
going to sign the paperwork that I got to send to Health Canada.
Yeah.
I had an MMAR. Got my
Yeah,
first
with the
MMAR.
medical license is different.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know I've had them. Right.
Yeah.
I had a grow license for 20 grams a day, both me and Alvin both. Right.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah.
you can't get them without paying for them, and you have to have a
Yeah.
doctor to sign them. Same shit.
Wow.
And the
It's
doctor
You have
won't
to
sign
pay
them
your
because they-
doctor?
Any of them. If you want a license, you pay them.
Wow.
Same as it always was, Allison. Nothing-
Wow. I have never paid my doctors, nor would I ever pay my doctors. This is
My
a medical
family doctor,
issue.
no. My family doctor, when she signed us up when we moved to Cranbrook, no. But she wouldn't renew because of the legalization. But if I want to get a grow license through any of these other things, it's still going to cost me at
Right.
least $25 per gram.
What?
$25 a gram.
Yeah.
Wow, that is not right. That's just
That's the way
not
it was
right,
before.
Tamara.
I paid Dr. Cameraman when I first got my first MMAR in 2012.
Yeah, I've
Still
never
did.
paid any doctor ever.
Yeah,
I never would.
It's illegal for them to charge us. They aren't supposed to be charging us. But if you want a grow license, all these online ones, they won't give you one because the
Yeah,
LPs
I
are
knew
taking
that.
right?
I did
The
know
LPs are
that,
taking back the
sweetheart.
money. You don't have
Yeah.
to pay them for your license. These whatever.
That is
It's easy
so
to charge.
unfair.
As long as you're not getting a grow license, you want a grow license from them. They want $850.
Yeah, that's just not right.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure. We are one of our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics in Kingston. They have a medical signing clinic there, and the fee is the doctors have a fee because if the doctor's not able to charge wherever, like I don't know where some doctors are located. For some clinics to be out west, and they can't bill the Ontario end of things, so they have to charge a fee, right?
Yep. Yeah, they can't charge MSP or whatever for it, so they charge you. And the thing of it is, like, most of them aren't even doctors. Most of them are just nurse practitioners that are signing for you, and they're charging. Yep. And
I had no clue.
So if you want 20 grams, you're going to be paying $25 per gram. That's whatever, $500, $600, whatever.
Yeah, but if people's family doctors would go ahead and sign them and OHIP would pay them to do that, that would be a lot nicer, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Like I know that some things should go to the doctors. There's paperwork that the OHIP doesn't cover.
That you pay for. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
They pay
sure.
for it. And
it was $35 for admit fee.
I can understand where a doctor with the MMAR days charge somebody a few dollars to do their paperwork. Like my doctor charged me $50 that first year.
Yeah,
and then he never charged me. He's never charged me since. So it's like I'm paying like $1 a year.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I was just thinking because I just a few months ago did my taxes and I applied for the medical disability again, the disability tax in Canada, and I didn't realize I'd already had it for the 80s, which that's why I didn't realize I had it because it was so long ago. But anyway, when I applied for it, they said it was going to be $225. My doctor's office said to get the paperwork signed, and I was in tears. I couldn't believe that they would make somebody who's already marginally sort of in a different position than most others pay $225 to get a disability tax form filled out. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, it turned out that apparently it is covered on disability, and I didn't know that. But boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, I was panicked for a few days there before I found out.
My doctor charged me $40 to have mine filled out.
I can't believe that.
That's reasonable. Yeah. If they can't get that through their fees to the government, then charging somebody some money to do it, it's
$225.
To charge them outrageous fees.
I was devastated. Yeah. Like I thought, oh my God, how do people again in these positions live nowadays? If that's the case.
Well, yeah. Like if it takes a doctor. It takes a doctor 10 minutes to fill out a form. Why are they charging $225?
Well, Well, not this form. Apparently, this form's a number of pages. So, because my doctor's office alerted me to that. But at the same time, but I'm thinking getting back to cannabis is the same kind of thing because I can't even afford to buy my cannabis again.
Yeah.
Like, how the heck am I supposed to pay for a disability tax credit? See, these are the things. Cannabis, again, is now finally, the price is finally dropping over the last few years because it's legal.
Yeah.
But before we did that, everybody, well, boy, I'll tell you, remember how we all lived? And how we couldn't afford some of those prices because they were asking outlandish prices for pounds of cannabis.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Unbelievable. So thank goodness, at least there's something good about what's happening in this country.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's positive, but hey.
All righty, ladies.
We don't use that much cannabis, right?
Yeah. I see that we're at the bottom of the hour. We've run our time. Is there anything else that you would like to touch on? No? Okay. Shout out.
I just want to say one quick thing that I would really appreciate if everybody stayed tuned to what's going on in my world because of the fact that, again, I'm fighting for psilocybin in Canada as medicine. And as soon as I can get legal, things are going to change just a little tiny bit.
I guess so. Exactly. So where would you be announcing something like that?
I'm all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. I can't even think of everything. Pretty much everything out there. All social media. Plus on my website at AlisonMyrden.com. AlisonMyrden.com or .ca. I'm everywhere.
All right, there you go. Tamara?
Thanks for being on the show. It was good seeing you. You look terrific. And
you're beautiful.
And I just appreciate everything that you do and just keep on being you. Thanks for being on the show.
Okay, exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Allison, for coming on the broadcast. It was great seeing you on Saturday in person and seeing people there and seeing new people there because the new people are the next generation that have to be doing what we're doing.
Every year, hopefully, Al, there's going to be more and more and more of us.
That's right. Exactly. All right. You can find the Pace Radio Show on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're online, paceradio.net. Thanks go out to our sponsors, the friendly folks at legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics .ca, as well as the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. And huge thank you to our guest, Allison Myrden, for coming on the broadcast. And to all our watchers and listeners out there, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all next week. Thank you and goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. We're gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, PACE, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows the commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or anything.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but this year we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go out to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the
herb for herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the herb for herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No. But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the
So Peterborough, July 1st, about the same size you said this year. But it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, roach guess, rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
you'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
see the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go. Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Realize my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. Until we get to this place where our culture develops really horrible taste, who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, people, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour diesel, purple, strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a cold. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, weed, I'll do it so throttle. Let's name some names. Just like the Hanukkah song, but instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. From Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I will be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked. And our supporters of weed, the list goes on and on. Like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society. We've
the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That you know, place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys, and
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So, first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, you know, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
That it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so like carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual, and it was so nice to see each of them what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event. It is
Correct,
it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes. Like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010. For the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, like, you know, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, you know, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank
you. You guys are awesome too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're gonna have to let you go. We're gonna close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks
so,
for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too.
Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Deb, is yours? Adam.
What?
Adam.
There's no stop situation. Number 5.
We got half an hour to 420.
Holy.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, I'm going already. Thanking all breeders, cultivators, lovers of the master plant, cannabis breeds, passion, and homostasis. CB2 receptor inhibits SARS-2. She is medicinal treasure, trove, peace, and love. And that comes to us from
No insurance.
Eddie O.
Be careful.
Be careful.
Okay, we've opened up the end.
So we're on number 5 then.
We're on number 5.
Very nice to look at.
Next.
Really?
Raw filter.
Wow. You spotted that, didn't you? There's no cannabis that's going to leak out. You know, like the
They're pretty much put in shaker machines anyway. It's not like the hand rolling.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's going to transfer to smoking. I did find one part of it appealing. But that spot.
Yeah, they're not specific to what you visually see when they ask you the question, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's a pretty broad question.
Selection. It
There's
has a lot of the rolling paper. If you got any qualms with the rolling paper, there's that question all on its own.
Yeah.
So there.
All right.
Yeah, film
Number 5.
Dry inhale test is all done. Okay, if everybody is done with it, it is time to light the doobie. Yeah. Oh yeah, right.
Okay. Number 2.
People
Quality of roll.
haven't had an opportunity.
Quality
huh?
of roll.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
Selection of paper.
I couldn't taste anything.
Number 3.
Oh, man,
Selection
really,
of paper.
I
Yeah, I guess it
got
was, wasn't it?
Yeah. I thought it was probably close to number 2 of the
Selection of filter.
of the ones that we've done.
Selection of
Yeah,
filter.
The last 2. That's very close.
Yeah, I'll give that a 9.
The dry inhale.
I got a 6 on that one.
Right, and it's coming around for the next one here soon.
You haven't got number 6 yet?
I know we got to later up. Need some fire.
I don't know what number you're going to give the paper selection then.
I've already gave a couple of. That one with
So how's your papers, Al?
I didn't like that.
What are you using?
Ziggy's. I have Ziggy's. I have, of course, Gazet and some Canadian lumbers. I honestly wish I had some Gazet 1 1/4 though. I like the bigger paper.
I can see some oil. Up already. Which is a good thing.
How's the cookies? Kicking in?
Oh no, I haven't ate very much of it. I don't want to get chocolate chip cookie all over the joints.
Yeah, it might make it
throw off the taste test.
make them taste better.
Same butter I made with the cookies last time.
I think Al's winning the choking contest.
Running first. This is that hard on you?
Smoking experience. Harsh. Roll it in.
I had a friend when I was living in Mount Forest that would cough so much you literally had to go, dude, breathe.
Oh, that is mild.
Yeah.
You okay, Al?
Tastes like it smells.
It's really up here, eh?
Yeah.
I don't think the ash is as dark as some of that first couple.
You don't need CPR or anything, Al? You're good?
It's dark.
Harsh to smooth.
It is dark.
What's that, Al?
You don't need any CPR or anything? You're good?
No.
I'd say 5.
Okay.
Ash color.
If you say so.
Mediocre.
Mediocre.
Not pleasant.
I enjoyed it.
Enjoyable, not enjoyable. Yeah, I think that's the same question.
Almost 6 again.
And what do you buy?
Like there was a lot of white ash in the buds, but I'm not seeing a white ash in these pre-rolls.
We're 2 more to go.
It's oily. There's a bit of an oil ring on the outside.
There is, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when Adam left. Yeah, I give you that. Okay.
Tiny ball.
No.
It's better now. Yes. I'm not going to give you.
All right, I'm on to number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6. Okay, well, number 5.
It's still burning.
Coming around.
Is that it we're talking about right there?
Yeah.
When you got?
Yeah.
Take your time now.
Just take my time, man.
Take your time. There's more
It's
to
not
be.
4:20 yet. It's 4 o'clock. We got 20 minutes. We
And
got
we're
two
going by then, should we?
What time is it?
Huh?
It's 3:59.
Well,
So we got
just
20
going by
minutes.
that.
The clock is on. Tickety tock, tickety, tickety.
That's
tock.
right. That's right. We'll be here in 20 minutes. Whether the samples are done or not, I don't know.
They're still blocking the doorway way out there at the road. We're longer than that.
Wayne said on the way here there was a ride program.
Yeah, on my way
Down
in
the
on
road.
48 here just up the road.
Wow.
But that was hours ago now.
Correct.
They've
Just-
moved
just-
on.
Yeah.
Depends how much you're getting paid for the day.
They got the locals that are going up to the convenience.
Yeah, I was thinking it was an awfully weird place for him to be.
Smoke responsibly, people.
They're what?
Yeah, because at the end of the road is a town that has a store with booze in it.
Really?
With alcohol, yes. Yeah, it's a convenience store.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been looking for Mike's Hard.
I wanted Caesars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just down the road. It's not that far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I drove out to the Red
No,
Barn
you
in
get-
Roseneath last night. The
when you
shelves
get-
were empty.
When you get to the T,
Roseneath. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
when you get to the T in the road,
Yeah.
turn left. It's actually the continuation.
Not the way I came, the other way.
Correct. You want to go left when you get out to the county road,
Yeah.
and that'll take you to a T, and you make the left, and that takes you up to the store.
What is it, like 10 minutes?
Huh? You can't miss it. It's a big store.
5-10 minutes? Huh?
Probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
I end up buying a big bottle of vodka and a bunch of lemonade, so I'm good.
Okay, so has everybody got their stuff submitted on number 5?
Bingo!
No, we're on 6 now.
Yeah, I know. I haven't started it yet. We did. I'm just waiting for 5.
Number 5, number 6, you mean? Right.
We're on to
Time
number
for 6.
Eh?
Yeah, time for 6.
Time for 6.
Move around, boys.
Move around.